Hello everybody and welcome along to our live and exclusive coverage of the World Endurance Series, the World Endurance Championship. It's the second round here at Spa-Francorchamp. We've already had Sebring on the 17th of March, and here we are in the middle or the beginning of May at Spa, and it is a little bit damp outside, but not as wet as it was earlier this morning. Just off to slightly the west and the south of Brussels, about 3.5 hours in normal driving from the end of Eurotunnel. It's been around for a little while, just over 7 kilometres around. That's the sort of picture that you're used to seeing of Spa, with a little bit of cloud hanging in the air. But my goodness me, that's a whole lot drier than it was a couple of hours ago. We had a Speed Series race here that I am so surprised that we only lost 2 cars from it. Awesome driving from everyone concerned. It had stopped raining about 45 minutes ago. There's a big crowd here, but the track is still wet. I'm John Hindorf for RadioLeMans.com. It's our Nissan pre-race show on WEC as well on the streaming video. And Graham Goodwin of DailySportscar.com is alongside me. Steady crowd been coming in pretty much all through the morning, and I'm delighted to say they've been rewarded with a bit better weather than we had earlier.
Yeah, well, sports car fans are a hardy breed, John, and it shows it, doesn't it? It really was tipping it down for the warm-up this morning, and right at the end of that session we had plenty of incidents, which has kept several of the teams busy. We'll talk about some of the outcomes for some of those teams in just a little while, but we're looking across at the main grandstand on the start-finish straights, and I'd say, John, that's something like, in fact, it's fuller than that last we looked, easily 3/4 full, and for the prevailing conditions and for the multiple roadworks as well we've got around the Spa circuits this weekend, that's a pretty good showing for starters, and that's of course without the people that we know always nestle around in the forests around the Spa circuit. Great place to watch motorsport, particularly good place to watch sports car racing. I think we're in for a good one.
Yeah, you're right, because you can get round the circuit here, and although you might not be able to be seen by the TV cameras, there's some fantastic vantage points where you can shoot photographs over the top of the catch fencing as well, looking at one of the 2 Labour competition Corvettes there sitting on the grid. That is the number 70 car, and that will be started by Jean-Philippe Belloc. We'll give you the full rundown, or at least the rundown of some of the drivers that we can get through. We've got about half an hour or so before we get this underway. I'm going to bring you up to date with some of the dramas from this morning as well, and my goodness, there were several, and indeed there was one on the outlap for Karen Chandok in the 22 GRM car. They've had brake balance issues all week, and spoke to a certain Mr. Leslie, who is one of the head mechanics on that, the tall fella, and they basically just replaced everything. There is the sad sight of the 61 AF Corsa, the AF Waltrip car, that I'm afraid is not going to be in the race because of this morning, and that thud that you heard was Brian Vickers backing it into the final chicane at about a 30-degree angle. Severe damage to the wheel, and it transpires to the suspension. Brian was fine. The Sprint Cup and Nationwide start walking away from that, but that was an unfortunate incident.
He was very unlucky, and when you see that incident from the rear, John, you'll just notice just before the car looked like it was going to strike that wall, a glancing blow, it just turned sharply into it, and that's what I think has done the damage to the chassis of that car. The team were working furiously through the lunch break to see what could be done, but pretty soon afterwards the cover was literally drawn over it, and we won't be seeing the 61 car, so that brings us to 40 cars due to start this race at the moment.
And that is not the end of the drama. We've got the 32 starting in the pit lane. That is the Lotus. Should have been started by James Rossiter, I believe. Eve told me
it's Luca
that
Morrow,
it was going to be Luca Morrow that starts that car.
That precautionary engine change for the 32 Lola Judd, operating on the Team Lotus colours, of course, and that means the car is automatically moved to the back of the grid. Team have opted to actually start the race with Luca Morrow, presumably to let James have a bit of a run at it in the middle of the race.
Nick Armindo getting into the 67 Porsche. That's the IMSA Matmut car, resplendent in its French tricolor colour. That's a very metallic blue on that car this year. It looks fantastic. The TV pictures, good though they are, and even in full high def, just do not do that colour scheme any kind of justice whatsoever.
Yeah, we've got, or we were due to have 8 refugees, if you like, from the European Le Mans Series gracing the grid here. As you're looking there, John, at the Manufacturers' World Cup in LMGTE.
Ferrari, Porsche and Chevrolet Corvette separated by not very much at all, nothing indeed, at the top of the championship. And good to see those 3 manufacturers competing in the FIA WEC. This is the second round, of course. There is the 71. That is the car that Andrea Bertolini will start for AF Corsa on the outside of row 16. Andrea
just suiting up there, pulling on the balaclava, ready to don these helmets. We're now, 24 minutes away from race start. It's going to be fast and furious in those GT classes, because in these conditions, John, it's not going to be about a 5-car GTE Pro and a 9-car GTE AM field. It's going to be a 14-car GT battle.
Yes, it is. And there are the team's classifications. 25 points for AF Corsa, ahead of 18 for Felbermeyer Proton, 15 for Aston Martin. Luxury not having scored in the GTE Pro ranks at the moment. And it's a return to form again by the Aston Martin racing team. 3rd position on the grid here. There's the GT AM team's classification. 25 for Felbermeyer, 18 for Labra, 12 for AF Corsa Waltrip. No points for them this weekend. Krone Racing, last of the qualifiers with 10. Will they increase their points tally this weekend? I think they will, you know.
And then JW Avila, the new British team, bringing a amateur Porsche to the grid this weekend. It is going to be pretty fast and furious. 14 cars, as we said, John, on the GT grid. Greasy conditions, some mixed abilities as well, of course, with GT AM and GT Pro. We could see some incident early on in this race as things get sorted out. And with such a wide spread of lap times from the LMP1s at the front to, at the moment, the Krone Racing car at the back, some 25 seconds different. That means we should be getting into traffic in 5 or 6 laps after the start.
For those asking about the difference between GTE Pro and GTE AM, well, GTE Pro, you are not required to have anything other than pro drivers, and all of the drivers are graded bronze, silver, gold or platinum, and gold and platinum are classed as the pro drivers.
The full pro drivers, and of course
you're not required. You could have you could have an amateur in GTE Pro.
You can, and I think we may well see that later in the season. But the principal difference, you're quite right, John, is one in driver classification, but also that those cars have got to be at least 1 year old in GTE. They're not allowed to run the latest specification of cars.
So you couldn't have that Aston Martin, for example. No matter how much money you had, you wouldn't be able to have that Aston Martin because it hasn't been out a year.
That's right. You can have an Aston Martin, but it won't be the one with the latest performance upgrades. I know there was a debate as to whether or not you'd be able to run with some of the reliability upgrades, because of course no one's in the business of actually, underlining an issue with the cars. But the performance upgrades are reserved for the GTA Pro cars, and there's one of them right now.
That's Fisichella's mount for the start of the race, with the little yellow. With the yellow shade band and the tricolore on the edge. Very difficult to tell the AF Corsa cars apart. It was Luxury Racing and Fred Makovici with a 2:19.770 who planted the 59 car on pole position.
We're looking at that car right now, John, and I think we said...
It was a great drive by Fred Mako, wasn't it?
Absolutely. He's a star in absolutely anything he decides he's going to take to a grid with. This car did lead at Sebring, but had early reliability problems.
0.3 of a second plus between him and a field that included Giancarlo Fisichella et al.
Absolutely. It just goes to show the kind of quality we've got with Fred Makovici in a GT car. It may only be 5 cars in that field, but it's 5 very high quality cars and driver lineups.
Alan McNeish, Dindo Capello and Tom Christensen shared the win at Sebring, therefore lead the Drivers' Championship in the World Championship at the sharp end of the field. And I can tell you, we talked about this in the drive-in this morning, people like McNeish, who have done pretty much everything, even 8 times a Le Mans winner Tom Christensen, are excited about having a Drivers' World Championship.
They're excited about that, and they're excited as well, John, to be making history here this weekend, because, of course, they're a different car this weekend. Audi debuting 2 new versions of the Audi R18, very different cars, and pole position set yesterday by Alan McNeish. Historic pole position for a hybrid-powered R18, the new e-tron Quattro. delivering that hybrid power through the front wheels, so effectively part-time four-wheel drive. And Alan, you know, a man with a keen sense of motorsport history, and very happy indeed to be being part of it here. That car sits in front of us at the moment from our position on the inside line before La Source. Alongside it, the number 3 Audi R18 Ultra. And we've got two front rows, one hybrid and one diesel apiece in this four-car Audi display.
The grid is being cleared with the dulcet tones of Powered by Nissan pit lane reporter Nick Damon doing the honours on the PA. We've been sharing the duties in, I think, 5 languages, if you count what I do as English so far this weekend here at Spa-Francorchamps for the second round of the World Endurance Championship. The FIA WEC comes to Europe for the first round this year. We're off to Le Mans for double points, then Silverstone, of course, before we start the flyaway section of the season. And Gerard Neveu confirming this morning that the calendar as we stand at the moment is as set for the rest of the year.
Which makes a lovely change in international motor racing lately, John. We didn't quite finish the story, I don't think, about Karen Chondok earlier. Karen had a bit of a moment at the top of Rouge into Radion. Very quick corner, put the car around into a spin, hit the wall. There was damage to the front of that car, and also clanged the right rear as well. But it was down in the garage just before we came on air. They're changing the front bodywork. They don't believe there's any damage to that front corner aside from bodywork, but they are changing the rear corner, the rear suspension on that side. They hope to be able to start the race from pit lane. Let's keep an eye on whether or not that car can do that. So at the moment, we know that that car and the 32 Lotus Lola Judd LMP2 car are due to start the race from pit lane.
Well, wherever you're joining us around the world, welcome along as we bring together one of the biggest motorsports communities anywhere on radiolemans.com, various TV syndicates, and of course on the website for the FIA WEC for 2012. If you want to get in touch with us here at Spa, at Radio Le Mans on Twitter, or at Specutainment, that's our Twitter feed. Radio Le Mans on Facebook. The Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective is what you need to look out on there. And if you need to go away from the TV and you want to keep up to date with what's going on, may I heartily recommend a new service from Daily Sportscar, which you need to opt into, which is text updates or Twitter updates, if you like, from the race. And you get that, Graham, absolutely free by
doing one of two things. You can either get onto the web and log on to Daily Sportscar, thanks to our friends at Nissan. That'll be free to view for race coverage of the WEC, including the 24 Hours of Le Mans for the first time throughout the year. In addition, there is Twitter, at DSC Race Live. That's at DSC Race Live. We'll get you minute-by-minute updates of everything that's going on here on track. So if you're forced out to a DIY centre or the supermarket, take your smartphone, annoy the wife just a little bit more, and you can keep up to date with what we're seeing through the window here.
That's the team's classification, with Starworks leading things in P2 here. Bit of a baptism for them in every sense of the word coming to Spa, but Peter Barron had his usual trademark smile last night. Amazed to find that Ryan DL, who spent so much of his early career here in Europe, didn't race here. Was meant to race here in F3 one year, and the race got cancelled. And it's such a staple of British F3 to come to Spa now that's hard to imagine.
Absolutely, I imagine it probably had weather as bad as we had this morning, John. But yeah, Ryan confirmed to me yesterday has never raced at Spa-Francorchamps. Was looking forward to it with a degree of trepidation. It's a pretty awesome course here. We also just had a quick look there of another LMP2 runner. That's the ADR. Delta, Orica Nissan finished 4th in WEC standings at Sebring. It set pole position in the class yesterday in the hands of Australian John Martin, and Alan Docking Racing, which is the ADR bit there, a long heritage in sports car racing. Many will forget, and I will admit that I did, that they were the original runners of the original factory Mazda Group C cars back in the day, the old 717, the kind of the upright looking car. When Tom Walkinshaw's empire couldn't actually accommodate Mazda's needs, Alan Docking Racing stood in and ran that for some years. They're back in sports car racing. They see this as very much a growth area of motorsport. We're grateful they do, and they're immaculately prepared Orica Nissan, the 25 car, white with blue. John Martin, Tor Graves and Robbie Kerr, a pretty potent looking lineup as well for that car.
Is it true that Lucas Ordonez has tested the Delta Wing? Yes, I think he did.
He is testing
He's
the
done
Delta
it
Wing.
already.
And is going to continue to test the Delta Wing. The principal reason behind that, other than the fact he is actually very good, is of course that Mikael Krum and Satoshi Motoyama are both actually rather cup-tied with Super GT commitments. So yes, Lucas has joined the Delta Wing test team. They're taking this thing very seriously, aren't they, John? Well, they might.
Yes, you weren't last night when I saw that post.
I'm a very naughty boy.
You are. If you haven't seen that, there is a very interesting picture, son of Delta Wing.
On Daily Sportscar.
DailySportscar.com, yes. So there we are. That is how it looks 10 minutes before we roll off onto the start of the formation laps as the safety car, pace car as it is now, the Audi, it will become the safety car when it pulls into pit lane after it has paced the cars around, so I'm not paying the €1 fine for that.
But looking down there, John, it's a good-looking grid. 2 gaps in it. They're looking there at the first of the Dunlop shod cars on the grid, 10th overall. Propping up, I'm afraid, the LMP1 standings. That's the number 15 Oak Racing Pescarolo Judd, and it will be local boy Bertrand Baguette to start that car. Top 9 cars, all with Michelin tyres. The Oak, the development partners for Dunlop, and of course I think I'm right in saying all of the LMP2 cars on Dunlops too. Most, but not quite all, of our GTE starters will be on Michelin Rubber 2, aside from the 55 car, the JWA Avila car, which will be on Pirellis.
Yeah, good point, good point. Dome 102.5, hits from the 80s, 90s and today for Shooters Hill and Greenwich. I just can't help myself. Every time I see that, and particularly with that big sun strip, Dome 102.5.
There you go, and that's Sebastian Bourdais sitting waiting to go. Part of the now extensive, with the announcement yesterday that Frank Montani will join Level 5 Motorsports in the LMS at Laguna Seca.
Is that all of the Peugeot drivers relocated now?
That's right. It's the Peugeot LMP1 Witness Relocation Programme.
Now there is the spot where we should have Karen Chandok. That car is in the pit lane, and those are live pictures if you're with us on the stream.
It's going to be tight for those guys to get that car out to start, isn't it?
Remember, you've got to be in the race before the first hour is up, otherwise
Correct.
You're not allowed to join. There is Karen.
There's a rather rueful-looking Karen Chandok.
Chastened.
Chastened,
I think is the word, isn't it?
But he will, well, actually at this stage, because he won't be starting from the grid, won't have to be the first driver in the car, but my guess is will be. But from the top, we've got Tom Christensen. Tom Christensen is taking the start, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Let's go through some of the starting drivers. And before, in fact, we do that, Eve reminds me, rightly so, we should say hello to Tim Bergmeister and to Jörg, in fact. Tim had a very, very nasty accident in Japan earlier on in the weekend.
Yesterday, during the Super GT race, problem with his Porsche, which pitched Tim into a spin he couldn't control out of his hands. Very heavy impact with the barrier. We send our best wishes to him. Is in hospital at the moment in Japan. Jörg is with him. I know his family are going to join him. We've had some updates. Yeah, he's going to be very sore for quite a long time, but the best wishes to everybody involved.
Apparently he's not allowed to listen to us because with broken ribs it only hurts when he laughs, and there'll be plenty of laughs from us this afternoon as we get things wrong. Tim, Jörg, best wishes. Audi Team Joost Andre Lotterer driver will be in the number 1 car. That's the second of the hybrids. And Marc Genet, the substitute for another injured driver who we send our best wishes to, Timo Bernhard, of course.
I've no doubt Timo will be listening.
Timo, come on, son. We want you back. Would love to see you back at Le Mans, but we know that you can't rush these things. On row 3, Rebellion Racing, Neil Yarney, Hop Suisse, as I am contractually obliged to say with a Swiss mother-in-law. Stracker Racing, Johnny Kane will start the 21 car on the outside of row 3. We're at the front of the grid now, but we'll run through a few more of these rows. Andrea Bellicchi will start Rebellion number 13 on the outside of row 4. Karen Chanduk is missing from the outside of that row. Sebastian Bourdier, we've already seen him in the Pescarolo team, Dome 102.5, with Bertrand Baguette on home ground here for the Oak Racing 15, and he's got a gap in front of him now, of course.
He does indeed, John. Then we get into the LMP2 cars out of the top 10. They were running actually in class order, very neat and tidy for the whole thing.
And doesn't that prove that the performance levels that have been set by the ACO and followed by the FIA are absolutely correct?
They got them just about right. John Martin will start that 25 ADR Delta Orica Nissan we talked about a little earlier. Sam Hancock, a great performance from Sam in qualifying, and with the 32 car now starting from the back of the grid, Sam will start second in LMP2, 12th overall for the 38 Jota Sports Zytec Nissan. First, the Morgan Judds. This the Oak Racing car, the 24 car. Olivier Pla, one of the quickest guys out there in any car, will be third in LMP2, 13th overall, and alongside him will be Renger van der Zande in the other of the Lotus Lola Judds, the 31 car, starting 14th overall. Sahil Ayari is at the wheel of the 49 Picon Racing car. This team moving over from a Lola last year to an Orica Nissan this year, and they'll start 15th overall.
In 16th position, we have the Greaves Motorsport 41 of Elton Julian taking the start in that car. Alongside him, Baz Linders, as it looks like the engine cover's going back on the JRM. And we've got other pictures that you can't see at the moment, but it's still far from getting that car onto the grid. We'll keep an eye on that. Then we have Boots and Gignon Racing local team. Jack Clark starts that car, the 45 car, on the inside of row 10, with Vincente Potolicio starting the Starworks, the category leading in the championship, Starworks Motorsports 44.
And then 20th overall is the 48 car. This is the Murphy Prototypes Orica Nissan. The team probably better known to listeners and viewers last year as RLRM Sport, but Greg Murphy has bought this new car. It's attracted Jodie Firth and Warren Hughes as full season entries for the European Le Mans Series, and they're joined this weekend by Brendan Hartley, ex-Red Bull Junior driver, and that's a pretty potent lineup in the 48 car. 21st overall is the first of the two Signatech Orica Nissans, similar car to the 48, Pierre Rag. In that car, this is a new full season entry from the WEC from here on in with the Signatech Orica Nissan. 22nd is another Orica 03, this time with Judd Power. This is the race performance team. Swiss team, Ralph Mectri will take the starts in the 22nd placed car, the number 40 car. Whilst in 23rd position, it's yet another Orica, again back to a Nissan Power car and again back to a Signatech car. This is the Nissan technically backed, a 23 squad, which features GT Academy winner Jordan Tresson on the squad, as we do watch those pictures and watch the engine cover going back on the JRM car. Olivier Lombard will take the grid in 23.
Row 13 is an all Gulf Racing Middle East affair, with Stefan Johansson taking the start for the 28 car. The 29 without, of course, Frédéric Fatien, who broke his leg in a bizarre incident during pit stop practice on Thursday night. I presume it'll be Jean-Denis Delatraz, the Swiss driver.
Yep.
Yeah, who will start that. He wasn't on the list, but I don't think, with due respect to the lady driver that shares that, Keiko Ihara, that they would put her in at the start. Behind them, Extreme Limit ARIC is the last of the prototypes, and then we have the pole-sitting luxury racing Ferrari of Fred Macco on the outside of the row number 14, and then it's AF Corsa inside of 15 on the 51 car. That's the Ferrari, of course, for Giancarlo Fisichella. Dazzle, Darren Turner will start the 97 Aston Martin racing car, third in class and on the outside of row 15.
And into the number 30th position, the 77 car, first of the Porsches. This is the Feldmeier Proton car, the very different looking 2012 Spec 997. Mark Lieb will start that car, 77 in 30th position overall, fourth in GTE Pro. And rounding out the GTE Pros, the second of the AF Corsa cars, Andrea Bertolini in the 71 AF Corsa 458 Italia, the car that actually went so well at Sebring. Then into the GTE AM runners, 32nd position overall. It's Nick Armindo in the IMSA Performance Matmut Porsche, the 67 car. Another one of the cars that is a regular season entrant for the European Le Mans Series, but boosting the grid here. And then the second of the ELMS cars, second qualifier in GTM, 33rd overall. Marco Ciocci starts the 81 AF Corsa car. One of 5 cars that team are actually entering here this weekend, and shared by Matt Griffin.
The next up is the 58 of Gunnar Jeanette on the outside of row 8E, Labra Competition 50, with Julian Canal starting the vet. Their team car, Jean-Philippe Bellat, will start on the inside of row 19. And there's no Rui Aguas in the 61, which means the penultimate row is JWA Avelia, Marcus Paltala in the Porsche 55, Christian Reed in the Porsche 88, and Krone Racing, Tracy Krone, the 57, on the 21st and last row of the grid.
But right from the back of the grid, and starting from pit lane, we're going to have 2 cars. Karen Chandok now in the car, ready to go.
And that is our race director live to us here at Spa as the green flag waves for the sighting formation lap of the second round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, live here from the Ardennes region of Europe. John Hindhaugh and Graham Goodwin to be joined by, powered by...
Please advise your drivers that the holes on the grid are to be kept. The blank, the vacant spaces on the grid are to be maintained.
Now that's very interesting and a good point from our race director. Nick Damon, our Powered by Nissan pit lane reporter, will be joining us throughout, as will Louise Beckett, we hope, down in the pit lane so that we can keep you up to date. And it is a 6-hour timed race, remember, no more 1,000 kilometres. This will finish, weather permitting, 6 hours after we drop the green flag at the start of the race. Now you can see, looking down on the Kemmel Straight, the Quattro leading, part-time Quattro at least. As out comes the JRM car. That is remarkable. What a job these guys have done. It's less than an hour since that car was planted in the wall. We've got a spinner, and that's the pole sitter. That's the pole sitter in the GTE arm. And that was right at the start of the lap. GT Pro, excuse me. Fred McAfee weaving left and right as he came down out of La Source. And Fred Mako has dropped it. Now he won't be allowed to retake his grid position, I don't think.
He won't. I think he stalled it as well. It stopped to the exit of turn 1. That car is in some trouble, John. We'll keep an eye on that one for you. On any resource we've got that you've not got on air at the moment, but certainly this field had gone by. No sign of Fred actually joining in. He may well have not had space to turn that car around there, John.
Wet track, but no rain here at Spa as we're getting ready to go World Endurance Championship racing. 6 hours on the clock. The first of the double six for us here at RadioLeMans.com, as we'll be at Snetterton tomorrow. We hear that McAfee has rejoined. I believe that's what we heard from the race director there.
Yep, I think I heard that too. It does indeed now get confirmed on the timing and scoring screens. Car 59 has rejoined. So Fred Mako will be in full-on attack mode when this race goes green.
Which is about 3 or 4 minutes away. The Audi e-tron Quattros will start first and third. 1 green flag lap. As we have just on 2 minutes to the official start time.
Great looking grid of prototypes, John.
Very...
Cars should prepare for grid formation. Please start grouping up. GT cars, please catch up with the pack. You're too far behind.
I'm loving getting this access to the race director.
It's, I think, part of what they're trying to do with the FIA WEC is to make it more accessible. I can barely remember any endurance race that's been easier to actually follow. Lights are off on that safety car.
The RS5 leading the 2 versions of the R18, the e-tron Quattro and the R18 Ultra. The Lotus number 32 in the background there, ready to go from pit lane, and the GRM car sitting ready to go as well. That is an awesome shot as the prototype field keeps coming towards the camera.
GT cars, please close up. GT cars, please close up.
There is Jimmy Bruni.
Cristiano Michelotto. Looking grin on his face, Jimmy. He didn't have a grin on his face after Sebring, did he?
No. And he was $25,000 worse off as well after a somewhat questionable performance in the closing laps. The RS5 pulls away.
Speed now, constant speed, group up, and 2 lines of cars, please, as requested.
It's down to Tom Christensen and Marco Bononomi to get this right.
What a moment for Bononomi.
Front row start and his debut for the Works team. There's a lot of very new, young faces down at Audi. And there is the Lotus rolling to the end of the pit lane, the 32 car. That'll be Luca Morro that'll start that car.
I've got a feeling, John, that wasn't the JRM car. That looked to me like the Norma in the pit lane.
Okay, I'll give you that. Green flag, and we're racing at Spa-Francorchamps, and Tom Christensen makes sure that he claims his line, and following him through is Andre Lotterer in the second of the e-tron Quattros. That kind of makes sense. He'll have had a bit of drive, 1 or 2 cars going wide. Was that the Strata car just being pushed out wide? And goodness me, look at what you can see going down into Eau Rouge. Answer nothing at all. And in fact, it looks like Bononomi is retaking his second position there after Lotterer went through for a moment at least over the top of the rise and onto the Camel Straight for the first time.
And really, that spray is blinding stuff, isn't it? As they're coming down the Kemmel Straight at some pace. And again, we've got the Quattro goes this time around the outside of Bononomi. It's a Quattro 1-2, an Ultra 3-4. Then the Rebellions, I think, are together still, John, as they come through.
As the 25 car going through, John Martin has looked to have lost a few places there as he was turning in. And straight on one of the Gulf cars. And that is the 29 car.
Jean-Denis Delatraz. That was a car struggling this morning with a non-operative windscreen wiper. He's going to need it at the moment, isn't he? This car, as we were saying earlier in the broadcast, John, is going to have to get through this 6 hours with just those 2 drivers after the injury in that rather freak pit lane accident to Frédéric Fatien. But away the Audis go, and they're beginning to pull away already. The Quattro's pulling away from the Ultras, and the Ultras pulling away from the Rebellion Lola Toyotas.
So already the 2 e-tron Quattros making that part-time Quattro work for them. All that power going through the front wheels, but only above 120 kilometres an hour. It is Andrea Bellicchi in. Oh, there's a huge conflagration at the back of the P2 field there, right in front of the GT leaders. And there is the JRM and the Lotus. They haven't been, they're going to have to lose a lap, of course. That is the rule that carried forward from ILMC. If you start from the pit lane, you have to lose a full lap, so they won't be released until the whole field has gone through at the completion of lap number 1.
It was indeed the JRM car that was still in pit lane.
Now, I have to say, I thought that was only if you changed an engine or a gearbox, and JRM didn't do that. The Lotus did. I thought the JRM car could have been out at the end of when everyone else has gone through. I'll have to look at the rule book for that. End of the first lap then, 7 kilometres down. And the lap time is 2:24 for Tom Christensen, who leads by half a second, perhaps a little more. Andre Lotterer in the number 1 car in second, Marco Bononomi in third, but he's already some 4 seconds back on the 2 e-trons. Then Marc Genet, Andrea Bellicchi for Rebellion, Johnny Kane for Strata in 6th, Bertrand Baguette in 7th for Oak Racing. Darren Turner has assumed the lead of the Pro category.
And he's up into 21st position as they were coming around there, John. Let's keep an eye on whether they can maintain that, but he's well ahead at the moment of the competitors in GTE Pro.
Now, we've just been handed an official notification from the stewards of the meeting about Lotus number 32 getting its penalty for 1 lap under the control of race control. But that I'm sure that shouldn't apply to JRM. They could have gone. They should have been out of there.
The only possibility is with that damage, John, they may have changed the gearbox as well as that rear corner. They may have done both at the same time, in which case the penalty would apply. But Christensen now quicker again in the first sector as he comes round on his second lap. 38.4 seconds, the mark to look for as we go through there. And that's the dome ahead of one of the Rebellions, John.
Yes, it's Yanni and Sebastian Bourdais battling it out for 8th and 9th position, and Sebastian Bourdais has taken that position.
And that must mean Yanni's had a very poor first lap, because he was, what, 6th overall on the grid. But the dome clearly ahead of the Rebellion Lola Toyota.
Fantastic to see these guys circulating. Good start, just to reiterate, Aston Martin lead the GT category as the 2 Audi R18 Ultras make good their escape on Olivier Lombard's is well down in the 23 Signatech. In fact, that car's come into the pit
It's in
lane.
the pit lane, very early pit caller. It must have been one of the cars involved in that. If it wasn't coming together, it's darn close. Elton Julian in the Greaves Motorsport car, another one that looks to be involved. Olivier on his way again, though, shown as leaving the pits right now. But Greaves Motorsport's 41 car and the 23 Signatech Oregon Nissan both in trouble. And as we've got the two Quattros now, nose to tail, John.
Cross the line to complete the lap. And listen to the quietness, if that makes any sense. They are so hushed, and the addition of the electric power actually seems to have quieted them down even a little bit more as they whoosh past the come and go camera at the bottom of the hill. Just picking up on the P2 category, it's still the Morgan of Olivier Pla leading from John Martin. I thought he dropped a few more positions than that, to be honest, Graham. But holding on to second from Sam Hancock in the Zytec 38, the Jota car in third. Fourth, Soyela Yari.
And so he'll right with Sam now, right on the tail of the Jota Zytec Nissan. And just look, John, at the difference in pace at the moment in these conditions between the two Quattros and the remaining field.
2:21 and 2:20 for the leading two cars, 2:24.5 by the normal, in inverted commas, two-wheel drive versions of the car. Nick Damon has joined us up from the Powered by Nissan pit lane, and the weather breaking just at the right time, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it was very dry. Broke at the right time for me because people came out on the grid to talk to. Interesting conversation with Ralph Juttner. He says that definitely the Quattro has an advantage in the wet. There's surprised by how much it's turned out to be from today's performance, and he also said he's missing Peugeot.
Well, aren't we all? The 19 car has missed turn 5.
I think that's his 29. I think that's a mistake on the timing and scoring.
Gulf Racing Middle East, we saw that earlier, so that's fine.
Yeah, so we've got Sebastien Bourdais now beginning to close down on Bertrand Baguette in the Oak Racing Pescarolo ahead.
7th and 8th.
So there's battles going on despite the kind of dominance at the moment by the two pairs of Audis. I think we might be describing those that for some while yet.
And there is the 29 car that went straight on. That was Jean-Denis Delatraz, wasn't it, who was in that car? And it's in the pit lane. And there's some concern about the right rear. Here's the start again. And look there, Lotterer definitely got through into second place into La Source. But by the time we see it again,
I have a feeling that Lotterer must have gone wide there.
We see this a lot into La Source in any sort of, and that was a very close start, even the standing starts, is that you can get ahead, but it's not necessarily the best line for the exit as well. And people get better drive coming out of the corner. Obviously below 120 kilometres, because you get much better drive with the four-wheel drive Quattro. As out comes the 29 car after receiving some attention for the problems that these cars have been beset with. The 28 and 29 have really had a checkered couple of races, Graham.
They have rather. They're yet to really shine as much as their very famous colour scheme does. We're looking for a rather better race performance from Gulf Racing Middle East this weekend.
Just to give you an idea, we are something like 20 seconds away from the qualifying pace that was set by Alan McNish.
Yep, 2:20.416 for Andre Lotterer in the lead of the race. Now he's taken the lead. The number one car has gone ahead. 2:20.418 for Andre, fastest race lap so far. And that's still comparing with 2:23s for the Ultras, 2:26, 2:27s for the best of the petrol cars.
Now, an interesting thing happened on the grid is that both the hybrids changed their tyres with about 30 seconds to go for a different set of brand new Michelins. Now, I assume we may well have soft wet and hard wet. The tread looked the same, but they put a completely new set on. Of course, they aren't allowed to warm them up, so there's no real advantage in doing that unless they've gone for a slightly different compound. And of course, it did dry out, and I think the drying out is actually surprising a lot of people. That we were expecting a lot more rain till 4 or 5 o'clock, but it stopped rather beautifully at 2 o'clock.
Yep, it did indeed. And LMP1 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 3 in terms of the car numbers for the Audi R18s. The Quattro still leading the Ultras as the two hybrid cars make their way past that rather delayed 29 Gulf Middle East Lola Nissan. Then we've got Andrea Bellicchi leading the petrol order in the first of the Rebellion Lola Toyotas.
Oh my goodness me, Delatraz didn't make that easy for the number one Audi.
I will say one thing, that if Toyota haven't already decided to use their hybrid on the front wheels, they will have by now.
No, they haven't. They've gone to the back. And
that's a mistake, isn't it?
They've tried both of it, but they feel there's a yellow flag out there on the start of the Kemmel Straight. Let's see if we can see what that is for. It's very, very difficult to see anything there, isn't it? Let's be honest, but that is a pass for position. The IMSA Matmut car on our left on the inside. and the
That's
Felbermeyer car.
And that's the 2011 spec Porsche, trying to get past the 2012 spec Porsche.
That
Mark Lee,
shouldn't be happening, really, should it?
Nicholas Armindo, but Armindo, something of a star, I have to tell you. He's the pro driver behind the GTR effort from Insa Performance Matt Mutz.
Also, I spoke to Mark Lieb in the pit lane during the autograph, and they've done very, very little riding with this new car on the wet. And there's been a Michelin test day, and that's it. He's not driven the car on the wet at all. And it is significantly different, isn't it, John? It's not the usual one-on-one evolution of a 911 this year.
Graves Motorsport in the pit lane and going back into the garage. These are effectively the defending champions of this series. All right, we didn't have a WEC World Endurance Championship, but its precursor, the ILMC, from last year.
They won the LMS.
The LMS, sorry,
of course, there's Elton Julian looking a bit rueful.
He's been off. There was mud on that car.
And also, of course, won the Le Mans 24 Hours, but they're running cars in this championship and in the European Le Mans series this year with both cars. One of them, of course, featuring the family Brundle, together with Lucas Ordonez. And we've got the 43 car off into the gravel as well there, John.
Yeah, and that is the Norma, the Extreme Limit car. We thought that had started way down. Now that is going to bring out a safety car if that can't be moved. It's down at turn number 14, which is at the bottom of the hill. Campus, it's called now.
They're certainly clearly indicating that car is going to require a tow.
So unfortunately, engaged reverse, floored it, and just dug the thing in, which is we did see. Who did we see escaping the gravel this morning? It was Johnny.
That was
wasn't
Johnny Kane after a very uncharacteristic off.
Some good gravel driving, and that's the example of not good gravel driving. I know it's hard once you're in there, but it'd be interesting to see if they can clear this one. But they're going to have to get the tractor. I think you're right, John. We'll see a safety car, which would be good news for everyone apart from the two hybrids.
It's Philippe Haysbrook at the wheel of that car, not an auspicious start. Still watching this Porsche battle, which is the Porsche AM car, the red, white and blue tricolour coloured car. He's the AM leader with Nicholas Armindo right up the tailpipes of Mark Lieb.
And they're getting away, John, both those Porsches from a car I think both of them have gone by, which is Giancarlo Fisichella in the 51 AF Corsa car, but catching, I believe, yes they are, Andrea Bertolini in the other AF Corsa GTE Pro car,
there
the
it
71
is,
car.
right in the front of the shot there, Graham, as it goes through the first little right-hand kink on the Kemmel straight. And that, by the way, Mark Lieb is third in the GT Pro category. So if we had a single GT class, last year's Porsche, leading GT AM at the moment, is in fourth place on pace.
Is in fourth place on pace. And I have to ask myself the question we talked a little while ago, John, about how long it's been since we had a wet international sports car race, with the possible exception of Petit Le Mans 2009. It's been some time, and my guess would be that Giancarlo Fisichella has not had a lot of wet track time in a GT car.
I'll give you that. It's John Hindhaugh, Graham Goodwin and Nick Damon live from Spa. Good to have your company. As the rain stopped about 3/4 of an hour to an hour ago, and the track is clearly beginning to dry with these very, very impressive wet weather tyres that the manufacturers bring now. Andre Lotterer last time around was a 220.7. We certainly had a quicker lap than that, 220.4 from Lotterer early on, and it is, by the way, Lotterer leading now. We missed the two Audi swapping around.
We mentioned that briefly. We missed it happening on track. We mentioned it briefly, but rather interestingly, Tom Christensen, as the Audis are getting in amongst traffic now, 222.8 for Tom last time. My guess is that is traffic related. Just looking at the kind of cars that have been delayed there, it is 40 starters with the withdrawal of that AF Waltrip Ferrari we were talking about earlier, John. Karen Chundock now beginning to make his way through the delayed cars, up to 37th position, but still 3 laps down the leaders.
Now, there is a battle for position. Two giants of the French motor racing scene in Oak Racing and Pescarolo. Best of friends away from the track are the principals of these teams. But 7th and 8th on the track at the moment, and there'll be no quarter asked or given.
I know, the rather odd situation there is you've got a car that bears Pescarolo's name from a team that bears Pescarolo's name and a car that doesn't. And it's an interesting battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
One I think we expect to see maintained through to June and at Le Mans too. But these are the kind of teams that I think, to be honest with you, a lot of the fans come to watch and cheer on.
The green flashes on the Dome 102.5 in homage, of course, to Henri Pescarolo, who is here this weekend and was in fine form last night, as the two luxury Ferraris have a little internecine scrap at the end of the lap. That's on the...
It was the amateur car that went, the 58 that fell off.
That's Gunnar, isn't it? I think it was Gunnar Jeanette.
Yeah.
And,
Interestingly, when we saw the Pescarolo and the Oak, the last time those two drivers were in the track together was in the IRL last year. And Baguette and Bourdais are both driving around together.
There you go. And actually, just to catch up with what's going on in GTE, Nicholas Armindo, we've been talking about, leads that class from the 81 car, and that's the 43 car. Has gone round again, John.
Spun again.
I think it's the same corner.
And that is his. Brooks still at the wheel. Oh, he's got his back wheels on the grass and he can't move now.
You have to wait.
And now,
and away
gently.
We go. Marco Ciocci in the 81 AF Corse Ferrari, the fourth of their GT cars that was entered here.
Yellow flags have been removed.
Gunnar Jeanette sitting in third at the moment in GTE AM standings, and the first of the WEC entries. That's his Corvette running quite slowly. Why is that? That's because he's had a heck of a wiggle and a spin at Radion, a half spin at Radion, but recovered it.
That would be my definition of a tank slapper.
Yep, and that is Jean-Christophe Belloc. Marcus Paltella currently fourth in the order. JWA Vila's Porsche, ex-Flying Lizards Le Mans car from a couple of years back. And that car, full WC entry, and Paltella, quite a Spa specialist, going well at the moment.
Back up the front, it's interesting that the two diesel Audis are now very close together. Well, but whilst there is now some separation between the two hybrids, it's 4.3 seconds between the first and second, Lotte from Christensen. But Bonomomi and Genet are running within a second of each other, and basically as close as you can get without getting too much aero washout. So possibly, again, Genet has a bit of a speed over Bonomomi, and perhaps they'll swap those two around.
And in fact, Tom Christensen now lapping at the same kind of pace as the R18 Ultras. Certainly you're right there, John, as we're looking at the Grease Motorsport car in pit lane, having handfuls of mud and earth removed from the intakes. He's had an off, hasn't he?
That's gone gardening.
And meantime, change for position, and it's for fourth overall in LMP2, 13th overall. Bas Leinders, the Belgian driver, going by Sam Hancock. That's the pink and black 35 Oak Racing Pescarolo LMP2.
There's probably a roar from the crowd down at Eau Rouge when that happened.
They'll be dancing in the streets of Liège tonight. Sam Hancock in the Jota Sport car. Good start from Sam. He's let him go there though.
And it looks like there's a recovery. Is that
that is the 71 car.
71 car. That's Bertolini. So Lieb's got into second place.
He has indeed.
I think Bertolini must have had a problem because both Lieb and Armindo have got past him. So he's had an issue and dropped down to third in Pro and fourth overall in the cars at a GT. So that we need to see a replay. That the issue of that is perhaps he got spooked by about to be overtaken right now by, is that the second or the first of the hybrids?
That is the Ultra, I think.
It's not. Is it the lead? Is the leader? Yeah.
The leader, it's the number one car. Now, what's interesting about that was that Armindo hadn't passed him at the line. So he must have passed him between the line and La Source.
And he's not really picked up speed either. So Bertolini not having a good half lap there, or perhaps Armindo's having a very good half lap, but Lieb's gone past him. Lieb was saying that the one about the wet, he thinks it's the right place to have the engines in the rear.
But meantime, Darren Turner had made got his escape, but at the moment, Mark Lieb lapping much the quicker with the 2:42 last time around from Darren in the lead of the GT class. 2:39, 3 seconds quicker from Lieb in the 77 Porsche. And Armindo too beginning to catch the Aston Martin. Now he's clear of the 71 Ferrari. So at the moment it's Aston Martin, Porsche.
And the interesting thing is, of course, we've talked about the difference in manufacturers, but they've all got different engine strategies. We've got front mid, we've got rear and mid engine in those three main fighting cars. And in this weather, your weight distribution matters.
Absolutely right.
Yeah. Well, we are just coming up to 15 minutes into the 6 hours. Live from Spa, this is coverage of the second round of the FIA WEC. Andre Lotterer leads for Audi in the number 1 e-tron Quattro. The diesel electric hybrid has 5.1 seconds on Tom Christensen. The lead changed on lap 3. Thank you, Martin Pass. But Christensen a much better first sector that time around in the number 2 car. There's 10 seconds between the two part-time all-wheel drive cars and the normally rear-driven drive cars of Bonomomi in the 4 car in third and Marc Genet in the 3 car in fourth. Can we change those two around, please, Dr. Ulrich? So we actually do have them 1, 2, 3, 4. It's too confusing in the moment.
But John, there's been a significant change behind them because now leading the petrol order is not, for the first time since the start of the race, a Lola Toyota, but an HPD as Johnny Kane takes the 21 Stracker racing car, replete with its new Union flag, Union Jack barge board on the back, the dorsal fin, and that car now up into 5th position and driving away at the moment from the Lola, but it's some 30 seconds back at the moment from the battling Audis.
And this battle for P2, which is currently on screen if you're watching on live at WC or on Motors, it's terribly been blocked. Oh, there's appalling driving there.
No,
the 29 car has made a complete pig's ear of the whole situation there being lapped. He's held him up for 4 corners, got in the middle, got spooked, taken out the straight. So I think that was actually the chasing car. So that was probably Martin.
That's Pla. That's Pla.
That's just poor driving.
Middle of the road.
Held him up for 2-3 corners.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to put in an alternate view here. He let the one car go around the outside. I'm not saying that it wasn't a contributing action by the driver in the 29, which I think we put Jean-Denis Delatraz in that, didn't we?
Yes, he is.
But I'm not sure it was a, shall we say, high percentage move, trying to go up the inside when that was definitely a gap that was closing.
I think what's happened there is John Martin was already challenging Olivier Pla for the lead of the class, therefore had taken the outside line. Whether or not Jean-Denis, remember, he's in a coupe, the visibility is not that great, he's working very hard as well, but you have to say, that's not covered themselves in glory as the number 3 car goes off the circuit.
That's Chenet, and he's bounced over that sleeping policeman that's there as he's gone round the outside of the number 71. That's the car that was started by Andrea Bertolini, the AF Corsa car, and he'll be lucky if he hasn't done some underbody damage there. They are quite
nasty things, aren't they?
Yeah, quite severe.
And he's already, before that, John, was already falling back from Marco Bononomi, who's having a great first run in the Audi R18.
As Mark Leap's gone to the head of the GTE Pro field. He's gone past Darren Turner at a rate of knots, as Darren's had a very slow lap, a 2:42.
That's exactly the same lap time as we saw last time around from Darren, for a 2:37 for Mark Lieb. So are those tyres going away, John?
Pointed out to me that Delatraz has been in the way of the P1 and P2 leader, and he's only 20 minutes in. And I should say as well that it's not Dr. Ulrich who's at the helm of the Audi quartet of cars this weekend. It is Dieter Gas, because Dr. Ulrich's at the Lausitzring for the next round of the DTM, second round of the DTM, isn't it, this afternoon? Oh, this weekend, should I say. Now there is 7th place Sebastian Bourdais, excuse me.
And he's actually he's got by Bertrand Baguette now in his next target, and he's closing on him very quickly indeed. It's going to be Andrea Bellicchi, who does seem to be struggling at the moment. Over 2:30 last time around from Andrea, 2:31 to a 2:26 from Sebastian Bourdais, with something like a 6.5 second gap. At that kind of rate of closing, the Dome is going to be with him within 2 laps.
Now this coming through to us on Twitter at Specutainment from none other than Ollie Gavin back in Yardley Hastings in central Northamptonshire. Tricky conditions, but no spray. Get the slicks on, he says, watching the TV coverage back home.
And a very odd on-board sound from Ferrari again.
It's been like that all weekend. I don't know what that is.
Now, I think we've just seen a move for position. I think that's Gunnar Jeanette going by the 71 Ferrari.
Fred Macavizzi still trying to make up for his faux pas on the formation.
No, it was Fred. It was Fred indeed. Fred going by Bertolini through La Source. And
it's a good comeback from Mako.
Absolutely. So therefore up to 4th. So very clearly Bertolini is struggling in these conditions, and Mako catching the 51 car hand over fist now.
Now thank you to Andrew Tester, who's found the relevant part of the regs for me. Rule 65B is a lap delayed if you change your engine, and Rule 71 clause 134, any reason a car can't take the start from the place on the starting grid will start from the pit lane after competitors have covered 1 racing lap. So that is the same. Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm indebted to you for that.
So it's a big luxury versus AF Corsa battle going on here at the back end of Pro, because the GT Pro is being dominated at the moment by Mark Lieb, who's striding away from Darren Turner at 4 seconds lap, and is to prove, as if to prove that the car to have is a Porsche 911, which John loves me to say. Nicola Armindo has cruised past Turner as well with the amateur car.
Yeah, and he's only 4.5 seconds now behind the leader. So the leading AM car is in 2nd place in GT as this battle between the AF Corsa Ferrari and the Luxury Racing Ferrari continues, and you can tell it's Luxury Racing because it's got Luxury Racing written on the front splitter, and he's close enough to be able to read that from the rearward facing camera.
Always a giveaway, and here he goes, John. He's going to trying to get up the inside there. He's not quite made it, but the lap times are profoundly different at the moment. 2:39s for both of the Porsches we've just described, 2:38s for Fred Makovicky. None of the other GT cars at the moment breaking into beyond 2:40.
And in fact, just to underline that, Giancarlo Fisichella, who we're watching, he did his fastest lap of the race last time on just under a 2:41 and is not enjoying these conditions, gentlemen.
That's 3 seconds slower than Fred Makovicky did last time around, and it wasn't even.
And he's holding him up. He's holding him up as they come down towards Blanchimont, down through the gearbox into the braking area for the final corner. Makovicky on the slippy stuff, but managed to get it slowed down. Bit of a block pass onto the apex. That's beautifully done as the 21 Stracker car eases up to them as well, and looks like it's going to go through. The 21 sitting in 5th position for Johnny Kane at the moment, and there's Darren Turner, and he is going very slowly.
He's really struggling, isn't he? That was a 2:47 from Darren.
Straight through the middle, threading the needle for Johnny Kane, who went between the AF Corsa Ferrari and Darren Turner, who has been passed like his Aston was chained to a post at La Source.
Well, Darren's just done a 2:47 that last time around. That's 10 seconds slower than Mark Lieb. One would hope that's tyres, because if not, he's in deep trouble.
Really, really slow for tyres. And if it was that bad, he'd be feeling it that bad, and surely he'd be thinking about coming in.
Have they gone for super soft wets that aren't working, or have they gone for super hard wets that aren't working? I'm not sure what that could possibly be.
Very odd indeed. But meanwhile, Sebastian Bourdais, according to the timing screens, is right now right with Andrea Balikius. We've got a heck of a LMP2 battle up there on the screen. 4 cars in close contention. And what are we looking at there, gentlemen? That is the 49 car.
That's second, down to about 4th.
They're second, third, fourth. There's 3 of those are actually in competition, and the others are just there by chance.
Yeah.
Picking their way through.
The Signatech car,
it's both the Oak Racing cars, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, the Signatech car isn't involved. He's actually a lap down.
Yeah.
Pierre Rag.
That was the car that actually came in for an early pit stop, wasn't it?
And that's what you can see looking forward from the number 23. That's the car that wasn't involved, Soyela Yari, having had that. Look at the back end of those cars moving around. They're all in tyre trouble out there early. We're only half an hour into this race.
Well, this is Pla versus Linders, which is coming on. But I think what's happened is this track has dried out much quicker than people have thought. And if they put super softs on, those are going to be tearing up. Now, whether it's front or rear, I don't know. In fact, it looks... The cars don't seem to be handling badly. They're probably just lacking in grip generally.
Well, that's Linders going past his effective teammate with this is the one we think has lost its some of its frontal accoutrement, and that's not going to be helping, of course. But,
so that's Linders going up into 3rd place in class then, is it?
Correct, yeah. John Martin, though, in the lead of that class in the 25 ADR Delta Oreca Nissan, is somewhat 8 seconds up the road from Sahil Yari in the 49 Picon racing car.
Well, when you want to know what a track's really doing, the best thing to do, I find, is to ask an 8-time Le Mans winner. So we've tweeted to Tom Christensen, and he's tweeted back that it's still damp and no dry spots out there at the moment.
That's good.
That's very good, going from Tom Christensen to do that while he's actually out there on track.
Well, I hope NASCAR don't find out. They take a very different view of tweeting during a race, don't they, John?
On the... yes, exactly. On the feed that we're getting from some of our racing driver chums, looks like the really soft tyre, says Marino Franchitti, going off like a scalded tap, and you can see the car moving around on the blocks of the trade. Yeah, I can't disagree with that, Marino.
Going off like yogurt in midsummer.
Absolutely. Meantime, Bas Linders is on a charge, and he's actually now right with Sahil Yari for 2nd place in LMP2, as Darren Turner predictably actually pits the 97 Aston Martin.
He's had to do that.
He had to do that, and it must be tyres, John.
And that's a shame, because he was leading.
At a canter at one point.
Oh, there's one of the Signatech cars, isn't it?
That's the 26 car, I think.
And if that
has he spooked?
Was he spooked by the Audi, or was he touched by the Audi? It's clear. Oh no, he got on the paint. Got on the paint on the left-hand side. 12th in category for Pierre Rags.
Yeah.
And he's off on the grass, getting the car back on. This is the G-Zone racing by the G-Drive racing by Signatech. There's a new set of tyres going, and a new steering wheel.
Electrics. Or
So
gearbox,
some
gear
electric
selection,
problems as well, yeah.
which could also be related to the water ingress. This car won't have run much in the wet. And the steering wheel, of course, was replacement. It's the first attempt to change anything electrical, because obviously so much of the functionality is now on the steering wheel that they'll try and change that first as the elimination before the next thing, which is coming in and changing the pack itself.
Well, meantime, at the front of the GT classes, Fred Makovicky, remember, Fred had that spin on the formation lap, didn't he? Was it his first lap? And up to third overall in the GT classes, second in GT Pro, and now beginning to catch Nicholas Almindo, 2:38.67 for Nicholas in the 67 GT Am Porsche last time around. Mako with a 2:37.4, so catching around a second a lap over the last couple, John.
Amazing, just who's listening and watching this coverage and feeding us back very, very impressive information. Alex Brundle, one of the Nissan drivers who we heard from on Radio Le Mans just before the start of the live race coverage, saying that he's watching this very carefully and he feels that the LMP2 WECs will be struggling from now on. And also, Sam Collins from Race Car Engineering has spotted that the Dome 102.5 is very, very fast in Sector 1 and 3 and not great in Sector 2. And there is the 49 car struggling to get slowed down at the end of the lap. There is high grip tarmac there, but does the right thing and drops back in behind so as not to attract the ire of the stewards.
And Potolicio off as well in the 44 car. This is the Starworks HPD.
Championship leading car, of course.
Absolutely. Turn 14
result.
again, I think, there.
After its
He's
result.
sitting nicely on the gravel, though, so he should be able to get out. If he doesn't ruin it, he should get out quite easily from there.
Yeah, turn 14 is the...
Campus.
Well, it's Campus, just before what I still want to call Stavolo.
We'll call it that then.
Okay, yeah,
Waiting,
Stavolo.
waiting,
Bottom of
as
the hill.
well they might, with cars coming at some...
Is in the gravel. Marshals are trying to rescue him. Be careful. Yellow flag at turn 14.
And
Okay.
will he move? Will he move? He did his best there. No, don't dig it in!
Stop,
Don't dig
stop,
it in!
stop, stop.
And it's going to be 4 Marshall Power, 5 Marshall Power again.
At turn 14.
Andre Lotterer, who on the Audi TV feed, on the onboard, is now searching for damp patches on the roads, spotted by a number of our listeners and viewers who are clearly watching various different feeds, but has just put in the fastest first sector of the race at a 38.2.
Which is about 3 seconds off what they were doing during drive running.
And
35s.
Bononomi's done a 38.7, Sebastian Bourdais a 39.8.
We've got another pit caller there, John. Let's see if we can overlook. That's Adrian Fernandez is back in the pits. So Adrian got aboard that car, has come straight back in.
So
That's a gear shift issue, pointed out to be by a number of our drivers. It'll be a paddle shift issue because you would just deal with anything else at this stage in the race.
Yeah, meantime, we've still got another battle underway in LMP2, and Ayari back through to second, but both of those cars actually catching the class leader at the moment. So Ayari back up to second, 11th overall from Linders, but those cars but 6 to 7 seconds behind the lead car at the moment, but catching at something like a second a lap.
And there we go, confirmation that the 97 is back in the box. And they're looking around at the back.
That's where the gearbox is.
Of course it is, because it's got a transaxle. Thank you.
But I assume they're now looking at the actuators and what else, which is that's a real shame, because that car's looked so good this weekend.
Hasn't it? Hasn't it indeed?
Yes, there's also a drive belt off the back of the gearbox onto the alternator, I seem to remember, on an Aston Martin.
All right.
And that might be a problem if they're losing electrical power.
Yep.
I have a feeling that Linders, he had a very quick lap, did a 2:28 a couple of laps ago, down to 2:31 this time, which is where he lost that position. I wonder if his tyres are beginning to go off here.
Fred Makovicky is continuing his recovery. He's gone past Nicola Almindo. That's not for positions, they're in different classes. But it now means he's got a straight run at Mark Lieb, who's 11 seconds up the road from him, but he is going quicker.
2:36.7 from Mako last time around to a 2:37.3 from Mark Lieb.
And we're half an hour into the race. Lotterer leads. Now, come on, guys. You need to be looking in the mirrors here.
Yeah, that's Baz Linders going alongside Heel Ayari. He was waving his fist at Ayari there. I think he thought a bit of blocking underway. But Linders goes through to second. Rather spirited battle, this one, isn't it?
Yeah, and
Morgan
that's it.
Judd from Orica Nissan.
And there is the change confirmed on the screen with the 35 going up into second place. Lotterer leads by 11.1 seconds. All of a sudden, he's exploded away from Tom Christensen in second place, and he's taken another 2 seconds out of TK last time around. Bononomi in third is lapping it now roughly the same time as Christensen. And in fact, Marc Genet is quicker by about half a second than Bononomi. So it's 1, 2, 4, 3, the Audis, and then something like 30 seconds between the Audis and the chasing field after just 14 laps.
But Johnny Kane now is actually more or less matching the speed of the second, third and fourth placed Audis. It's something we did see from one of the HPDs at Sebring at points during the race. Obviously a completely dry race there, but can he maintain that?
Well, I spoke with a few of the Audi personnel last night, and they are keeping a very close eye indeed on that 21 Stracker. They believe that is their main competition in this race this weekend. And a fine array of engineers down there in the pit lane. Dave Ward, who helped so much, his company at Brackley Progressive, who helped so much with the running of the cars and the training up of the engineers for Audi, Team Audi Yost Sports. It's good to see Dave. Had a good chat with him last night, and we are hatching a plot for a Brit car entry.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Potalicio back out of the gravel now and back underway, but of course has fallen right to the back of the field. Meantime, Karen Chandok, after that delayed start for the JRM HPD, very similar car, of course, to the Stracker version, back up into the top 30. But it's going to be a long, hard race for the JRM boys.
Yeah, obviously, I don't know whether you heard what had happened with that. He lost it coming over
Radion.
Radion, and it was a nasty bit of damage in nose and
clanged
in his front right, and it's a nasty bump, isn't it, going down the hill there? You see 3 or 4 of the cars really don't like taking that bump as they just turn around go around the old start grid.
They don't. We've not really spoken about why it is we're down to 40 cars. We'd explain about the AF Waltrip car that was on the original entry and was damaged this morning in that incident you saw with Brian Vickers. But the other car that's missing, the Status GP Lola Judd Coupe, ELMS entry, and poor Alexander Sims had a real hell of a bang, didn't he, in one of the free practice sessions, following another car closely through a Rouge, lost downforce and clattered the wall, taking much of the left-hand side out of that car. The team could have repaired it. They're not a point-scoring car for the WEC, and they're going to look after their Le Mans part supply.
Let's look at the P2 battle. John Martin leads in the Orica number 25, but he's been closed down on by Baz Linders by just over a second last time around. It's 7 seconds at the moment, the lead. Baz Linders closing in, as I say. Soyela Yari struggling a little bit, as we saw in third place for the 49 Orica, and in fourth place Olivier Pla for the Morgan Oak, the 24 car. He's in the 31s as well. Renger van der Zander's got his head together in the number 31, and he's lapping his best lap last time around at 3:30.2. We're seeing a lot of blue times now, Nick, on the timing and scoring, which means individual best times for that car.
Well, Sebastian Bourdais has just put in a fastest over all 3 sectors for the dome, and a 2:22.999, making him the second fastest car on the track in that lap, about a tenth behind Tom Christensen. But the car's getting quicker all the time. In fact, what's noticeable is the petrol cars seem at this point to be able to put in fastest laps, whereas all the Audis are currently, perhaps they're not trying to, aren't doing that. But the gain, which was monumental over the first 10 laps, is basically being pegged back now, and through traffic, they're effectively not gaining at all, are they?
They're not getting away, are they, anymore? And what we saw there from Johnny Kane, again, the last lap around, Johnny was catching at a poor third sector, and then matched more or less the time of Marc Genet ahead of him. It's just a poor earth, if you like, first sector in the 21 Striker HPD, but they do seem to be able to maintain that pace. But Johnny at the moment and Andrea Bellicchi being caught by Sebastian Bourdais behind them.
Well, certainly if this continues to dry out, it looks like that the dome has a sweet spot in this petrol battle that is going to give it a massive edge, because it seems to be the fastest car in these conditions and moving forward, as we see it in the background there.
In the background and rapidly closing in now on Bellicchi on the 13 Rebellion Lola Toyota, John.
And we're getting a bit of sparring on Twitter here between Ollie Gavin and Marino Franchitti. And Marino just telling Ollie it's always easier from the couch when he was saying getting the slicks on earlier. But he's come back. Spa's got good grip, no spray. Get the slicks on. Not that I ever probably will do, but I never want Ollie as my teammate when I'm out there.
When it descends into my car looks normal, unlike yours, we'll let them go, shall we?
Now, listeners, if you want to kind of
It's dry,
just experience,
it's dry there, isn't it?
experience what it's like actually in these conditions, if you're sitting on your couch, leather couch, just if you're on your rear end, just a bit of olive oil, and in drying conditions, just add a bit of sugar, and you'll find out where you can find the grip.
Very unpopular with all wives when you do that on the leather sofa.
And if you have someone with the thing that you use to wet your shirts for ironing, just keep spraying it gently in the face. But there again, we've seen people looking now for the damp areas on the circuit. Andrea Bellicchi in the Rebellion Racing Lola, the Toyota powered car, with Sebastian Bourdais in the dome, the trimmed out dome 102.5, the Pescarolo there, the big white whale, as it comes down the hill.
Now, the interesting thing is we know that the Audis...
Oh, look at that. Sorry, Nick. How much did Sebas take out of Bellicchi? This is the battle for sixth position. Now, in fairness to Bellicchi, he was held up slightly by the number 70 Labra Competition Corvette, but now coming down the Kemmel Straight, there is a dome behind there, I promise you. Sebas got the windscreen wiper going frantically, but wasn't able to use the slippery shape of the dome coupe to go back there. Nick, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the Audis can do 22 laps in the dry. Obviously, the petrol cars have slightly more fuel on them, so we're not quite sure what they are. I assume they're trying to eke it out to the fuel stop, which would be a couple of laps short because, of course, they've done the warm-up laps. And then also, they obviously want to give themselves as much time possible to think about what to do next on the tyres. There's a fire in pit lane on the 44 car. That's an oil fire for the Starworks car.
Now, this is the championship leading car. It's come in early, and Jack is at the front of that car, and people had moved away from it, as you might imagine. With it, it's still there. And as Nick says, that looks very much like a turbo or an oil fire.
Is it both sides? It's both sides.
Both sides.
That looks
And
like
it's not wanting to go out. That Honda engine is very hot under there, and taking the back off is...
That's actually... There's actually a fire coming out of the exhaust.
Egg of the exhaust. Turbo. Yeah, I think that's turbo.
And still the Dome unable to get by the Lola Toyota, the second Labra competition. Corvette now getting involved in that one. A bit like deja vu there, really, wasn't it? And what we've got there is it's Dome's revenge machine. Unhappy, I think it's fair to say, about their lack of involvement in the Toyota factory program, trying to get by the Lola with the Toyota customer engine.
Yes, so there is a bit of... Now, look, they're still offline. They're still wet there. And look at the speed of the Dome as he comes up around the outside. Can Sebas get it braked? He can't because he's on the dry part. And carves his way through into sixth position. Andrea Bellicchi could not do anything about that. He'd moved offline trying to get the tyres cool, I think.
I think, yeah, you've got the other... Sorry, I was looking there to see whether is Andrea who'd been delayed through that corner. He's not. He's just taken a chunk out of him, hasn't he, there? And fabulous shot of the Pescarolo team garage with a completely sanguine look from most of the guys.
That's amazing. So if we're coming round to pit stop time shortly for the prototypes in about 5 laps time, and listening into the Audi radio, they're asking the drivers, is it wets or is it grooved inters rather, or is it slicks?
And Graham just pointed out that Fred McAfee's put in a storming lap, 2:34.8, 4 seconds faster than Mark Lieb, and he's now just 2 seconds behind.
And he's gone up into second, yeah.
And he's second. He's just 2 seconds behind. And look, in fact, now if the director could find him, he is about 0.4 of a second behind.
And McAfee, remember, spun away on the warm-up lap.
Unbelievable.
His pole position start in the luxury racing car should have started the head of the field. He was 0.3 of a second quicker over the qualifying, per lap on the qualifying. No one could get close to him, and he has stormed back through the field in very, very difficult conditions.
Some really class driving out there. Johnny Kane put in a great thing.
And there it is. There's the battle going into La Source with the second place car of Tom Christensen now splitting those two, and the Porsche's in tyre trouble now as well. There's the distinctive Porsche hop and slide by Mark Lieb coming around the... So what has Fred McAfee done with the tyres as the leads the second place Audi e-tron Quattro? comes by. Look at the way the Porsche's moving around as Mark Lieb got back on the throttle.
It's another 2:38 from Mark last time around, a 2:35.6 from Makovic, and there you go. We're just about to talk about some fantastic drives. Fastest first sector of the race at the moment, perhaps unsurprisingly to Andre Lotterer. Fastest second sector of the race, though, to Johnny Kane in the petrol-powered Straka HPD, 65.5 to give you an idea there, against a 68.2 from Marco Bononomi in the number 4 Audi. That's and a faster first sector too for Johnny. This is going to be a very quick lap indeed. He is looking very much now to try to get onto terms with the diesels ahead.
We've just started seeing some 220s from the diesel cars, and we've just seen a 222.1 from Johnny, the fastest petrol lap by a country mile. Tom Christensen made a 220.9. Now the battle for GT Pro is hotting right up, and Makovic is right on the tail of Mark Lieb as they sweep down the hill into... Is that through? No, yeah, they're coming down the hill.
Down to
Stavolo. And I think it's got to get him easy. Get him easy.
And Mark Lieb, if he's got any sense, well, he's on the slightly drier line, but he still can't defend. And there is a new race from back to front, from zero to hero. And look at the Porsche moving around in the hands of Mark Lieb, who is such a relaxed and still driver. You don't normally see the car being thrown around, all four-wheel sliding. As into the pit lane has come Jean-Denis Delatraz. Well, that's at least a stop to getting in everybody's way.
But you've got to ask yourself, John, what could Fred Makovic have done if he'd actually maintained his grid position from the start of the race?
He'd have been battling Tom Christensen now, clearly.
Well, there's nothing faster than the frustrated driver.
Yeah, that's true. Harry Jewett, hello to you and to your friend Luke. Introduction to sports cars this weekend. Luke doesn't know how to support, so... what do our viewers and listeners think? Get onto radiolemans.com and the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, and let's find out who you support and why. As we see at the top of the Kemmel Straight, the battle between the two rebellions.
Yeah, the car in front there is a Toyota power car. The car behind is a Toyota power car as well. But a bit of an Inter-Nissan battle
and
there.
They've swapped, haven't they?
They have. 12 now ahead.
Yanni Pabliki suffering more with the tyres, and it's this point now is that there's two reasons to hang it out as long as possible. One is you want to hit your fuel pit stop window, and secondly, they want to follow Ollie Gavin's advice and get onto slicks, but
Absolutely
they are holding on as long as they can. The biggest problem you've got for a P car is if you get on slicks, you have to go offline. I mean, looking now into the garage on the other
that's
camera.
Rebellion. That's Rebellion.
And they have some Inters.
Rebellion have cut slicks.
Cut slicks, yeah, they're not into the cut slicks.
They are hand-cut Michelin slick tyres. 65.3 in the middle sector for Neil Yarney.
Those petrol cars are coming on song now, John. The car on the move in terms of position at the moment, though, is looking most likely to be Marco Bononomi. He's reeling in Tom Christensen at the moment, a 220 dead for Marco to a 222.4 for Tom. Less than 20 seconds between those two cars now.
It does seem rather convenient that the two pairs are settling between 8 and 10 seconds apart.
Does rather, doesn't it?
Because it makes things because then they bring them all in at the same time. There's plenty of shuffle time. I could be cynical. I don't know, but I think we
stops them getting caught on each other's
Neil Yarney
incidents
is just
well.
pitted in the number 12 Rebellion, the first of the leading cars to do so.
And he'll be going to these cut slicks we saw being prepared. The air jacks you can see there for the 24. That's Olivier Pilar and the Morgan Judd.
Olivier
Off have
aboard.
come full wet. If someone will take a picture down the hole, we can see what's gone on. But there is some work going on. I think they're changing the rear bodywork.
This is
front
the car
bodywork.
that clashed with Delatraz, of course.
Could be damage, or it could be a downforce change as well.
They're slicks.
And it's gone slicks, so perhaps there's a downforce on the
Oh, they're very light cut slicks. Unbelievable.
Back with the leader, who's just done a 2:19.9, but won't be anywhere near that this time around, because obviously it's all traffic dependent these days. As he comes round to complete his 20th lap, as we are 48 minutes into this 6-hour event. Crosses the line and does a 2:21.3, so pretty quick, but nowhere near where he was last time. Then we will wait about 10 seconds until car 2 follows him in Tom Christensen, and then we have another 15-second wait until we see Marco Bononomi in third in car 4.
Andre Lotterer then leading the German, but with plenty of support, so he's not from too far away from around here. He does live in Charleroi.
When he was 19, I think.
Yeah. So he has about 16 different languages and 14 different potential nationalities. Now, there are cut slicks going on to that Oak Racing car.
That's the P1 car, isn't it? That's Bertrand will get the 15. I think Bertrand will probably get out. I don't think he'll do double stint in these conditions. There's no need to. It's not a professional team.
I think he stayed aboard there, Nick.
Really? It's not the slickest of changes. Pardon the pun when they're putting wet tyres on.
Well, again,
as the dance of the single gun goes on.
It is. Bertrand Baguette stays aboard.
BB on the side.
Bertie Breadstick.
Of course. They look relatively happy with that. I don't think it was too bad. Meantime, on board with the third place Marco Bonanomi, who has about 20 seconds between himself and Tom Christensen in second place.
54-second stop for the Rebellion team.
We've just gone past another quarter of an hour, so let's have a look at what's going on in the classes. In GT Arm, Nicola Armindo leads in 24th position overall, and his third best GT car. Fred Markovici, after a drive from zero to hero, spinning away his pole position start on the warm-up lap, right at the beginning of the warm-up lap. He's now, after 50 minutes, back in the lead of the race and pulling away from Mark Lieb in second place. In the P2 category, John Martin leads from pole from Renger van der Zende, now up into second in the 31 Lola. And it's still Lotterer from Christensen at the head of the field as the first of the P1 pit stops brings all hits all day. 102.5 the Dome into the pits.
One quick question, gentlemen. Did Neil Yarney change tyres?
Yes, we saw the cut slicks being prepared.
Because that was a very quick stop against the rest of the stops we've seen.
Very good point, actually.
54 seconds.
Perhaps they decided against doing the cut slicks, so that would be quite brave.
And now we've got the
something I have
13
seen,
car.
sorry, is that actually up to pace now is the HPD, Karen Chandok, at 2:21. So the car is built and actually going on a pace of the petrol cars for the first time all weekend.
In fact, that's better than the pace of most of the petrol cars. A 2:21.911 is very quick indeed from Karen. That's diesel pace at the moment, and quicker than Johnny Kane managed the last time around.
Cut slicks out for the 13 Rebellion, but yes, whether they can actually go on or not, they are changing to cut slicks in the 13, John, so be interesting to see what their pit stop is. It's a really good spot there from Graham. That 54-second stop would imply
he didn't change tyres,
which is ridiculously brave, I think.
Let's wait and see what happens here. Karen Chandok, meanwhile, is about to go by the GT Pro leader and will then be in amongst the LMP2 traffic.
Now, some of our eagle-eyed viewers have noticed that the number 2 Audi of Tom Christensen, as Andre Lotterer does the fastest first sector of all, still to pit, of course, both of those cars with a 38 flat for Lotterer, Tom Christensen 38.4, he's lost the left-hand headlight, and that's not allowed in the rules. However, Audis being Audis, they have day notice strips on them. And I think that probably counts as having a light in the headlight.
Yep.
So I think that is not only a good way for them to spot the car's difference, because that will change colour when he comes into the pit lane, but also...
It'll require a nose change, though, won't it, quite quickly?
Well, you can't afford to let that become a headlight out, because then they will stop you, but only at the next stop. They won't let you go out with it like that.
It is, of course, here very much more a question of being seen than seeing.
At the moment,
although it may change as we've got a
P2 plethora.
3 of them
peeling into the pits.
One of the
P2's peeling the pits.
Gulf Racing Middle East cars. That looks to me like the Murphy Prototypes car, the ADR car, which was leading the way, of course.
Wow, look at this.
Leading the pits now, the Boutson Gignon car, and one of the Lotus Lola Judd Lolas.
And it's coming out.
Neil
fastest middle time of the sector there from Neil Yarney, the man who we don't think changed tyres. He's on a personal fastest and the fastest overall in the middle. So
either they've done the world's most stunning tyre stop, or they've outguessed a lot of them.
Yeah. Well, unless did they start on... No, you wouldn't get a double out of a cut slick. So, well, maybe you would. 2:19 for Andre Lotterer last time. 2:18.6 from Neil Yarney in 6th position.
He must have changed.
Must have changed.
He's got it. I think he's changed.
Cut slicks?
Maybe slicks. Maybe he's gone on to slicks.
But how has he done that pit stop time? Did they short fill him?
It's possible, isn't it? It's possible. That's exactly what they've done. But 54 seconds. Just to clarify here, the next quickest pit stop we've seen from anybody is a 1:13 from one of the LMP2
Here's an
cars.
idea, gentlemen. If they think the track's drying and that the cut slicks are only worth 10 laps, only put 10 laps of fuel in it.
No. It's an extra stop down the pit lane. You lose too much time. And also things can change so quickly here. You do what the conditions that are prevailing at the time say. You particularly when you in the sharp end of the field.
But we'll soon see. We know Beliki in the very similar car went on to cut slicks. He's on his out lap now. Will start a full flying lap next time around.
His stop was 1:57 against 54 seconds for Yarney.
Well, maybe he didn't put tyres on. Maybe he just didn't. let's see if we can get a note down to the Rebellion boys on Twitter and find out if they did change.
It's really, really speeding up now, John. And as Bertrand Baguette's just taken the fastest lap we've seen all the day with a 2:18.236. So it's about, if you're getting a clear run now for a lap on these current conditions, you are starting to eke out some speed. So this definitely must be a case where, when the 4 Audis come in, I don't think they'll be going on to intermediates. I think they're going to go straight on to slicks.
May well be.
Absolutely.
And what is the sky looking like? The answer is very white indeed.
We've
Not
done,
a hint of blue.
we've done 22 damp laps, so it was dry laps. We expect to see the Audi now.
37.8. Lotter is going to be sub 2 minutes 19 this time around. The quickest lap at the moment is a 2:18.2 to Bertrand Baguette.
Now, is that cut slicks for Stracker or is that full slicks as Johnny Kane stays aboard the 21 car? The car fueling now. Let's have a look and see if we can see those tyres. That's a cut slick.
Very light. Very lightly cut.
Very
That's
light.
Lighter than we've seen before.
2:18.615 from Neil Yarney in 6th position, a 2:18.236, as Nick was saying, from Bertrand Baguette, back in 8th at the moment.
And we are seeing the Audis on lap 23.
Lap 23, in comes Lotterer from the lead.
Now, whether they'll all come in this lap or they'll stagger them over 2 or 3 laps, I don't know.
Right, 23 laps then. And here
Number 2 car
comes
comes
Tom
in too.
Christensen.
He's gone.
I'm quite right, that headlamp is out.
Now, will they change the nose? The guys go. Now, that's a
slick.
slightly heavier cut slick than we've seen for somebody like, say, Stracker, as Christensen pulls in behind the already stationary number 1. A magic middle sector.
Magic lap.
For Olivier Pla.
2:18.627 from a P2 car.
Yeah, it's
that's
must we be repaired? Audi have been told they're going to have to change the nose on the number 2 car. It will not be allowed to go, and I'm not sure they've realised that yet. They're just cleaning it up. We've just seen the note come up. They'll be being told.
They've got there was a nose there in the opening of the garage, John, but they won't be able to do that, of course, until tyre stop is underway anyway. But no sign of that nose coming out.
Neil Yarney did not change.
Hand side headlight must be repaired. Left hand side headlight must be repaired.
And that is the clerk of the course saying that. The race director just heard from Rebellion. Thanks, guys. I think that must have come from Sam Smith of Lola, that the 12 did not change tyres.
Wow, amazing. But interestingly, if you look at the 2 Ultra Audis, of course, we're carrying 2 litres more of fuel. They've managed to get an extra lap.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
the car, the 2 car, now they do it. Now they go for.
I don't think they were expecting to
I
have
don't
to
think
do
so.
that, guys. And I've got to say, that's a pretty harsh implementation of that rule. They've still got a headlight on that car. There's still a light on that car. It might not be a
I'm not sure
headlight.
it was showing, John. I'm not sure it was showing. I think they'd lost power to that side.
To the day. No, well, this is costing Christensen, the pole sitting car, a huge amount of time as the replacement
Here they go.
nose goes on from the Audi Sport, the Yoast mechanics. The quick clasps go on the front, and then there's a couple of Allen keys to tidy that down.
And would it fire up there with the light is the question.
Well, it's been allowed to go, and it's
No,
still
it's
not got the
not.
light
Still not
on.
on.
Still not got the light on. That's a wiring issue or a fuse box issue, and not a nose issue. Now, I'm surprised that the official let that car go. We saw at Le Mans a few years ago, didn't we? An ACO official standing in front of Tom Christensen with his hand out to stop him. I'm not sure he would have been strong enough if the Dane had decided to drop the
It's
clutch.
hard. You're right. It's got that middle strip of slight light. It's not lights themselves. So he's gone out, but he's going to come back straight back in again and get an
afraid he
ECU
is.
change.
Well, they might allow him to go to the next stop with that. But as I say, they've got the day notice strip still there.
It's on.
Report
It's
immediate.
on.
It's on.
It's on.
It's on now.
It's on now. I wonder if it's only on full beam. And they've told him to put it on full beam.
Very good call, John. Yes. He's going to blind everyone now.
Now, see, that's what it. That's not. Yes, he's got it on full beam because it's both sides of the headlights that will lift. Now that we can see the Ultra coming in
So
with the
that's
flashing
marching
red.
out, which means Marco Bononomi leads the race with a 2:18.9 as the team manager for car 2 is called to see clerk of the course.
Well, that is for the headlight. And that's slicks. Slicks for the Ultra. Slicks for the diesel. So now we heard earlier on, Nick was telling us how we heard last night as the drinks bottle designed by the Progressive guys in Brackley. Very clever system that is. We've heard how the diesel cars and the e-tron Quattro don't debrief together, so there is a certain sense of difference between those two.
They got an extra lap of fuel as well, and in fact they got an extra lap for Marco Bonomi number 4 car. So in fact they've gone 2 laps longer than the.
And he leads now, of course.
Ultra. Marco takes that lead. We're seeing some cracking time. The 2:18 from Sohaari, the P2 car, now has the fastest lap of the day. Sorry, 2:16. Sorry, 7:70. So as it drives out.
2:16.1 for Baz Linders as well.
Okay, so well, you want a P2 car? These big things are pointless.
Amazing.
The nimbleness is obviously making up for the brute power at the moment.
Well, it is the middle sectors that they're getting the best time in, as out then goes the number 3 of Mark Genet.
And meantime, battle for 4th place underway on track, and it's between Neil Yarney, who is catching Tom Christensen, for 4th place overall.
And they've both made their first pit stops, of course, so they're on the same strategy as we're on the hour mark.
That's because Neil Yarney took less than a minute for his pit stop, whereas Tom Christensen took over 2 minutes.
And he's still on his original tyres.
Absolutely amazing. If that can last a full second stint, that's genius strategy from Rebellion.
So Marco Bonomi, unfortunately, a rather slow in lap, hasn't he? He had a very bad first sector, 41.4. He struggles on his last lap of these old tyres, but we are literally about to be an hour down, John, and you can't say we've lacked for action so far, but no safety car.
Well, I was just about to say,
no
congratulations to everybody out there in very, very tricky conditions and very mixed traffic as well, as the number 4 car comes down pit lane now for the final Audi pit stop of the first.
And Lotterer is on a tear. 2 purple sectors in 1 and 2. He is going to be somewhere under 2:16 for the first time in the race in the number 1 car. He will resume the lead as we finish this run of first pit stops for the prototypes, and Fred Makovicky he'll be due in shortly. In fact, we've started the GT pit stops as well. 2:10.1.
Just the 6 seconds off then.
Wow. 2:10.1 for Lotterer, and what did he put on? He put cut slicks.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm just trying to work out what's happened in the GT category. We've started the pit stops there, I think.
Fred Makovicky has not come in yet. He at the
No,
moment.
Neither is Fizzy, so that's why we've lost Lieb, who must have come in.
Mendo still out. Fisichella still out.
See the blue flashing around the outside of the headlamp there. That denotes that it is the number 4 car.
And it will be Lotterer to lead the way next time around.
Now, how about this for a bold move? Neil Yarney started the race on intermediate tyres, and he's gone through to double stint intermediates. That's why he was slow at the start. He's managed those tyres in the difficult conditions. That is awesome driving by the Swiss man.
But
stall from Bonomi.
But Neil is struggling now. Looking at the lap time this time around, it may be traffic, but his sector time is going right out just at the moment.
Baguette is the only person who's really pushing to 2:13, which he has the 17 from Bourdais in the petrol car, and the HPD of Johnny Kane is a 2:18.
Oh!
So Bertrand Baguette, who's really mastering his conditions.
Now
that's the P2 leader. That's damage for the P2 leader.
Yeah, and he hit
One fell by Proton cars.
I think that was the Mark Lieb car, and I wonder if that's why Lieb's car has slowed down. Let's have a quick look and see if he's pitted yet. But that was the P2 leader, and Lieb has indeed pitted now.
And he's blue in the first 2 sectors.
Yeah, so he has not got any damage. So the P2 leader then with...
I think, John, that was actually the 88 car, because Mark is further around the track. I think that was actually Christian Reed with that contact, because Mark is about to complete the lap. Christian is about halfway round.
Yeah, and John Martin's dropped down to 3rd in that pit stop cycle, and after that incident.
A longer pit stop for ADR Delta than the 2 cars ahead, so Yari. Let's see whether or not that incident affects him. It looked like he lost a dive plane there.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
2:12 seems to be roughly the kind of order of the day for Audis at the moment. 2:12.9 for Andre Lotterer last time around. Tom Christensen is now the man on a tear. 36.9 seconds for the first sector on his lap. What's that? 26.
Now we need to keep an eye on Christensen's lights. Christensen's dropped down to 3rd, of course, now in the e-tron Quattro, because he had to hang around for a little bit longer.
Now, interesting, what also happened is during those stops is that Marc Genet in the number 3 Ultra gained a huge advantage over Marco Bononomi. He was 8 seconds behind when they started to shuffle through, and now he's 9 seconds ahead. So staying out those extra couple of laps obviously cost Marco dear as the track dried out so quickly.
Yeah, and that is purely lap time, because the pit stop time, 1:25 and 1:28, well, there's 3 seconds between them, but that's not enough to make that difference. Okay, here we are then. We've done the first hour. Lotterer leads, as he has done from lap 3, by something like a minute now, over his teammate Marc Genet in second place. Tom Christensen's dropped down to third after a nose change on that car that hasn't really solved the headlight problem, although having it on full beam seems to keep that left-hand headlamp on. He's another 3 seconds behind Marc Genet and about 5 seconds ahead of Marco Bononomi. Audi's 1, 3, 2 and 4 lead from, in fourth place, the best of the petrels, P1 Bis, the number 12 Rebellion Lola. Neil Yarney doing a cracking job. Started on Inters and it's paid off. 2:17.3 for him last time around. We need to keep an eye on that lap time. Just a 54-second stop with no tyres then, going into a second stint on intermediates. In fifth place, Johnny Kane for Stracker Racing is another half minute behind Neil Yarney. Then Sebastian Bourdais in the Pescarolo Dome. In 7th and 8th, it's Bertrand Baguette for Oak Racing in the 15 car, and he's right up the tailpipes of Bourdais again, just a second or so between them, and he's got about 20 seconds on Andrea Bellicchi, who's the last of the P1 cars running in order. In 10th then, Soyela Yari leads and seems to be suffering, leads P2, and seems to be suffering no ill effects from that ding with a GT car that took off the left front dive plane a few moments ago at La Source. 2:23.1 for Soyel last time around in the Orica number 49. 2:27.5 for Baz Linders, but John Martin charging back through the field for Orica number 25, 2:15.7. In fourth place, Olivier Pla for Morgan. The 24 car is another 30 seconds further back. In GT, Fred Makiavicki still owes us a stop. So despite charging through the field, having spun the pole away on the warm-up lap, he's still leading, and he's leading by some margin now as the pit stops have started. We're going to have to look to see where Mark Lieb is when Makiavicki comes in, because he's the first car who stopped in the GT Pro ranks. And in the GT AMS, it's Ferrari number 81, Marco Ciocci of AF Corsa, who leads that run.
I wonder, John, whether or not Fred Makiavicki, this may explain both the spin and his recovery, started on Inters. Because the difference in pace between him and the other Ferraris was profound, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a very good point.
Doesn't explain how he's getting so much more mileage, though. He's doing really well at the moment.
Marco Bononomi is creeping back up to the Ultra of the Quattro of Christensen. He's gained 2 seconds the last lap. But Marc Genet is putting his own personal best for the 2:12, and we're seeing Sebastian Bourdais now with the fastest middle sector with the dome, backed up with his own personal best in the first sector.
Well, so it's Bourdais and Baguette having a great battle for 7th and 8th in the dome and the yoke.
I think at the moment as well, guys, the Neil Yarney throw of the dice is beginning not to pay off, because his lap time was going right out. 2:21.4 for Neil last time around.
Yeah, and
the
he's
slowest of the four behind him is a 2:15. The quickest a 2:14 last time around from Bertrand Baguette. 2:09, 9:05 for Sebastian Bourdais. Fastest lap of the race from the dome, the Pescarolo team dome. Sebastian trying to get onto terms with Johnny Kane ahead of him, but 2:09 is astonishing.
As in comes the AF Corsa number 71 Ferrari, and that car is on the second page of our timing and comes in.
That's way back if we go.
33rd. Olivier Beretta hasn't had an easy first run then, has he, gents?
That's
well
out.
down there.
We've just seen an in again, so I think there must be a problem there. But we were watching the car going in, unless that was actually leaving the pits.
Oh, so that's very odd.
Moving out. That
he is actually still third in the Pro category, in fairness, because everyone else has had problems. Fourth in the Pro category. Adrian Fernandez and the Aston Martin has not yet reappeared, don't forget, to that gearbox problem that we saw early on.
Christensen taking 3 different classes of car there around the outside.
You can do that when you've run Le Mans 8 times. So, was that the... No. It was the 81 car. It was Marco Ciocci who pits from what is third in the GT combined and leading the amateur class when he came into the pit lane.
2:08.430 now from Marc Genet. in his pursuit of the leader, Andre Lotterer. That fastest lap of the race so far goes back to a diesel car. The number 3 car, second position overall.
But it's interesting that now the car is drying out again. That marked advantage for the Quattro is disappearing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Now it's that extra front grip really does pay dividends when it gets pretty damn damp. And we're looking down. Look, Johnny Kane has done
Slicks
two personal
now.
best.
Got to be Slicks, hasn't
Sebastian
it?
Bourdais,
Yes, Slicks.
there's a lot of personal. It's drying slowly though. We had that kind of sudden jump, didn't we, from about 2:19 to 2:12 today. But of course, the dry times we're looking for are 2:02 for the Audis and sort of 2:04, 2:05 for the petrol cars.
Still has to be said, still damp out there in several places, and very grey day at the back of the circuit. Fastest first sector of the race so far, though, to Marc Genet. He's the man charging just now.
Oh, don't do that to me. Bars and tone in the middle of a 6-hour race is not what I want to see. We have Lotterer then on a 2:10, 2:08.4. Fastest lap of the race from Marc Genet last time around.
And going quicker again this time around, I think, John. We'll have a look at the second sector time here.
How interesting is this as we watch the replay here of Christensen making that pass that Nick was talking about? But how interesting is it that the two-wheel drive cars are now coming back at the part-time Quattros?
Well, at this point, obviously, the cars, once they hit 120 kilometres, are no longer grip limited.
Neil Yarney's in the pits. The gamble has not paid off for the number 12 Rebellion.
It nearly did, though, didn't it? If they just kept this track a little bit wetter, that would have been. If it was just a dab of rain, and that would have been absolutely
If only there
genius
wasn't a hosepipe ban.
Certainly well worth the spin, wasn't it? There.
I think it's not necessarily when the whole thing rubs out. You know, a safety car. It might still end up being that the track position they gain by doing that might be an advantage. But yeah, I mean, tank slap, another tank slapper.
71.
It's interesting because what John's been saying the whole time this weekend is that brake bias has been too far to the rear. Now, I'm not sure why people are doing this or whether they're getting caught out as it dries and they're trying to be too greedy. I don't know.
Vicky, meanwhile, pits in the previously leading GTE Pro luxury racing car. Mark Lieb regains the lead in GTE Pro.
As I said.
As Karen Chandok, meanwhile, having made his pit stop, is up into the top 20 overall and getting in amongst the P2s now.
Now, that's interesting because, of course, Mark Yavicki got to the head of the field on pace and he's now given it up on pace to Lieb, who went in earlier, and I suspect he changed onto full slicks, and those extra laps that he's had on the full slicks as to whatever tyres Fred Mackwell, whether they were full wets or cut slicks, that's made the difference, and he's regained the lead. Marino Franchitti reminds us that Genet's on full slicks. The others are on cut slicks at the Audis at the head of the field, and Genet's making use of them at the moment. Although Tom Christensen puts in a 2:10.4 for to be the fastest of the Audis last time around. They're separated by 1 minute and 12 seconds, and there's almost a full minute between first and second at the moment.
But between second and fourth, it's less than 20 seconds, John.
So less than 15 seconds, yeah.
The big battle we're about to see hopefully very soon is Bertrand Baguette will catch up with Sebastian Bourdais. Both had traffic affected laps and dropped off their ultimate pace, but Andrea Beliki now is the flyer within the petrol class. He's about to put in a personal best. It will be significantly faster than a 2:13. He has two fastest first sectors, as we see Marc Genet again ace sector with the purple, which is the fastest we've seen so far in the race in the middle, as the track dries slowly after its sudden sprint down to the 2:12, 2:14 times. Nick Heidfeld's in the car as well for the first time I can remember this weekend.
Just leaving the pits. Just leaving the pits now, Nick Heidfeld joining the fun. And he celebrates with the fastest second sector of that car's race so far, a 62.9. It's a little off the overall pace, but let's see how quickly Nick can get down to pace there.
Leaky 12.4, Kane 12 flat, and then Bonomi in the all-conquering diesel 11.5. So at the moment, the diesels are getting no further ahead, but they made their progress initially and early. I mean, you wonder where they are and where they could go in their ultimate pace, and I expect they're probably working to pretty much try and hit this average time. Watch out for traffic. Let's get through to its full dry.
It really is. Game of motoring chess again, isn't it, gentlemen? As we've got it's the 29 car again, the Gulf Racing Middle East car. 28 car seems to have got his act together, though, with a 2:15.6 in P2 there. That's the first time I've seen that car do anything competitive.
Right, I need to get my head around what's going on in GT here, gentlemen, because for so many races, the GT battle is the one we need to keep our eyes on. And if we split them up into Pro now, Mark Lieb leads.
Convincingly.
And by a long way, 36 seconds between himself and Jamie Mello, who's now in second place in the pro category from Giancarlo Fisichella, who's another 11 seconds further back in third. Beretta is not even on the same lap anymore as those two. Armindo from Matt Griffin in the AM category. But of course, that is the individual class battle. If we look at the GTs as a whole, what we have is Mark Lieb in 22nd position overall as the best of the GT cars. And I'm pretty certain it's going to be an AM car, isn't it?
No, it's Jamie Mello.
Oh, no, it's Jamie Mello is there. So that is a real time now. Armindo's dropped right back then.
Yeah.
He's lost a minute.
Longer pit stop, but only 10 seconds. You say that doesn't count for it, but...
it must have been the tyres.
Again, changing the tyres at the right time.
It's been critical of this first kind of part of the race.
We hear so many times about not necessarily, you know, what tyres you take at your next stop, whether it's slicks or wets or cuts, inters if you like. Obviously, that's important. But when do you make the change?
And that's pretty certain. That's the discussion we just saw Fred Macko having on the pit wall there with Luxury Racing's racing.
You left me out too long.
I'm sort of Striker appeared to have absolutely aced it, because they've got Johnny Kane out now in a 17-second gap ahead of the next petrol car, and he's doing the competitive times. Once Yarni's gamble had seemingly failed, it may well still play out.
Yep.
We've left with a Striker car that's very happily on its own in splendid isolation, leading the petrol teams.
Yeah, at the moment, Nick Heidfeld has not made an impact at his first flying lap. We'll give him a chance yet, I'm sure, but actually at the moment quicker than him, and now ahead of him on the road is the leading LMP2 car, Sahil Yari, and the 49 Picon Racing, Orica Nissan, 2:13.7, so Nick Heidfeld's 2:15.5. This race has got an awful lot more to throw at us. The only GT car at the moment on the first timing screen, Mark Lieb, with that convincing lead now for the Feldmeier Proton Porsche. Jamie Mello is being caught at the moment by Giancarlo Fisichella, and car 13, the Rebellion. That is Andrea Bellicchi, currently sitting in 8th. He gets a stop-and-go penalty for, we can only presume, a pit lane infringement.
It will be something in the pit lane. It may be a speeding, it may be a too many people job. But that's very, very bad luck at this early stage. That's going to put them back a huge amount. But Bellicchi was at the back of the petrol group behind Baguette, Bourdais and Kane. And it's violation of Article 62.2, John. They're telling us why he's been given the ban. It's a stop and go for a violation of Article 62.2.
Right.
Let's just guess that's speeding the pit lane, shall we?
I'm guessing that's speeding the pit. I'm guessing that may have actually been too many hands on.
Attention on the pit wall, car 13, stop and go penalty for having provoked the jump start in the start of the race.
For having what at the start?
A jump start. So it couldn't start under. Right, it didn't start under. That's quite. They're not happy with that one normally.
No.
That'll be a minute.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that one for you. Meantime, Marc Genet is making hay while the sun doesn't shine here. Fastest first sector of the race overall for Marc, but that time 36.3 matched immediately by Andre Lotterer. The pace is coming along again.
I'm wondering whether they just forgot to disconnect the auxiliary battery, because you know when they come in, they plug it in, don't they? And they earth the car. And then when they actually go to start, they disconnect the both and off they go. If they forgot to disconnect it, they're going, oh, you used the battery. You didn't actually use it, but it just looks like it.
It looks like you did.
Because there's no way they would have started the car with a jump start, because they know what would have happened. They'd have wheeled it back, worked out what was wrong and started. So that may have been simple finger trouble in taking the battery out.
Could have been, in which case I'm sure Bart Hayden, one of his merry men, will be down to have a chat rapidly. Meantime, a new fastest lap of the race goes to Marc Genet. Slick tyres, as I was saying a little earlier on the number 3 Audi, the R18 Ultra, 208.305. Brings him just a little closer again to Andre Lotterer.
Just underlining, by the way, what a big community we are part of here, whether you're watching or listening on the internet, radiolemans.com, or on the FIA WEC website, or via the variety of syndicated TV around the world. We've got listeners and viewers far afield as New Zealand and Australia. I know that Rick Dole is listening in the US. Hello, Rick. You're missing a cracker here, mate, although you would have got wet earlier this week. No surprise there. It's good to see and hear so many of you getting in touch at Radio Le Mans and at Specutainment on Twitter, and also on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective, the forums on radiolemans.com. Keep that coming.
Can we say a good day to Neil Cunningham? I think we should, John.
Absolutely.
One of our favourite Kiwis. Neil, of course, a very popular part of the international sports car racing community until very recently. And news breaking over the last couple of days of his current health issues. Brave man, Neil, and we miss him greatly in the pit lane here. We're thinking of you, Neil.
Yeah, a man who's packed an awful lot into life, and our thoughts are with you, Neil, that you'll be able to carry on doing that for a long time to come, mate. Now, there's a little incident between the 77 Felbermeyer Porsche and the 23 Signatech Nissan.
It's Olivier Lombard still at the wheel of that car.
I don't think there was contact there, gentlemen. I think
no.
Olivier Lombard did absolutely all he can to get onto
very good.
onto the curb on the right-hand side.
Oddly, that was a change for position.
Yes, because he's fighting back.
Guess which car spun?
Is it 29 car by any chance?
Could be. Oh yes, look at this.
But they're going to have to
Is that all
black
the drivers?
flag that car.
Is that still Delatras in the car? No, it can't be. Didn't we get him out?
I'll just have a quick look and see.
As Marc Genet goes down into the 207s.
It is
Oh,
Jean
goodness
Denis.
me. There's
That's
a lot
more
of...
problems for 43, isn't it?
207.714 for Genet. That's him around. That gap, lead gap now down to 50.2 seconds. As we look down the timing and scoring screens, who's quick? They all are. But some quicker than others, of course.
There are confident predictions on Twitter from a number of sources that Genet will lead the race by the end of this stint.
No.
Well, he would if he was in an e-tron, but I don't think he will because he's not.
He's making up 3 seconds a lap, and he's got 50 seconds to make up, and that, even by my maths, is 16, 17 laps without traffic, and they're 10 laps into this stint.
Dear me, we just saw an in-car shot from one of the e-trons and was catching the GT cars ahead of him at a terrifying rate, just as one pulled out to overtake the other. So hopefully the brakes are good on that.
Well, it's regenerating at the same time, it's fine. His flywheel's spinning away. Oh!
That looked like a police chase video. Murphy prototype green in the middle of that 3 prototype sandwich there, and
It's Jody Firth at the
Jody
moment with
Firth
that
with
car.
the bright fluorescent yellow helmet. The bright fluorescent orange one is that of Warren Hughes that you'll see in that car.
Jody will be happily bouncing his baby on his knee when he gets home and saying, I was doing battle on track with that Nick Hardfield. I was. Jody, of course, previous British GT class champion.
That's not for position there.
Now, it's interesting. This is Hardfield's first experience of going around Spa and overtaking people in, 20 years. So he was looking quite reticent, actually, at some points. As number 13 comes in to serve its stop-go. I wonder how long that stop-go will
Now,
be.
where is the penalty box here?
That's the first question, is it?
It's at the pit out. It's at pit out.
So we'll keep an eye on that one.
The Audi mechanics have been making some changes to the overhead gantries on the number 1
It did say
car.
stop go, not stop hold. Did it not?
That's just a drive-through, is it? That wasn't a stop. He didn't stop. He just drove through.
Well, there was nobody to stop him.
But hang on a minute. Actually, no. The penalty box must, in which case, pit in.
But he didn't stop,
He
did he?
didn't stop.
Well, I didn't see the beginning of the pit lane.
Oh,
Well,
right at the beginning, you mean?
But it's got to be in the pit
No, he's
lane,
in
though.
trouble now already.
Yeah, I don't think he stopped there.
He did a 23-second run. That's just a pit run. That's
More than a slap wrist.
not good because they're going to pull him in again. He'll lose the time he lost for that one and lose the time again. That's not very clever. And I'm wondering whether it may well be, John, that he actually didn't know where it was. I was expecting to see a man waving him in, which in fairness often happens in these races. And he didn't, so he just trundled through and went, oh, bottoms.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, Rebellion's tactical triumph turns to tactical tragedy. Neil Yarney there in the garage.
Live from Spa, Graham Goodwin speaking there. Before that, Nick Damon. I'm John Hindorf. If you are just joining us, welcome along to full 6-hour uninterrupted coverage here on RadioLeMans.com and via a number of syndications on TV, on internet streams, and of course on radio. And we are watching Andre Lotterer fighting back a little bit last time around with his fastest lap of the race at 2:09.529 in the e-tron. But his lead is being eaten into fairly consistently by 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds a lap by Marc Genet.
More than that last time, John. The lead was down to 45 seconds. I think that was probably that move we saw not happen by the 2 GT cars. We've got another LMP1 car held up behind a couple of GT cars as Karen Chandok tries to get by the Krone Racing Ferrari and also the 77 car, the GTE Pro leader. And does that just now, but 2:07.574 this
another
time.
fastest lap for Mark.
It's 44.2 now, the gap.
Tom Christensen's got the hurry up, but that with personal best in the first and the second as they begin to take advantage of this ever-drying surface.
Just going to take my headset off and pick up that big 4x2 bit of wood that I was beating you around the head with, and I'm going to go and find Sam Smith of Lola and hit him. Neil Yarney started on wets, continued on wets, and then they got chewed up, and that's why he came in.
Right.
He claims he was given the wrong information from the team, but I'm about to go and hit him with a piece of wood.
That's fair enough. It couldn't happen to a nicer bloke.
What, the hitting or the...
Neither.
And good luck to York City, who are playing in the playoffs to get into the Football League on
It was
Monday.
at Mansfield, isn't it?
Yeah, they're playing second leg against Mansfield.
Both tickets have been sold.
Both?
Yeah. And good luck to all you Liverpool fans trying to get by train to Wembley.
Yeah. Complaints on a postcard to the
Graham
FA.
Goodwin.
The FA, you didn't tell us you were changing the kick-off time, so we didn't stop the engineering works.
Karen Chandok's just on a 2:09.2.
He's getting the hang of this, isn't he?
And the only reason he hasn't gone quicker this lap was he was stuck in traffic, but that's a very, very good time. It shows that HPD, whatever was wrong with it before, is not, and they've got a handle on it. And secondly, it shows that Karen has not been affected by what is probably the worst feeling you can have, which is bidding the car on the outlap.
Yep.
2:09.2 for Tom, 2:07.5 for Mark in second, and Andre Lotter did a 2:10.4, 2:11 Marco Bonomi, 2:12. The Audis once again do have 2 seconds in their pockets over the petrol cars, which can do a 2:10, 2:12. P2s.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness me! And now that wasn't Delatraz's fault. In fairness, he had nowhere to go there, and did a pretty good job. For that may be the only time you hear me say that.
For all the right and the wrong reasons, Gulf are getting a lot of value out of that paint scheme today.
Aren't they just? I bet he loves roller coasters, John Delatraz. It seems to be a thrill ride every time we get to a corner.
Well, someone did say there are some issues with the setup of that car.
Just to show the difference, by the way, guys, that traffic can really make, as Nick Heidfeld puts in the fastest middle sector of the race so far. They're now 9th placed, 12 Rebellion Toyota. We talked about Karen Chandok putting in a 2:09. He got mixed up with those the two GT cars, a 2:15, 6 seconds slower, with one issue with traffic.
Yeah, I mean, the time gets eaten away. If you're following a GT car around the corners, you are losing. You're probably doing, what, 2/3 the speed you should be doing? You know, these are big, heavy cars with no downforce against what is basically, you know, a full-on, you know, racing car with huge amounts of downforce. But the faster it goes, the faster it can go. As the 13 has now served his stop-go penalty from the stop-go box.
Well, we'll see how long that stop and hold was.
Well, we know it's 23 seconds to drive down, which is add 23 seconds to it.
Exactly so.
But that is a wasted 23 seconds. Well, more than that with the speeding up and slowing down. So that's
The pit wall, car 13 will come again in through the pits in order to do a stop and go in front of his garage as regulated in Article 55.
Well, it's a 29-second stop, and I think he's just done that, actually. I think he's just done that.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit delayed from race control.
Okay.
So he went in, stopped, came out again. 29 seconds.
So 2:09.181, the fastest time of the race so far for the number 12 Rebellion Lola Toyota. That's Nick Heidfeld's time last time around, and his lap 35.
That car running in 8th, 4th in the petrol class, behind Johnny Kay in the HPD, who's still sitting with a very pleasant 15 or so second lead in that from Sebastian Bourdais, who's beginning to eke out a lead from Seabass, who had from Bertie Biget, who began to get closer to him, but now is, you know, way away. In fact, Johnny Kane is 10 seconds over Bourdais, and in fact we're waiting for Biget to come through. Biget's dropped way back from when he was just a couple of seconds behind Sebastian when they came out from that last stage. Nick Heidfeld further back as the 4th of the petrol cars.
And in GT, it is Mark Lieb that leads for Ferrari. Goodness me, slap me with a bit of wood. Mark Lieb that leads for Porsche, ahead of Jamie Mello in second place. Work continues on what had been the class-leading Aston Martin. And there is the drive belt that I was talking about earlier, being taken out from the back of the car, but that's more than that. Fisichella's in third, another 7 seconds further back. Mark Lieb, as we have another stop-go penalty, time.
That's for the Murphy Prototypes car. That's the car we were talking about just a while ago with Jody Firth. Bad news there for the Irish.
That's 71.1, which hopefully they'll come and explain to on the radio in a second.
I shall turn up the race director so that we get that noise. That's good.
Violation of Article 71.1.1.
I'd like to just take a moment to just say well done so far to the Pecan Racing team. Sahil Ayari consistently now in the top 10 and consistently amongst, if not the quickest in the class. 9th overall for the P2 leader. The second place car, Bas Linders, 2 positions back on the track, 2:12.6.
John having an exciting time just listening to the Corvette.
There's just not much better than that, is there?
No.
Certainly sounds better than that Ferrari on board.
Yes, that's a very... There's clearly some electric...
Sounds like a washing machine.
Stop and go penalty, car 48. Stewart's decision 16 in violation of Article 71.1.1.
Which is?
Mistranslation of the rule book. So John now needs to go find out what 71.1.1 is. P2 seeing a lot of blues. There's some 12s. There's a 212 from
212s, actually.
Sohari. And I just want to say that no one doubts Sohari's pace.
No.
It's the temperament that can be the
Yes.
issue. But today he's hanging it all together.
Cost Henri Pescarolo the opportunity of a win at Le Mans in the year when we were in the in-between years of the regulations, when he hit everything except the safety car.
And I gather has not had a Christmas card from Henri and Maddie since.
So people who have hit the safety car, Nick Heidfeld's here, he hit the safety car. And one of them was hit a fire truck, so it's possible.
Jody Firth battling with Jack Clark here. Now that is a battle for position, the 2 dark coloured prototypes, the black and orange one as they come down to the bottom of the hill in traffic at the moment, and Jody Firth having to serve a penalty shortly, but he'll want to try and get by that. And behind them, looking to see what else might be coming through and whether they're on the same lap. No, they're not, but certainly those 2 open top prototypes now heading back onto the old part of the circuit as we have steaming wets on a Gulf car, and that's the Oak Racing Pescarolo
That's the P1 car.
P1 car. They're going to slicks. They're going to slicks as well. Pitting out of 7th position for Baguette.
Nick Heidfeld, meanwhile, goes through a 2:08.906, much the fastest time so far for that car.
And any petrol.
And any petrol, and put in the fastest middle sector of the race for any car at all.
Jody Firth in the pits. Jody Firth in the pits. I'm not sure whether his was affected by the fact that one of the... How was that Heidfeld? Yes, it was Heidfeld. Just basically cut the chicane at the end of the lap there. No, Jody had committed to it already. Heidfeld missed his braking
So
point.
he's now going to serve his stop go. Is it a simple stop and go?
It is.
No, there's a hold. There's a hold as well.
I don't think it is. He's got the green side of the board down there. He just can't get it refired. I think he stalled it there. So that was 4 or 5 seconds longer than it needed to be for Jody Firth.
He'll be very irritated with himself with that, won't he?
Well, of course, it may not be his penalty either, if you see what I
33
mean.
seconds. That's 6 seconds off what he could have done it in from previously. Back on board with the Corvette. Number 50, the Labrador competition machine.
And that's, of course, one of the runners in. It's running in close contention, actually, with its team car, the 70 car. And I think they are running. It's actually nose to tail there for 4th in GTE Am between the 2 Corvettes, the 50 car leading Frankie Montecalvo and the 58 luxury racing car from Jean-Christophe Belloc, and the second, the 70 Corvette from Labrador competition.
More American V8 here from the 50 car. Down to Pouon. Feather the throttle, balance it in the middle of the corner. Now flat. Oh no, not yet. Now, see, I'd have been off there.
And that's Elton Julian going by on his recovery run after that delay earlier for the Greaves Motorsport car.
Here comes the dome. No, it's not. It's a Golf. It's one of the 29, 28. This could be a problem.
It's the 28 car.
We haven't seen him on camera where something hasn't happened so far.
That's Stefan Johansson, and he's currently running 7th in LMP2. And he's catching Jack Clark at the moment in the 45 car, the Boots and Gignon, Orica Nissan.
Signatech goes past our camera car.
Michael Booth says Rule 71.1 is to do with starting drivers. In P2 and GTE AM, you have to use the driver who qualified.
Yes. Did Jody Firth not qualify then?
No, he didn't.
No, Hughesy did.
That's a very odd basic error.
Warren did start the race, didn't he?
Apparently not.
I'm pretty certain Warren's on the list to start that race.
Perhaps he didn't in the end. Interesting.
What car number am I looking for, guys?
48.
So we go across start finish now with the car 50, the Labrador competition machine.
No.
Geordie Firth was listed as the starting driver. Whether he did or he didn't, it would seem that he probably did. No, he did. Because I remember saying there's Geordie Firth, he's good in the wet when I was on the PA.
There you go.
So
And,
this is a mystery, this one.
What's a mystery?
Why have they got to stop go?
they'd have got away with it if it was those pesky kids.
No, Warren qualified the car and Geordie started it.
Warren did qualify the car.
Yes.
But they announced that, which was the wrong thing to announce, because they obviously didn't. I assume, therefore, the rules must be different in the European series, but I didn't think they were.
It's only for P2 and AM.
Oh, and that's a near touch between between Jody Firth and number 1 car, the leading car. Jody, I think, rather braked himself there.
Only for P2 and
Yes.
GTM, don't
Yes.
forget.
I made
Because
that-
Graham raised an eyebrow when
exactly why.
Christensen
Yes.
started the Audi and didn't say anything because he may want to eat in the Audi hospitality
If you read the rules, as I did prior to Sebring for the Nick explains all about it. It's as clear as mud because one rule says one thing, and then it counteracts itself about 4 rules later. Despite the fact that I have to say the WEC website is brilliant because you can find everything, and it's on French on one side and English on the other.
Fantastic.
Don't forget, you always defer to the French if there's any.
Anything. So moving on, the Sebastian Bourdais has done his fastest lap at 2:09.3, but Nick Heidfeld, who's flying in that car now, 2:08, showing some of that real quick Nick speed we were hoping to see.
There you go.
He's got that rebellion going faster than anything else. He's now beginning. He's still unfortunately a minute back from Sebastian, who is only 7 seconds on Johnny Kane. So Sebastian is eking back. That 15-second lead is now down to 7.
Meantime, by the
but
way,
we are getting close to the second set of pit stops in the next 5 laps or so.
yeah, first to second is down to just under 39 seconds. So quite right, Nick. He's not going to get by him on pace in this stint.
3 seconds the last time around.
Absolutely.
What's happening with the Starworks cars?
It was
a number
on
of people
fire.
asking me that Emma
Oh,
L.
that's a clash. That's a hit between the ADR Delta Orica Nissan, and I think that was Karen Chandok up the inside.
That's John Martin spinning the car around and getting it back to pointing the right direction.
And that
Let's come
was
back
the
to that.
that was the third placed car.
Is that Karen coming up the inside?
It is.
Oh, Karen, no. I think he might be getting a penalty for that one.
Avoidable accident, that one. He just there's nowhere for John to go really at that point.
There was certainly debris from that accident, I suspect, from the front end.
Probably turning vanes.
Yeah.
Right, the 44 HPD is still in the pits, and it has been since lap 14. This is at EM Cubed, Emma L. I wish the TV coverage would show us how the Starworks boys are getting on. Not very well, I'm afraid. They had a fire in the early part
My
of running.
guess is turbo, my guess is terminal.
I think so.
And it looked engine related. There were flames coming out of both exhaust pipes,
flames.
Emma, and it wasn't very pretty.
Another fast lap for Mark Genet, but without doing a single fastest sector.
Absolutely,
So he's been
2:07.
clever, isn't it?
That's the fastest lap of the race so far, a 2:07.560 for Mark. That means a full, 4.2 seconds out of the leader's time. The gap now under 35 seconds.
Remember, Lotterer is on cut slicks, Genet is on slicks. Christensen cut slits, Bononomi on...
That's
That's luxury,
No, that's
Fred.
luxury racing.
That's
That's
Fred's
Fred.
car.
That's
Jamie
59.
Mello. Jamie Mello must be. It's the pro luxury
the
racing
Pro.
car.
It's
It's
the
Jamie
59
Mello.
car. This is the car that led the GTE class, and he's stuck there.
And that's crabbing when he tried to fire it up.
And it's gone in sideways, Nick.
It may well actually got tyres underneath the front end of that car. There
He could
goes.
be all right. He's okay. He's sided in. I think he can get away with that. Is he just understeered off?
No, he's got a right rear problem on that car. That wheel is not going to stay on there, I don't think.
Now, we just saw there a Gulf liveried Oak Pescarolo in the garage. That has to be the 24 car, the car that Olivier Pla led the class with.
He's back with work on the rear end, so that's not a murk of a moment either. So the action again is, as we come to the second set of pit stops for the prototypes, it's again all over the shop. We've seen some accidents, we've seen some incidents, and we've also seen some people go off. But we need to see what happened to Mello. Did he jump or was he pushed off
I
there?
don't know. Absolutely. But as we've got Baz Linders now pits. That will be from second. Ayari, the lead car in LMP2, already in pit lanes. The first 2 cars in that class battle, both on pit lane right now. John Martin
Damage
goes
on
through
the
and gets up
JRM.
into second.
As you quite rightly said there, the JRM car there is waving part of its front left fender in the air. So it's actually got structural damage and the lead new knows when it comes into the pits.
Mark Genet, meanwhile, has taken nearly 3 seconds out of the leader on the first 2 sectors of that last lap. 2:10.7 last time around for Andre Lotterer, 2:7.5 for Mark Genet.
Bourdais getting it. another drink. He's not getting out.
So triple for De Bourdais.
Seabass, the driver who was born in Le Mans.
Only a two-car team, of course, this weekend. They aren't...
Two drivers.
Two drivers, yeah. Isn't Iara, who will be with them in Le Mans, is not here for this event, so it's just some bloke called Manassian who's going to join in. So they've got their amateurs to get in there, you see, you know.
And of course, Pescarolo team were not... Oh, his bit was being held very late there.
What was going on there?
I suspect there's
Cameraman.
another car.
There's the Pecom car.
That was good work by the Lollipop man.
unsafe
Bear in mind that's a
release job.
coupe. He wouldn't have been able to see there. That was good work. But Pescarolo team were planning, of course, to actually debut their new car, the Pescarolo 03, a 30-second stop-and-go penalty, meanwhile, for the 29 Gulf Racing Middle East car.
Could be for anything.
There are several incidents that could have been.
It's like totting up. The magistrate's gone, that's it, you've done 12 points, off you go, half a minute.
Now, there was a set of slicks being rolled away from the dome there. Did he not take tyres at all there? No, he didn't.
Top, no, 70's not gone for tyres.
So what did he have on? Cut slicks?
In cuts, yeah.
Okay. Well, he's having trouble getting past the Pecom car.
Which was the car that he narrowly avoided in pit lane just then.
I'm surprised. Unless they think there's going to be rain, that's an odd decision.
I think that's a weird decision.
We've got a speeding in the pit lane, and that's why car 29 had a problem. 72.8 kilometres. I think the speed limit is 60, isn't it?
It's probably the first time it's gone too quickly all weekend. But there you go. In the meantime, the gap first to second under 30 seconds right now.
And bad news for Olivier Pilar in the 2014. They are still seeing that Morgan Oga still sitting in the garage with the investigation behind the rear right. Looks like a drive shaft issue. Are they preparing a new diff? Is that?
No, it's further forward.
To 7.4, meanwhile, the fastest lap of the race this last time around, and again it falls to Marc Genet.
He's nibbling off, isn't he? Little tiny bits
It's
each
not
time.
just nibble, it's sector
seconds.
by sector. He's scything into that lead now, but they're due to stop within the next couple of laps, we believe.
Ooh, lovely wiggle there.
Wasn't it just?
Full on. He got a nice little wiggle as he powers the number 3 alley down the start-finish straight.
I've had a question about dropping rounds as we're seeing the...
That was the leader, the previous leader, Sahil Ayari on his out lap has been off the circuit there. He's back on now, the LMP2 leader. John Martin pits from what now is the LMP2 lead, and that should mean that Sam Hancock may well go through to lead the class.
Question for those of you who understand rules, and I'll tell you what I think about this in a moment. The bad result by Starworks here after them having obviously a cracking result in the first round. Ferrari Engineer, at Ferrari Engineer on Twitter, asks, can they drop 2 rounds? I thought it was only the P1 cars.
It's not the World Championship. This is a class battle. It's only the P1 cars, the factory cars.
The
P2
P2 cars compete for the cup, don't they?
Correct. So all
rounds count.
Meantime, Marc Genet is,
there you go. There's your answer.
Is not literally, not like Starworks, unfortunately, on fire. 207.1 last time around, and goes through again with the fastest first sector time overall,
now,
under 36
the point
seconds.
about this is that is proving that slicks are 4 seconds a lap faster than cut slicks.
Yep.
Why is Bourdais, to save 30 seconds in a pit stop, not change tyres at 4 seconds a lap faster?
No, I completely agree with you there. Unless he's quite happy with where he is and he wouldn't feel confident on slicks. And you've got to, I mean, in some ways, you've seen truth in 24. Sometimes you've got to tell the driver what to do and get them out there.
But it is bone dry up there now.
Sean, at Sean MP, says, for those just tuning in, how did the gap between the Audis develop as we see the number 13 out of 8th position in the pit lane?
Well, the gap between the two hybrids happened because Tom Christensen had an extra long pit stop to replace a faulty headlamp.
Yep.
Marc Genet managed to get ahead of Marco Bonomi in the pit stop and then was on full wets, full dries, rather Bonomi being on cut slicks, and that's giving him a 4 second lap advantage.
So he's now
pulled through, and we now will see, I predict, slick tyres on this car.
I think you're absolutely right.
Andre Lotterer from the lead of the race in the number 1 Audi e-tron.
I expect they'll do a driver change.
Well, he came into the pits with just 25 seconds.
They are indeed.
Full slicks are indeed ready for the number 1 car.
New driver.
And Marc Genet goes through with a 209.756, and as he crosses the line, the gap is 21.145 seconds. And am I right that when we first checked that out, it was over a minute?
It was
57.
Something like that.
I think it was over a minute when he first came out of the pits.
It was indeed. No, it was.
So he's picked up some
for a couple of laps.
40 seconds or so in that last stint, just by dint of the fact that 1 is a pure diesel, the other is a hybrid, and 2, this one we're looking at the moment, the number 1 car was on cut slicks. Marc Genet's full diesel R18 Ultra was on full slicks.
Certainly, if it rains again, the quite to have a massive advantage, but as it stands, it seems on dry weather that it's not a huge amount to choose.
Quite heavily cut slicks as well, those, Nick. Not just the odd 1 or 2 grooves that we saw on some of the other cars. They've got a proper pattern, the sort of stylized V pattern, rather than just single sipes across the side of the
Benoit Trollier has taken over that car for the second run.
Okay.
So he will
Marc
do.
Genet, of course, leads the race now for the time being.
and we'll expect him to see him go a couple of laps more.
He could go. He did 4 laps more. He could go. They add up the advantage. Of course, the thing to remember is that the pure diesels have 2 litres of fuel more than the hybrids, which is effectively meant to mean that over that period they have the same amount of energy at their disposal. 2 litres obviously is unlikely to make a huge difference at Le Mans with an 8-mile track, but here it does appear to be worth a lap.
Yep. Ceylon Ari, by the way, that short off-track excursion hasn't hurt his attack. He's back up into 9th place, back up to lead the race in LMP2 as Sam Hancock has his latest stop, and the Jota car drops back to 4th in LMP2.
As we come to another quarter of an hour with 4 hours and 16 minutes still to go in GTE Pro. Mark Lieb leads by an increasing margin on Giancarlo Fisichella in 2nd place. So Porsche from Ferrari there. And we saw the incident earlier on from what had been the pace-setting car. Fred Machiavicki came in and handed, that was his car, wasn't it, that went into the wall. And that has since dropped off the pace.
But not pitted again. It stayed out.
It stayed out.
It was. I think Nick was absolutely right. I think he just understeered off.
Well, he's lucky there. So Nick Armindo is leading the AM class and 3rd in GTE overall, if you like. So Jamie Mello in the 59 is 3rd in Pro and 26th overall. Matt Griffin now in the number 81 AF Corsa car. Welcome to the WEC.
The car 61 must respect the track limits. A little bit late for that one, bearing in mind it actually was withdrawn from the meeting after warm-up this morning.
Yeah, but he did go a long way off. He's just now got the marshals to let him back in.
What it is, he's actually gone home and they're going, you're not even at the track. Well, that's a bit on the limit.
It's like when we look at the transponders on the Nürburgring 24.
I assume that's actually 51 or 71. They got a number.
Tom Christensen out of 2nd place, but pits before the leader. Now, is Christensen still... They look like cuts.
Can't be doing that again. That's ridiculous.
It's McNish getting in. Mr. Le Mans gets out. Mr. McNish gets in.
Hoots Mon gets in.
Hoots Mon, not Le Mans.
Le Mans. Very good. Now, what are those tyres, Mr. Cameraman?
They're slicks.
They're slicks.
They're slicks.
Oh, yeah, they are slicks. Yeah, OK. We'll give you that. So,
Screen gets
look how much confidence Audi have in their front splitters, with the guy wiping the windshield actually standing on that splitter, albeit only when the car's on its wheels, but even so.
Strong stuff, that carbon fibre, make it properly, you know.
Apparently.
Not sure how long it's strong for.
Thanks to Ollie Gavin for his tweets. He's now got to go and pick the kids up. It's no excuse, Ollie. Saturday.
Honestly.
So Tom Christen there just having a chat with his race engineer and asking why they had to change the nose cone, and he thought he'd lost one of the dive planes. Talk on the headset.
That is Dieter Gash, I believe,
yes.
isn't it? Not race engineer, but...
sorry, he is Dr. Ulrich this week.
He is indeed Dr. Ulrich. It's a little bit like stars in your eyes, isn't it? But tonight, Matthew, I am. But very interesting access we're getting for the World Endurance Championship,
I'm
John.
not sure they'll be too pleased about that when they see it later. But,
no.
He said that, you know, I would have gone to slicks, but it was for safety. I'm sure,
yes.
without Peugeot or Toyota, they don't need to make anything aggressive. They haven't got to be aggressive. They can be just that little reined back.
Absolutely.
And get to hour 5 and see where everyone is. As in comes
Marco Bonomi.
Bonomi. So out of sequence, because didn't Bonomi come in after Genet last time?
Yeah, but he's not now further up the
Pecking order.
Pecking order, yeah. And it was 71, by the way, the AF Corsa of Bertolini and Beretta that was getting pinged for track limits.
Is Bonomi going to come out? Because this is a two-driver car.
I think he'll stay.
I think he'll do a quad stint.
No, it'll be good practice. We'll have to do it at Le Mans. That's a good idea.
Meantime, looking a bit further down the order, Karan Chandok continues his recovery drive. He's getting very much onto terms now with the LMP2 leaders. It won't be that long before he's up there with the 13 Rebellion.
Now, what's happened in the petrol class is there's been a big turnaround in that Sebastian Bourdais, who we know came in and didn't change tyres, has taken the lead of that, but Nick Heidfeld is now right on his tail with a slick shod car, and Danny Watts, who's also just got into the
he lost 10
the
seconds in that pit stop.
has lost some time and fallen back. So the lead that Johnny Kane had, I mean, now with it now, in fact, it's right on the tail as they go through onto the infield of the circuit. It's there, the dome is looking to be hunted down by Nick Heidfeld. So this is something we would have seen a couple of years ago, Toro Rosso and Sauber, but now we're seeing Bourdais and Heidfeld in prototypes in P1 in petrol cars going down the start-finish straight, and I would expect that if Heidfeld's got any sense, he'll be diving in the inside into La Source.
And this is the major difference between the battle that Nick would have been describing from Formula One just a few years ago. Is this is a battle that actually matters and for a significant overall position. But yeah, Heidfeld, he's got his bit between his teeth now. And this is Dome Judd, run by as the Krone Racing car cuts between the two.
That's helped a lot.
Not really much he could have done at that stage other than back right out of it.
Heidfeld probably more than that, 2.5 seconds.
Very much more than that. Very much more than that, but not much really. I don't think the Krone Racing car could have done at that position. 2:08.333 meanwhile for the number 1 Audi in pursuit of Marc Genet, who he still owes us that pit stop.
2.1 seconds that cost him in that first sector. Just picking up a GT car at just the wrong time, and he can't get much wronger than the entrance to Eau Rouge.
No, you can't.
Much more wronger.
I quite like wronger.
Yeah,
quite
it's
like
a good
wronger.
word.
But Heidfeld, of course, has an advantage, we think. I mean, we believe that Bourdais, who took the half-minute advantage, is still on cut slicks, whereas Heidfeld has the full slicks.
Bonomi got out of the number 4, and Ollie Jarvis got in.
Wow.
Thank you, Pete Marchment, for spotting that, and we've just picked it up on the timing and scoring here.
Benoit Trollier in the number 1 is the fastest of the Audis, but not yet up to the speed which we saw from Marc Genet earlier. Marc Genet has stayed in the car now, 47 laps. So what is he, three after Tom, or sorry, 3 after the Trollier car? Is he 4 later? They've got a big advantage.
It's 4.
It's going to be 4 or 5 by the time he comes in.
If this he's just pitted now at the end of his lap, 48.
He'll lose the lead. But if we ran green the whole time, which is a big if, this is probably a stop.
If he doesn't take tyres, he's not going to lose it by much.
He is taking tyres.
He is.
Well, tyres been laid out. You can't always tell with Audi.
It'd be about 30 seconds.
They are slick tyres, by the way.
Marc
for those of you who can't see the
get
pictures.
out because they have been changed. Indeed, Marc does get out.
Alan McNish, meanwhile, goes through 2:07.35 for Alan, 57 seconds behind Trollier now.
We're told Loic Duval's getting into that car, and he's got a big set of feet to follow. And Nick Heidfeld has got passed off camera. He'll be past Sebastian Bourdais now. He's just in the fastest middle sector and a fastest final sector for a 2:09.3. In fact, no, he's literally on his tail. On his tail. He gained back those 2 seconds he lost quite easily with his extra grip.
Absolutely.
Troy McNish, you said, has just done a new fastest lap from Benoit Trollier, 2:06.472. Fresh tyres on the Quattro, so the Quattro takes the fastest lap honours from the number 3 car, which is about to leave the pits, probably similarly behind when it came in. Was it 26 seconds back?
Absolutely.
It's live. It's world-class World Championship endurance racing here at Spa. And it's fantastic to be able to say that as Alan McNish gets straight down to business in the number 2 Audi, now in 3rd position. He's going to be somewhere in the region of a 2:05, yeah, if he keeps this going. He's done a 35.8 and a 56.9 in the first 2 sectors. I'm predicting 45 minutes. We're going to have a shower of rain, which will last about 15 to 20 minutes.
Did you see we wet then?
Yeah. Can you tell by the way I'm standing?
You were standing very awkwardly for a second.
Yeah.
Danny Watts, meanwhile, has taken over the Striker car as Alan Bliss does go through to 205.251.
Oh, Mystic John.
There you go. That will go through. That'll be. He puts him about 40 seconds now behind Loic Duval. So at the moment, with Loic Duval now on his out lap aboard the number 3 car, he's taken over from the previous leader, Marc Genet. It's 1 from 3 from 2 from 4, and a real battle, really.
This is a battle for position, gents, and this is for 5th. And it's Bourdais and Heidfeld back at it again. The 2 coupes, the Dome 102.5 from Pescarolo, and the Lola with the Toyota power. And there's a lot of, well, there's all kinds of niggle and needle as far as these two are concerned. And into the pits comes Heidfeld.
Heidfeld pits. It was facial furniture against facial hair there for a moment. And
but why?
I don't quite know.
Well, this is the 3rd stop for this car.
Has he got a problem?
I think that's out of... It's going to go back into the pits. I think they're going to push that car back. I said if only Rebellion could get a bit of luck.
There's a spin reported there, turn 9 for the LMP2 class leader. That is, where is that, John?
No name.
No name corner. And they run down towards Puan.
That's one of the oddest things I've seen. A car that's obviously completely on its game coming into the pit.
Oh, dear me.
Lordy. Nearly took out John Martin in the
Was that Sayulayari?
That's Sayulayari, the class leader we just talked about, had a spin and continued. But what you saw there too was John Martin retaking the lead in the class.
Rebellion have left
By now,
again.
about 8 seconds.
And that's Nick Heidfeld back on his way again.
Well, that is bizarre.
I wonder whether or not, gentlemen, they picked up a slow puncture.
Well, you do have sensors on these cars now, as you do on most premium road cars.
Well, there was, as you said, there was absolutely no issue with the car because it was
Well,
going
he was,
as quick as it's
he was
been.
challenging for the position.
Where has he dropped down to?
I think he'll only drop down to 8th.
It's only a 58-second stop.
Oh, no,
Very
he'll actually
strange.
only stopped down to 7th. So that's a splash of fuel under 8 tyre as McNish does a 2:04.2, as predicted. New fastest lap of the race for Alan McNish. And he is now 31 seconds behind Loic Duval. And that makes him 54 seconds behind the leader.
Ollie Jarvis putting the personal fastest times in that car 4 now. It's on slicks. He's done just on a 2:07.6. Ben Martrelli did a 2:06.4, but now a 2:05.2 for Ollie Jarvis. So again, now we're dry. There's not a lot of difference between the Quattros and the Ultras.
We're hearing from Race Control, and indeed 1 or 2 of our listeners and viewers have picked it up as well, that Aston Martin Racing have formally retired
That's a
the
shame.
97 car.
Hard luck, guys.
Major gearbox issue, can't change it in time and get around to get that half point for turning up.
Hello to this year's Nissan GT Academy graduate Jan Mardenborough, who's
Jan the man.
about to disappear and pick his mum up from shopping. That's not very racing,
Why is
international
everyone
racing.
But in
Driving,
fairness, he can do it more quickly than any other man on earth.
Hang on, but why is everyone picking me? Ollie's picking up his kids. He's picking up his mum.
At least Marino's gone out on his new bike.
Push bike or
Has
motorbike?
he got
bike.
3 wheels?
No,
I can't get excited about push bike.
it has got wider wheels than the front rims on his Delta Wing, though.
It's the reason I can't get excited about push bikes because I know how bad the engine would be with me
There
in
you
it.
go. We've just got the number 1 and the number 2 Audis. Last lap around for Element Ish, a 2:04.247. Last lap around for Benoit Trellier, a 2:04.237. A 100th of a second
And a
difference.
2:04.4 for Loic Duval in the. So they've now pushed the Let's Go Faster button.
Let's
into
go
Audi.
2:04 button.
2:04. But it's interesting again that that massive gap we saw when it was wet has gone, and it's now. You begin to think if you had a very long dry race, does this extra bit of fuel mileage actually come to an advantage?
Well, I mean, it's got to be said. I mean, Ollie Jarvis did need to pick up his pace because actually Sebastian Bourdais was reeling that gap back, and we were going to be getting, unless that upping of the pace actually happened, but potentially a bit of a challenge there. That dome is flying.
It's a flying dome.
Flying dome.
Look a bit further back, it's John Martin and Sayulayari still scrapping for that lead. It appears to be mainly decided by whoever makes the most mistakes or gets taken out by the cars.
Absolutely right. So we've got the Orica Nissan, the ADR Delta car as we watch again. Sayulayari, is that another incident?
His nose wiped absolutely off by
Not for the first time. That was
49
the
car.
Boots and Gignon car. The Boots and Gignon car that was, John, turning in and getting hit by Sayulayari. But again, there's going to be a cottage industry in dive planes, I'm afraid. And oh, that's John Martin being hit or hitting the 67 car. That's the GTM leader and the LMP2 leader coming together.
Well, everybody's pushed the mental button all of a sudden as we seeing a number of incidents. Let's go back on board with the Audi and have a look at this one. That's John Martin on the right-hand side.
That's 3 class leaders together, John.
And that is John Martin for a penalty. That was nonsense coming out of Lecom. There was no need to do that at all. Soyela Yari has spun away the lead and then decided to drive into people.
And he's actually now lost second place as a result of that.
And most of his car.
As the 35 car. This is the pink and black Oak Racing Pescarolo. Comes back up to second place, the place it held with Bas Leinders.
Do you know, I just wonder if as it's getting drier, the prototype guys are getting bolder and all of a sudden we're seeing them losing any sense of propriety. And you see, it's a great piece of driving there from Mark Lieb. Gave that prototype plenty of room. Prototype goes halfway down and then backs out of it.
And that's Brendan Hartley now aboard the Murphy prototype Orica Nissan. And he'll be tippy-toeing around.
I suppose the other issue is we have a dry line, but offline isn't, and they're all on slicks.
Yep.
So they are trying to stick as close as possible to dry line and be off it for as little time as possible.
It's very grippy here, though. Even when it's damp, you can use slicks. If Ollie Gavin says it's all right for slicks as long as there's no spray, I'm believing him.
I think, by the way, gentlemen, the JRM car has had a problem because that's Karim Chandok shown has actually been on his out lap, but after a 4 minutes 37 stop.
They had a long stop, yeah.
Third of the way through the race, gentlemen. What have we learned so far? Not very much. Mark Lieb leads the GT Pro category from Giancarlo Fisichella, and that is something in the region of a 62-second gap at the moment in GTE amateur category. That's being led at the moment by Nicola Armindo, and I think he's got the better part of a lap, hasn't he, on Matt Griffin now up to second in the 81 car. So the two Ferraris first and second in MP2. John Martin back at the head of that after Soyela Yari spun away the lead and then spun away second place with contact. John Martin himself coming into side-to-side contact when he shouldn't have been alongside the class-leading GTE Pro Porsche. Sorry, John, but that was a really dumb move. Ennemeyer Hansen in the 35 Morgan in second place with a gap of something like 27... 30, 41, 15 seconds, is that about right?
That's 15 seconds, Sean, that's right.
Thank you. And 2 seconds further back from that is Soyela Yari. Simon Dolan with a quick lap last time around in the Zytek, the 38 Jota car, just down into the 2:13s when everyone ahead of him is at least a second or so slower than that.
Soyela Yari, I think, is in trouble, John, because he's been not lapping as quickly as he was before that clash through the bus stop. He's 2:18 last time around. I think it was a similar time the time before that. As we get Danny Watts being closed at the moment by Nick Heidfeld. 2:08 though for Danny last time around means he's fending off at the moment the ever closer attentions of Heidfeld ahead of him. Meanwhile, quick laps at the front of the field. 2:04.221 was the fastest lap of the race last time around for Trellier, but it's Loic Duval the next time around. 2:03.787. The gap under 19 seconds between the 1 and the 3 Audis. The e-tron Quattro leads the R18 Ultra with Alan Nish a further, 30 seconds back with a 2:07.274 last time around for Alan.
And bits of bodywork being rescued there. So someone's had a crash. There's a green, so that's the accident's over. As they pan out, we're going to see a white P2 car have an issue.
Whoa, it's the whole front section of bodywork.
It is. Which car was that?
It's the whole front section of bodywork popped up when he was right in the aerodynamic gap in the vortex, if you like, behind.
My guess is that's a double whammy. He's broken it in the previous instant and then it just gone at that point and ripped off.
That could have been PCOM.
I think that was
it is.
PCOM.
That's Soyela Yari. We were just saying he's pitted. That was the PCOM car, and that will have been as a result of that contact.
Well, that's what happens.
So first of all, he lost a bit of downforce, and then he lost the rest of the car.
Absolutely.
Well, I think but yeah, it's what we say about Sahi. He impresses every time, and then there's always something
there is the confirmation.
There it is.
There is the confirmation. Now, the worry here is whether the catches have been messed about, and you can see that Soyela is standing in the passenger side there, pointing at the left-hand catch. And that might be more than just swapping of bodywork there, guys.
Yeah, I suspect that may well be the case. Team scrambling to actually assist. Driver change, new tyres ready, but that's going to be the least of their worries at the moment. So we watch the two different Lotus liveried teams.
GTE Pro leader in Mark Lieb in the Porsche was the first of the leading runners in that category. In fact, the first of any of the Grand Touring cars to come in last time as we go inside the second third of the race. 15 seconds between first and second. Treluer to Duval. And that's 3 seconds better part of taken out of the leader last time around by Loic Duval in the number 3 Audi. Audi's 1, 3, 2 and 4 leading, with Seabass in the Dome in third place now. And he is some 45 seconds behind Ollie Jarvis.
Fifth place, sorry, John.
Fifth place, did I say fourth? Yes.
You did. And the Picon car is in the garage.
Yeah.
Connectors being ripped aplenty. There's clearly is some damage as well, you might expect, with something leaving in the car at that kind of speed. Rickard Leitz. I think that was aboard the car. I'm sure we saw Mark Lieb get out. It is indeed confirmed as Rickard. He's lost the lead. Fisichella will now lead until his pit stop.
Yeah, I tell you what, that car stopped early last time, but that's another good stop. A 124 for the car. So Audi Sport 1, 3, 2 and 4 lead. The Pescarolo team, the Dome, in fifth place. Yes, they're a lap away from the leader, but only just. But as I say, only 40-odd seconds behind Alan McNish. Then it's 51 seconds back to Danny Watts. 2 seconds back to Nick Heidfeld. A minute and 15 back to...
No.
Oak.
22 seconds back.
22 back to Baguette. And where are the other battles? Well, things have opened up now.
Well,
Simon Dolan, by the way, opened to third now in the
Simon's done a
Jota.
cracking job in watching those times. And the other car that at the moment is lapping very quickly in LMP2 is Brendan Hartley in the 48 Murphy Prototypes car.
Is that a right rear problem? No, left rear problem. Left rear puncture.
Well,
The left rear wheel is gone for the 26. The G-Drive Racing by Signatech car.
That's 9th position overall, 10th now because it's losing positions very rapidly indeed.
And that's Harold Primat at the wheel of that car. And he's got a ways to come home yet. That is coming down.
Pierre Rag, isn't it? In the 26 car.
It is Pierre Rag.
Excuse me, yes, I was looking at the car that was in ninth. My apologies.
And he hadn't just stopped either, so that wasn't a cock-up at a pit stop. That's been sitting there waiting to come off for laps.
Guys, we're going to see, I think, a change in the lead before too much longer because Loic Duval is just in a 2:02.437. That's 3 seconds out of...
He's done well to stay off the wall there, Graham, because that happened at No Name Corner.
Now, how's that happened?
Well, I'm looking to see that the nut is not on the end of the stub axle. That's the first thing. There's no bit of wheel left, so it hasn't pulled the centre out. That's unusual, but I have seen it happen before.
He's doing very well there. Keep it out the racing line and keep that car going at some reasonable pace.
Lost the wheel at T9. Car 6 lost the wheel at T9.
Exactly
As
right,
we
John.
Get a look
Car
here. Is there
26.
anything on the hub? No, I don't think there was. So that has popped. Oh my goodness me. And right round the outside, the luxury racing Ferrari has to go a very long way around. I'm not sure which one of the luxury cars it is. This is a great job, though.
Very well done indeed by Pierre Rag.
There's something flicking on the end of that hub,
Is there?
but it could just be the retaining pin not retaining itself.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, elsewhere in LMP2, by the way, I said about Brendan Hartley was tippy-toeing around in his outlap, but he certainly isn't now. And there's a significant point here to be made about the Murphy Prototypes team. Jody Firth has been in that car. He is their gentleman driver. They now have Brendan Hartley and Warren Hughes to come. And Brendan at the moment is by far the quickest man in LMP2. 2:11.393 last time around, 2:11 before that, and 2:12 the lap before that. This car, gents, is going to be in contention for that overall lead within a stint or so.
So John Martin has benefited significantly from the problems we've seen with Hayari, because he's actually got himself a nice 37-second lead in P2. As we see the lead gap diminish even more, it's come down a further 1.5 seconds, just 10.5 seconds now that Benoit Trollier leads Loic Duval. The Quattro leads the Ultra. Alan McNish is a further 45 seconds back or so, but on a 2:05 as well. And Ollie Jarvis at 2:08 is half a minute behind Alan. Seabass just a minute behind in the dome, behind Ollie Jarvis, so over a lap behind the leader, but his next target is a minute out the road. He has 43 seconds over Danny Watts, who is just a notch ahead of Nick Heidfeld.
You look to the front of that car there, guys, with those two big air intakes underneath the headlights. We're talking about the 26 G-Drive by Signatech, G-Drive Racing by Signatech Nissan there.
I wonder whether or not they're running at the Le Mans configuration, Sean. I think they're allowed to run it here, but only here, aside from Le Mans. I think that's a change from last year's rules.
Oh, look at that. Nick, you were spot on. Their nut was still on the wheel. The wheel has pulled off over the top of the nut. That was really good eyes there, mate. That was... I didn't see that, and I looked very hard for it.
Ayari, meanwhile, rejoins, or at least the car is not Ayari, of course, anymore. That is
Luis Perez Companc.
And he's fallen out the top 10 in that class, a class that car has led for a considerable chunk of the first third of the race, guys, as we watch on screen now, Sebastien Bourdais pressing on.
Who's not suffered as much as I thought he would from his tyre choice. Because he's seen, obviously, Heidfeld had to take that extra stop, which has pulled him back out of contention again. Heidfeld now is stuck behind or going the same speed as Danny Watts, but that speed is a second and a half, 2 seconds lap slower, and that 30 seconds he gained and then the extra, he's actually coming out smelling of roses from that decision. When's the shower coming, John?
I'll let you know in a moment. Hang on.
I'm just looking here now at the GT battle. Meanwhile, Giancarlo Fisichella, of course, leads. He owes us a stop. We saw the 77 car stop rather earlier. The gap there, some 12 seconds, but Ricard Leitz a couple of seconds quicker last time around, so that gap is closing.
It's a lot. When the stagger unwinds, that's a big lead for the Porsche.
It's a big lead for the Porsche. Meantime, 2:04 dead from Loic Duval last time around brings the lead lead gap.
That's a good word.
Underneath 10 seconds for the first time in many a lap, with Alan McNish putting in a 2:03.623 behind. But it's hybrid Audi from diesel Audi, from hybrid Audi, from diesel Audi at the moment.
The question, obviously, Murray Walker's favourite thing is catching is one thing and passing is another.
Absolutely.
And it's whether you're allowed to pass as another, of course. That's the third one that isn't actually in that list.
And I think the closer we get to the end of the race, the more likely that question is to actually come up in a quick team meeting, perhaps off camera this time.
Do we want to say first hybrid win in the major motor race on Monday's papers or not?
Well, it's not, though, is it?
Hybrid win?
Hybrids have won other endurance races before.
Takachi.
Toyota Supra.
It would certainly be the first World Championship race win.
Well, let's not write their copy for them. I think as it's a hybrid, you go spin on Sunday, sell on Monday.
Oh dear.
Yes. If you have to explain it, it's not that funny.
But no, I'm just explaining to everyone that it's obviously a flywheel unit. McNish has just done his own personal fastest lap of 2:03.6 and pulled a second or so from Loic Duval, but he's still got to find 45 seconds.
Just 43 seconds, isn't it? 44
it's
seconds.
Down to 7 last time around. Now, again, we've had 2 gains.
It's a GRM car.
2 cars have gone. There's a problem.
It's
a GRM. Hit the P-com. Oh, my goodness me.
That's the 35 Oak Racing car. That's the second place car in the class, and that's hitting Luis Perez Companc, who's just on his outlap.
So that was Enemeyer Hansen, was it?
Yes, it was.
There was lots of avoiding action after that from other cars.
I think there was further contact as a result of that. We've not quite seen yet.
1.8 second again at the front there, as Loic Duval pulls it down to 7.8 seconds. A few cars have lost some time in that first corner, but no damage, I think. I think even that Perez Compact car didn't get damaged.
I think we've got here, this is Nick Heidfeld on Danny Watts. This is 4th position, 6th position overall. Heidfeld going around the outside of the HPD and making that stick.
Outside pass on Blanchimont with a wet track offline. That is someone in Nick Heidfeld who feels very comfy in that car.
Absolutely.
Just to tidy up that incident at La Source at the first hairpin, David Enemeyer Hansen being rather ambitious, going down the inside and nailing. Now, do we think that was...
That was Companc, definitely.
Companc on his on the end of his first lap out.
Just completed his first lap out. It was just going to La Source for the second time. In fact, sorry, the first time, wouldn't it have been?
Because he would have joined just after,
absolutely,
correct?
And yes, he was nailed. So we'll have a look and see how Luis...
I'm very surprised we haven't seen John Martin pinged for unnecessary contact.
Yet.
Well, yes, maybe they're still catching up. The stewards have been quite busy today already.
Yep, that cost Luis Perez-Companc some 20 seconds or so, really.
That car is a definition of being in the walls, isn't it, really? It's everywhere it turns, it's hitting someone or being hit by someone.
Absolutely. Magnetic, perhaps.
It's the first magnetic carbon fibre car. Nick Heidfeld did his own personal fastest lap there when he went past Danny Watts around the outside, like Buffalo Girls, as John likes to say. 2:08.5.
Which means 43 seconds is the gap he's now going to make up on Sebastian Bourdais, 5th place ahead of him.
A couple of good comments from the forum at radiolemans.com. Now, was the nut still there on that wheel, or was the mechanic spinning a new one on to check the thread? We think the nut was still on. Thanks, Wardy, for that. And also, with your puns, spin on Monday, sell on Monday, did you just give them the curse of the commentator?
Oh, dear, oh Lord.
Very good.
Ollie Jarvis is also... It looks like that the Audis are now trying to stretch their lead a little bit. They can all effectively do 2:04s, 2:05s, and I don't think the petrol cars can do much better than a 2:07.5 of them a clear run. So we are seeing that advantage now.
So we've seen a slow lap there from the leader. 2:12 from Benoit Treluet means
down
that
to
the
3 seconds the lead.
Now we'll see whether or not Team Orders are actually in play, because that car is going to, Loic Duval is going to be with Treluet any moment now. And was that some lightning I saw, John?
No, it was a flashback one for them.
Okay.
I saw it as well.
Sort of lightning. It's just very small.
Very small.
And very
localised.
and of course it's red eye. Anyway, so the battle really is we're about to get joined is for the lead, which is remarkable because
guys,
Duval is...
all of a sudden those lap times are going up. Have we got... Because 2:12, it's 2:07 now from Duval.
Is this my rain arriving?
I wonder.
I'm just wondering. We've got blue still from the other P1s. 2:07.6. Nick Heidfeld's fastest time so far. 2:01.81. Danny Watts is fastest, but he still lost half a second and fell back in that petrol battle for second in the petrol class and for 6th overall. Bertrand Baguette is now not really gaining anymore. In fact, Harold Primar in the second of the rebellion is now beginning to look a bit quicker. The 2:82, a bit more feisty. And there's number 3, and we'll see just up ahead is the leader. So we have both the cars in the same frame as the Troyer car goes past one of the Ferraris in the GT car.
Both on slicks now, of course, full slicks. So we have e-tron Quattro versus Ultra Diesel.
Fred Mako, by the way, back aboard the 59 car. That's something of a surprise. That was a very short stint from Jamie Melo.
I wonder if Jamie winded himself when he went in sideways.
Richard Lietz, by the way, under 5 seconds back now from the class leader, who still owes us that stop, gents.
That's an unbelievable turnaround there for the Porsche. That has been a great run by Lieben Lietz again. When we talk about the ultralight diesel, by the way, the two Audis picked their way through the damaged car parts at turn 1 La Source.
1.2 seconds now the gap.
Bertrand Baguette in the pit lane for Oak.
After a long pit stop.
And
oh, sorry, that was the other car. Sorry, that was the
24.
The 24 car. But he's actually come in and go out, and he's getting new tyres, and off he goes again.
And just to finish the thought on the Audis, we talked about as the Ultra Diesel, the R18 Ultra. It is, of course, the same weight.
Yes.
As the hybrid car, despite the fact that the hybrid car has effectively a 70 kilo to between 70 and 90 kilo penalty for running the hybrid system. It weighs heavier. They ballast the other car up into the same minimum rate.
Yes, correct.
Is it 900 now? Is it 920?
It's 900.
It's always moving around. And now, literally nose to tail are the leaders, the 1 and the 2. So the 1 and the 3 is the hybrid from the Ultra. Troyer from Duval. Duval, of course, in his first competitive race for Audi, a refugee from race at Sebring, did he?
Go on, finish your thought.
I'll start a different one while he thinks about that one. We've seen that change happen in GT because Fisichella has brought the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari in for his second routine pit stop. Richard Lietz, therefore, goes away into the lead now. The lead the 77 car held before their earlier, rather out of sequence, we think, pit stop. Be interesting. My guess is that perhaps their tyre choice wasn't working the way they thought it should, but the pace since then has been pretty stunning. Ollie Jarvis, meanwhile, in 4th position, does the fastest lap of the number 4 R18 Ultras race thus far. Now 30 seconds dead behind 3rd place Alan McNish. And Nick, those first two cars
are now pacing themselves. It
does look that way, doesn't it?
The traffic didn't work well. There's a smile there from John, as though he's found me to be wrong about something, which is quite likely. In fact, it was a slight gain there for Duval, but Duval and Rowe now are effectively in the same frame. They know what's going on. They're attacking the same bit of traffic and having the same problems. He needs to get past there before Rouge will lose a fistful of time. But now he's caught him. He's made his point. Is he allowed to do anything else?
There you go. Jimmy Bruni leaves the pits aboard the 51 car, but I think that car is going to be getting closed in reasonably quickly by Fred Makovicky, putting in the fastest time of the race in the third-placed 59 Luxury Racing 458. These cars, by the way, running 22nd, 23rd, 24th at the moment overall, so getting in towards that top 20. Top 9 still filled at the moment by LMP1 cars, with Karun Chundok still on this recovery drive, back up through the field.
And at this point now, we're seeing some absolute pacing between the two Audis. They're sticking, when you get to be within a second, as you know, you don't want to get any closer than a second if you're not going to pass them, because at that point you start getting heat gain, you start getting extra tyre wear, and that's when the car starts to suffer from being in the aerodynamic wake of the car ahead. And these things have a massive aerodynamic wake.
So Benoit Trellier then?
Not Benoit Trellier.
Loic Duval.
No, Loic Duval. Loic Trellier did loads of races.
Oh, all right. That's I've got it the wrong way around then. All right.
But one thing we are seeing that's rather different from round one of the World Endurance Championship, and let's not forget this is a round of a World Championship, is, if I recall correctly, most of the attrition at Sebring was LMP1. At the moment, most of the attrition is LMP2, because there's been pretty remarkable reliability so far from what is quite a new-looking bunch of cars. All these Audis are new. Both of the Rebellions are the new 2012 spec cars.
In fairness,
Dome hasn't raced in many a year.
We're 21 out of the 27 prototypes have effectively not had a problem of their own making. I mean, there was a problem with IARI, but that was he kept hitting things or being hit by things. But you know, those cars have all done quite well. There are issues down there. Obviously, you say you've got the 24 Morgan with LaHaye, that's been in the pits for a while. The Norma Judd we've seen having problems. You know, but you know, it's not a bad performance 2 hours 20 minutes in.
Oh no, absolutely not.
Especially as we've had so much niggly contact.
I think that's absolutely right. We've not had terribly much, by the way, substantial contact, but a change to report at the moment as a class lead with the 67 car, the IMSA Performance Matmut car, has pitted. That car handed over from Nicholas Armindo after a cracking stint from Nicholas. Has got a change for the lead here, John, on the way.
Yeah, and seeing it from the onboard cameras, Loic Duval has a look down the inside of his teammate. The flashing lights of doom there with the push to pass on the steering wheel. But now the last time, well, not the last time I was here, the only time that I've commentated on Formula One for Bernie Eccleston's TV channel, I saw a pass like that. That was, I think, 2000.
I'd like to see. That's one of the times I didn't want to be on board then. You wanted to see the shot coming towards him and how they are interfacing with the 3 other cars, because I think he could have got past and didn't.
That was the Kemmel
That
straight.
was after you, Claude, because I don't want to be too aggressive on my team.
He's flashing in now. Quite aggressively, isn't he?
Kemmel straight it was. Couple of GT cars. One Audi, the lead Audi to driver's left, the second place Audi to driver's right, and they are not even a car's length between them as they dive down the hill now.
I think Duval backed slightly out of that simply because he didn't have any room left to actually go around the car, the slower car, without going onto the grass, and that's not where you want to do
Not
that.
today.
Whereas Trellier, meanwhile, had actually threaded the needle and actually found a clear way through, but that was a cracking piece of driving from both Audi drivers there. That could have been, well, either way, triumph or despair, couldn't it?
More traffic for Ben Trellier to deal with as he heads towards Blanchimont. Oh, and it's really bad news for Duval, who got absolutely balled. Oh, he's hit him! He's hit him. That was Duval.
Was that another covering Starworks car?
That's a Starworks.
Leaning on the 44 Starworks car, which is back out on the circuit.
Way back, of course, after that fire earlier on, John. But the 44 car, it's Potolicio back out in the car.
Yeah, and they've done 15 more laps than the last time that we spoke about it. But there was there is damage to Loic Duval's car. He's lost one of the dive plates. He goes through in the lead into turn 1. And that was Trellier allowing him to go by there. I think he seemed now this is interesting, going down the hill with a new leader, and that is Loic Duval. Very interesting.
Very odd, because he shouldn't have been anywhere near him there, should he? So has the number 1 car picked up a problem there?
He was told to let him through. I think
he was told to let him through into the hairpin.
It was getting feisty, and they said, right, we're 220 in. we haven't got to worry about it yet.
Yeah, so that is team orders there. And you can see there's some damage on the front of the number 1 car as well on the left front.
That might explain why he's gone off pace.
And he looks to be picking up a little bit of understeer there, and in fact he's reporting a tyre issue.
Do you remember we spoke to Marcel Fazler after qualifying, and we said the car looks great, but it looks understeered. Yeah, that's the problem we've got with the car generally. So you don't want to lose anything more, and if they lose some dive planes, the car's already not turning well. That's the issue.
Absolutely.
I may be wrong about that. Now I'm looking very closely again at the front of the number 1 car, and maybe there isn't damage, but he does have a lot of understeer through the medium and the faster corners.
That's interesting. That is something which movable ballast, which they would have in the Ultra, but not in the hybrid.
Oh,
that
no.
He's distribution is something you can actually start half serve.
5-6 laps away from his pit window.
He's got the
69. It should 68 or 9. Yeah.
He's got the worst combination of understeer in and oversteer through the middle and out. And Ben Treluer is doing a great job just to keep that e-tron Quattro on the circuit. It is in desperate need of a new set of Michelins. So Loic Duval's gone through, and I'm going to have another look at this. The dive planes as he comes past us. We can actually look outside, of course, can't we, as he comes by. Goes past the Krone Racing Ferrari.
I think he's okay. Treluer, I think, is fine. The front.
No.
We have a yellow flag at the moment at turn 12, gentlemen. That's.
There is another point to this question,
fine.
guys. Yeah, the Quattro, fabulous, extra power, but surely extra tyre wear as well, or different tyre wear through the fronts and the rears. It must be putting more energy through the fronts. It's doing, there must be an element where the fronts are going to wear slightly quicker.
Well, I was talking about how you can balance out your tyre wear better in terms of your braking, because you can balance out the braking and get a better braking and a more progressive braking on the front end.
Issue out on the circuit, Fane, is the 40 car, the race performance, Ulrika Judd. Made contact, we're told, at turn 12. We don't know whether or not this is with a barrier or another car at the moment. We're seeing nothing more than what the race director is telling us. Car 40 has rejoined.
The race performance car is what?
Is number 40.
Yes, what colour is it?
It is white.
Was that the car that the Audi hit? And not the Starworks car?
No,
then?
It was definitely Starworks.
Starworks.
Yeah. 44 car. Sebastian Bourdais, meanwhile, has pitted from 5th in the 17 Dome.
So that's going to mean that Heifeld, who was getting quite rapidly on the...
is going to take that position.
The car, which obviously at that time was on a combination of cut slicks, and it's a full service, I would expect. Are we going to see Mr. Manassian getting in the car? I think we are.
I think
it's about time.
Must be his turn by now.
They've managed to find the solvent for the super glue that Seabass put on his
I'm
seat.
not certain. I think it's the case because there's two guys. I can see the second helmet in the pit, so I think that is Seabass getting out.
I think that's right.
So now they've got a problem because their second driver's in the car, and he's
What, Nick Manassian?
Yeah.
What can you say?
Quick Nick, not known as Quick Nick for...
So that's Quick Nick Heidfeld, Quick Nick Manassian, and Quick Nick Almindo.
No, am I not Quick Nick?
Quick Nick Prost.
I am, but unfortunately,
somebody else.
The girlfriend says it's not good.
So Nick Heidfeld goes up into 5th position. Danny Watts up into 6th position. And Watts sticking with Heidfeld, just 3 seconds behind.
And there's the view you wanted, Nick, of the cars making that way through. And I think you're right. I think that Duval had a think about it and then backed out of it.
In fairness, Troyer was not as you said, he threaded the needle.
Yep.
I think if that had been another manufacturer's car, he'd have pushed it.
He wouldn't. Absolutely.
But I think you're right. Troyer got a much better run than it looked like from the onboard.
Discretion, the better part of valour there.
I think so. But that's a good call there, because you couldn't really see it. And he got that zip rather than getting balked.
Meantime, in LMP2, we're talking about the potential pace of Brendan Hartley. Slightly slower lap that last time around for Brendan, as Loic Duval puts in the fastest first sector of the race overall. But Brendan up to 4th position in LMP2 now. Behind Simon Dolan, who is doing a cracking job, Simon, aboard the 38 Jota car. 2:12 from Simon last time around. That's there and thereabouts the quickest in the class at the moment.
But the interesting thing is, we've nothing blue out there at the moment.
No.
No one is going faster than they can go.
Well, except Loic Duval or Jimmy Bruni.
That's a sector time rather than a lap. Richard Leach has done his fastest time, but in the P2 particularly, even though some have made their third stop, they're not going quicker, and that's a question. Is it because they've now put in some of the gentleman drivers, or has the track actually begun to deteriorate again, despite the fact it's not rained?
Yeah, well, good theory. Let's see what Loic Duval can do on this lap. His first lap clear of the challenge of traffic as Ollie Jarvis He's looking to make his way by past a couple of Lola Coupes ahead, one of which is one of the...
Ollie Jarvis is about to lap the man immediately behind him, so he's looking to lap Nick Heidfeld.
Absolutely.
So Audi will have a lap. The Audi, as a manufacturer, will have a lap on the field, which is a pretty good thing after 2 hours, 28 minutes.
Significant moment as on board with Ollie Jarvis coming down the Kemmel Straight. Had to lift.
He's not willing to let this one go, is he?
He's going to push this one on Heidfeld, and Heidfeld is
going to try.
shot.
He's got the protection of a Corvette on the inside. Heidfeld's going to hold it there at the end of the straight. Keeps the lap there. He'll be hoping he has hope for a yellow flag right now, won't he? But he's not going to be able to hold him off for very long now. Last time around it was Ollie Jarvis with a 207 dares, Nick Heidfeld with a 209.1.
No doubt in my mind there, Graham, that Ollie Jarvis lifted off as he was coming over the brow at Radion.
You don't have to be a hero at this point in the race, John.
No. A steaming number 13 comes into the pit lane. That is Harold Premat. Sorry, I gave everybody a shock earlier on when I looked at the wrong part of the timing screen and had him in a different car altogether.
The LMP2 leader, meanwhile, has actually pitted. John Martin in the pit lane, as indeed was second place car, the 35 car, and that should mean that if he doesn't lead it, he's not going to be far off it. Simon Dolan could lead this race.
I think that actually Johnny managed to get such a big advantage from the travails of other cars. He may actually, with the second place man dropping in as well, he may actually go back out again in the lead. In fact, he's
I think you're right.
Freeman's dropped behind him, which is P1, who was 9th overall. Ben Martrollier has done his own personal fastest lap at 204.0, but unfortunately a 203 flat for Loic Duval. So Troyer's got some speed back in the car, but still significantly slower than Duval. 204.9 for Allen, 207 after that huge amount of traffic for Ollie Jarvis. It just seems that number 3 car is singing. Don't forget that was the car which wasn't the fastest of the Ultras in qualifying. So setup is everything, and it's not about one lap.
It's not about one lap. It's about how you can actually make that fuel and those tyres last. Absolutely right, Nick.
We may be getting a bit of drizzle in the next few minutes. Looking at the radar and also at our spotters out on the circuit, thanks to Captain Chaos. Good to see you got here, Adam Prescott. He's had a story of his own as the 25 car with John Martin gets a new set of boots.
The 48 car, the Orica with Brendan Hartley, the status car, is actually now looking to be quite a solid bet. It's got 2 very good drivers to run the rest of the time, and just a 2:10.6, which is a sort of 3 to 4 seconds above the average. As we see a nose change for the leading P2 car.
That car's had contact.
He's had a lot of contact, hasn't he? And don't forget, he nailed leads.
You were right. In fact, Graham, and Simon Dolan has gone through as the lead of P2.
Well done, Simon.
And Sam Hancock explodes quietly somewhere in the paddock.
He's very sanguine, Sam. He'll probably just open another can of Pimm's.
Couldn't start the car, John Martin, there either.
Oh dear. This is looking very good for Joe to Sport. It's looking very good indeed for Zytec and also for Murphy Prototypes. This has been topsy-turvy times, hasn't it, in LMP2? As Loic Duval puts in another fastest first sector of the race. Brendan Hartley, meanwhile, a 2:10.698, another fastest lap for that car.
So John Martin's finally out of that, what was the leading P2 car, and Tor Graves has got in, who's a gentleman driver,
Indeed.
and a 2:17 stops. They lost about 27 to 30 seconds in that kerfuffle.
In the battle at the top of the timing screen for best petrol car, Heidfeld's still only 4.5 seconds ahead of Danny Watts.
He's eking it out, John. It's better somewhere between half a second and a second a lap on Danny, but he's not getting away that fast. And this is the 26 car that was in that trouble with the rear wheel.
That's a stub axle problem,
it's a hub, isn't it?
Yeah, they are looking at the whole left rear hub.
That car has not moved, has it, since that problem earlier on?
Bad lap from McNish at 2:09 there, which must have been traffic, certainly through sector 1. So he's not making any impression on the leading 2 at all in this stint after a good couple of first laps.
All right, we've just gone through another half an hour. You're listening to live coverage here on RadioLeMans.com and the WEC, the FIA WEC site, as well as our television syndicate all around the world. It's John Hindhaugh along with Nick Damon and Graham Goodwin. So let's have a rundown of what's going on, and we'll start in the GT amateur category. Grand Touring amateur cars. where it is at the moment.
It's the IMSA Performance.
The IMSA Performance Matmut car, is it?
Anthony Ponce ahead of that car, in that car at the moment, John, having taken the car over after a fantastic stint to start the race by Nicolas Armindo, who had the car right in amongst the overall GT leaders for much of the first half hour, 45 minutes. That car's done its latest routine pit stop, has regained the lead from the second place GTM car, the 81 AF Corsa car, as the number 1 car pits from the second place.
Now, is that about right? That is 67 laps.
Touch early, maybe.
1 lap early, maybe, Nick Damon says, between mouthfuls of a chocolate substance that I've just handed to him so that we didn't all do our chocolate pit stops together. So that will put then Alan McNish, when he comes past the line this time, back up into second place, at least for the time being. Well, that's going to start a whole another cycle of pit stops. So before that happens, let's quickly do this rundown for you. So that out goes the number 1. He might not lose that position, actually. Here comes McNish.
Yeah, so he's gone through to take that position. Alan McNish just now.
I'm not sure. You're going to see the Audi pop out in front of him.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right.
He's popped out by 10, 15 cars lengths.
Wow.
So, GTM, Tony Pons is leading for the 67 IMSA Matmut Porsche. He's got about 1 minute and 3/4 on Giuseppe Perezzini in the 81 car, that's Pierre Eret, who's just gone off in the luxury racing car. Fourth place in the AM, and between them is Perezzini and Roberti, and they've got about 1 minute between those two.
That's the AF Corsa amateur car from the ALMS, John. Guest car here this weekend from Paolo Roberti in the second, the amateur car from Proton.
In the GT Pro category, 22nd overall, the Porsche of Richard Leitz, doing a fantastic job. Basically got almost a full pit stop ahead of Jimmy Bruni in second place in the 51 Ferrari, and Fred McAvicky now back, so only 7 seconds away in third place in the GTE Pro category from Jimmy Bruni, having taken over that car after Jamie Mello, remember, had that accident. In P2, the Zytek of Simon Dolan has just come into the pits.
Just come into the pits is about right, I think, in terms of time for their routine pit stop. Simon, though, held the lead up until that point from the 25 car, had that long pit stop to replace the front bodywork. Tor Graves at the wheel of what had been the pole-sitting ADR Delta Motorsport car, but it's been a bit in the woes, hasn't it? In the wars with a bit of contact for John Martin in the opening stints of the 25 car. 35 car at the moment. This is the second of the Oak Racing Pescarolos, the pink and black car. At the moment in the hands of David Heinemann Hansen, holds third ahead of Brendan Hartley in the Murphy Prototypes 48 car, the Orica Nissan, as we've got the number 2 car coming down, Alan McNish coming down pit lane from third place and harassing the LMP2 car ahead of him, looking to get, there's a Starworks car there pitting as Alan comes down with the headlamps flashing brightly on the R18. This is the R18 e-tron Quattro, of course. And he comes to a stop just about now.
And these are the short stops, of course, because they are now with double stint. These tyres now are in full dry condition. So we saw a 55-second stop from Benoit Trollier. We'll see a tyre-only stop, a very similar length from Alan as well. And I believe the same will happen when we see Ollie Jarvis and Loic Duval come in the 4 and the 3. Though again, they will be several laps later. They're getting a lot more, eking out the diesels. They have tyres waiting. They're having a bit of a stare at the front of the car. I think they just get the fuel in. It's only 58 litres of diesel they have to go into the hybrids. Not particularly speedy off the line, but that's about as cockpit book as you can have. And those blue edge lights now go out as the main beams come on to prove that number 2 does have its lights working correctly. As a huge phalanx of cars go up the Kemmel Straight, including our third place man, Ollie Jarvis, who's actually got past Alan McNish in that set of pit stops. And don't forget that when the pit stops unwind, Audi lead the entire field by a lap.
Yes, good point. Interesting difference in strategy here in the commentary box as well, as Graham Goodwin and I both took a Mars bar where it was a Snicker. Went for a different compound for
people
David.
always say I'm nuts, so that's fair enough.
So
Danny Watts has now dropped 10 seconds almost behind Nick Heidfeld.
long pit stop for Simon Dolan. No, 1 minute and 1. That's okay. He's back out again.
That's a tyre only stop. That's a big gain over Tor Graves, who did a complete driver change tyres and had a problem with the nose change. So
I think that's only fuel. I don't even think that's a tyre stop.
No tyres. No, it's a fuel only stop. Sorry, you're absolutely right. you can double stint these tyres now. We are in the situation. We have a Ferrari into Nissan battle. It's Bruni against Macavizzi. Macavizzi, the luxury Ferraris, they go up through Eau Rouge and on the Camel Straight. Literally, Fisichella has no length at all, any sort of toe. Macavizzi going to pop out.
It's
Bruni, sorry, and Macavizzi. So.
And here's Macavizzi coming to driver's right as they come into the braking point for Lecombe or Malmedy, depending on which track map you believe. And that was easy as you like there. And that's, in fact, that's because...
No, that's Fred. No, that's 71 car is past. That's 71 car. That was Frederick going past the car of who's driving the 71 at the moment?
Yes, it hasn't got the little tricolore on the yellow shade.
Bertolini, who's got the car, but he's only 5 or 6 seconds behind the Bruni car. So
he is 6.5 seconds behind. Yeah. Sorry about that, dear viewer.
It's quite a good pass though. And it's pretty obvious that they've got the luxury racing cars are handling better than the AF Corsa cars at the moment.
Also interesting, he didn't hold him up, and there might well have been an easy way to... what we don't want to do is misidentify those two cars very much more than we did at Sebring. But they didn't hold up. Pretty sporting stuff there from AF Corsa. There's Giancarlo Fisichella keeps a weather eye on the screens from the pits. Danny Watts, meanwhile, leaves the pits after his latest routine stop.
So he's dropped down behind Sebastian Bourdais again. So Nick Heidfeld in that number 12 Lola, who's sort of out of sync slightly because he had that odd minute-long pit stop for a fiddle. We don't know what actually happened down there. Now 2:07.1, that's his best time. And I think probably, from memory, the best petrol time we've seen so far, 2:07.1. Bourdais lapping around the 2:09, 2:11 time, depending on traffic. Danny Watts was but not far behind Heidfeld's time, a half second to 3/4 seconds a lap. He's just got in. He'll have some nice new boots after a 1 minute stop. He'll just have fuel, no new boots after a 1 minute stop. So he now needs to go his second part of the stint and now start the hard work of trying to get quick Nick back in his sights again.
Well, in about 60 seconds' time, we'll have a good opportunity to see how the real running order is actually happening with LMP2. The car's as close to being in stride on kind of pit sequencing as we're going to see them. Simon Dolan about to complete his lap 66.
Something I realised, that last thing I just said, is Sebastian Bourdais still in that car?
Yes, he is.
Unless it's a timing error, because he's carried on going.
I could have sworn that was Bourdais' helmet in the pit carriage we saw.
Well,
might be wrong.
It's not always perfect, the driver.
Well, it would be a sensible thing to do it half and half, wouldn't it? If you can manage to do that. And so, you know, there's the opportunity to do it here.
Two drivers, both pros, do what they like.
Uninterrupted coverage of the FIA World Endurance Championship, live streaming pictures and audio at radiolemans.com. Good to have your company, as in comes the fourth of the four Audis in third position at the moment. Just to confuse us, Ollie Jarvis completes the cycle of pit stops for the, well, I was going to say class-leading, race-leading. Oh, they're going to take the nose off that car.
Are they?
Yeah.
Just wanted to point out, John, we had just the fastest lap of the race so far for Nick Heidfeld as he pits in the number 12 Lola Toyota at 2:07.145. But Harold Premat in the 13 car back in 9th position does a 2:07.148, just 3,000 slower than the recently ex-Formula 1 driver in the other Lola Toyota.
I'll take that back. They're not going to take the nose off that car. They were checking the windscreen wiper, and that's why they pulled that off the screen. I thought he was unfastening the catches. My mistake there, as out goes Ollie Jarvis, having stayed aboard the number 4 car, and at just a 56-second stop, so exactly the same times in the pit lane as Alan McNish.
And they actually showed a little onboard you heard, the whispering onboard was whispering Alan McNish, and then we see now going up through Eau Rouge in the number 4 car of Ollie Jarvis. But just prior to that, we had McNish, and they were just showing you that he had got back into that third place. So the cars are back as they are. Loic Duval now has gone round and done 4 laps more than Benoit Trollier, and still running.
Now, I just had an email about the Greaves car. What's happened to them? Well, down in 20th position, and Elton Julian brings the 41 car into the pit lane, and that puts them in 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th in P2.
And that was a good recovery drive from Elton Julian after an early delay for the car. Spent some time in the garage, and very solid drive indeed from Elton to bring it back into, if you like, the LMP2 pack. Meanwhile, Simon Dolan continues to lead that class in the 38 car up into the top 10 now for Jota. They're very similar Zytek Nissan. Simon just continues to lap at a competitive pace, 2:15.8 last time around, his lap 67. Slightly quicker by Tor Graves behind in the 25 ADR Delta Orica Nissan, but only slightly. David Heimer Hansen in the 35 Morgan Judd, meanwhile, about the same pace again. But meantime, Brendan Hartley in that fourth place Murphy Prototypes Orica Nissan is continuing to take a couple of 3 seconds a lap out of the 3 cars ahead of him.
It's looking particularly good at the moment now, I think, for Sebastian Bourdais, because when the stagger unwinds in a second, he's either going to be right on Nick Heidfeld's tail, or actually got past him. Now, Heidfeld is still slightly ahead, but that lead is now diminished to just a couple of seconds, 4.5 seconds now between Heidfeld and Bourdais, both of them running with used slick tyres, so it's a straight fight between the Dome and the Lola. Danny Watts is a further 10 seconds back in the HPD, and then just to make it, as we see the leader come into the pits, the leader pits on lap 72. He's done 5 laps more than the second place man. He's already a quarter of a stop ahead, and at the worst comes to the worst, he's gained 12 seconds or 10 seconds of fuel flow.
Absolutely, well, he stays aboard.
His in lap was only a 2:11 against a flying lap of 2:06, so...
And you lose 5 seconds on that first bit of coming in, so that's like a 2:06 an in lap, which is pretty impressive.
Now still waiting for the diesel to go in, and that's fuel only.
As we watch the chasing car, this is Treluar's car, was on the second screen there, was it not, John?
Yeah, and he was just in under braking for the final chicane as Duval has already disappeared, so we won't even get to see him as he comes down the start-finish straight and into La Source hairpin now. Treluar on the brakes, turns in right-handed, and he'll be looking in the distance to see if he can see the back of the 3 car. And he's off! He's off! Now, who is that? I think...
That's the Lotus or a Rebellion. It's Lotus.
It's the 32 car. Yes, it is. I thought for a moment that's Kevin Weider in the Lotus. He's just come out of the pits. I thought for a moment that was an Audi.
Oh, and he's going the wrong way against track as well. Was the contact there?
I don't know. I think
he's just come out of the pits, guys. I think he
frightened himself.
I think he's...
Watch it. Oh, no, it says he got the power in. It spun away from him, John.
What was he doing so far to the right down there? Well, his lights are off on the rear left-hand side. That was on board with Treluar. He was in the same place on the circuit as Treluar came round.
That's a car that was in 9th position in LMP2.
Now, has he done any damage? Yeah, there's damage to the left rear. The bodywork is flapping around. He's going to have to be a little bit careful there, just to make sure everything is still pointing in the right direction. As through goes McNish Jarvis. Meantime,
the sister car
is Holzer has brought that into the pit lane in 5th position in P2.
6th position, I think, just as he pitted there, John.
Yes, you're right. Excuse me.
But reasonably solid runs from that point from both the kind of Lotus Lola Judds. But there we go. See Weider there making his way slowly down the main straight, passed by a couple of GT cars, and that is, I think that is Ricard Leitz leading the class.
And getting very close at the moment in the GT Pro is Fred Macavizzi, who's just 2.9 seconds behind Jimmy Bruni. So he's halved that gap over the last 4 or 5 laps.
Bruni's trying to actually respond. Quickest first sector from Bruni last time around, but a quickest first sector and a quicker 1-2 from Fred Macavizzi. And he's taking tenths out of him, and on every sector just now, the gap under 3 seconds.
What variety of driver is Fred Macavizzi now? He is a gold driver, isn't he?
Has to be gold.
Yes, he is a gold driver.
That's because he drove everything in the world, last year.
Yes, he's the only non-platinum driver in LMGTE Pro.
And he's the fastest one there in a Ferrari at the moment.
By a distance. 2:22.557 for Bruni last time round, 2:21.259 for a car you have to say that should be absolutely identical.
Coming down to 3.25 hours to go. Alan McNish has been fired up by telling him he's leading the Green X Challenge at the moment, and clearly we have to do something about that.
The thing to point out as well, those battling Ferraris in second and third are somewhat 93, 95 seconds back from Ricard Leitz. The one concern I've got, John, is contact again there, and that's the 13 of the 29 Gulf Racing Middle East Lola Nissan. The thing I've got some concern about from the 59 squad's point of view is why did they take Jamie Malo out of the car, and is he fit to get back in?
It's a very good point. He would have to do another stint. You can't do more than 4 hours in total.
That was quite odd. I think he may well be he's feeling a bit battered and bruised after a bit of a dink into the tyre barrier.
And we're now on board with the Pescarolo Judd with Bertrand Boguet, number 15. If you're watching this, I think Bertrand's view is slightly better than our camera view, which is mostly fogged. And makes it look
I really hope so, yes.
Makes it look more than it should be. And he's been hunted down by the Dome, which I think is going to put a lap on him, isn't it? So Boguet's about to lose a lap within the petrol class to the Dome, which is behind him.
That's an Audi. That's an e-tron.
It's a white one. So yeah, I saw a white car out of this blurry thing. I thought that was a Dome, but it's not.
Right off the track from McNish, coming out of Le Combe, heading downhill to Rivage. On board with him now. Let's have a listen to the cockpit sounds. Well, we cut away from it before we could do that. But I'll whack the sound up next time for those of you listening on Radio Le Mans. We can't affect the sound levels on Audi TV or on any of our TV affiliates. However, here's back with McNish. That's out of Pouhon. You can really hear the regen. More than you hear the power coming on, you can hear the regen. Oh, we've got...
That's the JWA car. That's the JWA Vila GTM Porsche off to driver's right. And that car, a little way down. It's got the two car off the circuit, John.
That's McNish. McNish has gone off at the bottom of the hill just before you come in to Campus. So that's the exit of Fane and downhill into Campus, or Stavolo as I still want to call it now. What happened here? He brakes and turns in, and the car just doesn't want to turn
John,
in.
The car ahead of him squirreled badly as well. I wonder whether or not there's some oil down there, because the car ahead of him under braking squirreled quite badly on the same line.
Just understeered off there. That was classic understeer off. And is he going to go? No, he's carrying on going. So he's cleaned the tyres up. Consternation in the Oak pit for some reason. But that cost him 7 seconds. That little faux pas across the gravel.
Well, the 55 car we're talking about, that's Joel Camathias at the wheel of the JWA Vila car that was running 6th position in GTAM, but more significantly 4th in the WEC GTAM running. Joel, a previous Le Mans Series GT champion, together with Mark Lieb, as I recall.
I just wonder if we're getting a bit of dampness down there. Maybe that's what it was.
Very odd, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All the times have gone brown, boys. There's not a single blue on the entire field.
Yeah, well, that's just what I was looking at. I wonder if there's just a speck or two of rain at that. That's about as far away from where we are as it can be, and that's the direction that the weather normally comes from, although our weather spotter says the rain has moved away a little bit as the wind has picked up from the opposite direction.
Well, of course, there could be fluid down, as Graham says, from another vehicle.
Keeping an eye on the lead battle in LMP2 at the moment. Tor Graves is beginning to make an impact on the advantage of Simon Dolan. Always unwise to do these things over a single lap, but does seem to be biting into that advantage. 22.5 seconds now, the lead, with the 35 Oak. Further, well, 20 seconds or so back. And Brendan Hartley still making big inroads into the advantage of the 3 cars ahead of him. And with Warren Hughes still to come in that car.
Brendan's got a big future if he decides to give up the F1 dream and come over to sports cars. He's been very, very impressive in this difficult position.
Don't forget the Murphy car's had a stop and go penalty as well.
Yes, it has.
Just started with the wrong driver in it.
So you add, what, 30 seconds to that thing, and that car would be, a minute off the lead. With, as we say, both pro drivers still to come.
But they are, of course, one of the teams who's got an amateur who would,
can more than hack it at this level.
They're an amateur. It's like.
Has Bertrand been in the car since the start as well?
Yep. Yes, he has.
But he's allowed to be because it's P1, so they.
Question from at Jeff H16, Jeff Harris, on at Specutainment. Is the Dome able to score privateer points for Pescarolo? I believe it is. It's not a works entry, is it?
It's not a works entry, but it's not entered for the championship.
Ah, that's a good point, because it's a one-off entry.
Yep.
Yeah, good point.
It'll just race here and at Le Mans, so I don't think it races for championship points. Now, I'm trying to recall what the rule book says. It can, however, am I right, take championship points off cars that are behind it?
I'm sorry. That's way beyond my provenance.
David Brabham now in the HPD car, taken over from Karen Chanduk.
He's been in since the start, so Karen did better part of 3 hours.
A long run to probably just make. He didn't want to get back. He didn't want to talk about the accident again. Just let me go. I won't say anything. So we have a slight calm, I think, before the next storm. Loic Duval is comfortably ahead in the Ultra car. We'll find out how comfortably in a few seconds when Ben
and lapping
Trolli-
last time around a second exactly quicker than his nearest rival, who is Ben Trollier.
16 seconds ahead of Benoit Trollier, so that's a comfortable lead, considering he's also got several laps of fuel in hand. Alan, who's obviously had a problem just going off, we think, on something, because the car did seem to understeer off rather than mistake off at the bottom of the hill. He's a long way further back, probably a minute and a half back from the leader, and Ollie Jarvis is 11 seconds behind him. A lap further back, it is Nick Heidfeld, who is being rapidly caught by... Actually, no, it's staying pretty consistent now. 8 seconds to Sebastian Bourdais from Nick Heidfeld. Danny Watts is further 9 seconds back. But that means that there are 17 seconds covering the top 3 petrol cars, and Bertrand Baguette is also going reasonably well, as we have a problem, Graham.
For one of the Lara competition
cars,
it's the
50 car,
it is
isn't
the
it?
50 car. That car at the moment, John, has to be there and thereabouts. The WEC lead. It's Patrick Bornhauser in that car. He's 4th position overall, 2nd in the WEC GTM standings. It's got that car back moving.
Yeah, we should say...
Oh, and that was actually, he was collected by a prototype.
Well, that was an Audi.
That was a
no, it
rebellion.
wasn't. It was a rebellion, and
It's
the
the
Audi
12
came
car.
through
It's the
behind it.
12 car.
Nick?
That was Nick Heidfeld, I'm afraid, that caused that one. And that was the onboard shot from the Audi that we saw. From Ben Trellier, in fact,
Well,
wasn't
that
it?
little accident should really concertina up the front of the petrol group then. In fact, it has. Bourdais is now just 1.4 seconds behind Nick Heidfeld.
That's lost him
in the
7
battle for petrol.
seconds in recovering from that kind of half spin, really, wasn't it? And recovery over the grass.
Now, what we've got to get, I'm sure all of the, down in the pits, all of the guys will be just trying to calm their drivers down a little bit as we're coming towards half distance in 6.5 minutes' time. We'll give you a rundown of what's going on at that point. It's World Endurance Championship Round 2 from Spa, live and uninterrupted coverage. Thank you, by the way, for all the nice comments wherever you are in the world for what's been going on. Now, is that sorry,
Frozen shot.
Frozen screen. I thought the Corvette had stopped.
I think that Corvette is carrying a bit of rebellion on its front splitter.
Front right has damage, absolutely. Oh dear, that's a bit of an expressionist way to make the start finish for the. Is that a luxury or an AF?
A luxury car.
Another luxury car behind him, yeah.
I think actually that. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Sorry, forget.
Well, perhaps it is. Who knows? Really, the battle we need to be looking at, though, is slightly further up, which is the Bourdais and Heidfeld battle, which is now just 2 seconds behind.
Bit more Corvette engine noise porn here. On the Kemmel Straight, full revs coming up. And as I say, thank you for all the kind comments for those of you watching all around the world on the internet, as well as many of you on various satellites and TV syndications. Don't forget RadioLeMans.com covering all the sessions in sound and qualifying and all of the races this year in sound and vision for the WEC. All live, all free, and all uninterrupted. No ads, no features, just the racing, which is, of course, what you want to see on the internet, isn't it? As
this is LMP2 Oak being caught by LMP1 Oak, the 2 Gulf liveried cars of the 3-car team here this weekend, John.
Of just 167 cars in the race that have the Gulf team colours on them, it seems.
The remaining 75 cars all in Lotus livery.
Yes, it is quite remarkable how fashion, not really fashion with the Gulf livery, because that's been around for such a long time, but how all of a sudden you see numbers of cars that pick up a similar type of livery for one reason or another, whether it's marketing or whatever. But there's a lot of black cars around at the moment. Yep. And there's a lot of Gulf-coloured cars around at the moment.
No one's taken the plunge to be a Lotus Golf yet, have they?
No, not yet. No, it's quite neatly done there, as Bertrand Baguette using his loaf to get past his teammates.
Well, he stick it to it, did he? Dear, oh dear. You are a pan.
Sorry.
And relax. So Bertie Breadstick is going to do 3 hours, which is pretty impressive.
I'm told by at Ferrari Engineer on Twitter, non-championship cars are invisible when points are awarded, so they can't take away points from champ cars.
You mean like forcing during qualifying?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure about that. I am going to try and check that at the moment. But I've definitely read 2 laps to go for the haute car. Encore 2 tours, as he said. I know that there is a rule about it because I've read it. So it's Graham Goodwin, Nick Damon, and I'm John Hindhaugh. This is Spa.
I don't even notice this. I've just noticed now myself that the 4 Audi pit stops were...
So you're even getting interrupted by people on the track in front of us now.
Were 55, 55, 56 and 56.
Yes.
Which is interesting because you would have thought that the 2 diesel cars, pure diesel, would have taken slightly longer because they've got bigger fuel tanks.
Always assuming that you think they're using more or less fuel.
They're doing more laps. So
Well,
you would think that, wouldn't you?
But maybe the pure diesel cars are leaving more in the tank and could go even further.
Well, that is the point that seems to bear out, given the very slow fuel rate of diesel. Yeah, they are.
And the fill rates are the same, aren't they?
Yeah, first the same. They're obviously putting the same amount into each vehicle, but the diesels are getting a lap to 2 laps more from that amount. And then you'd be surprised. Given they're the same weight, I'm surprised.
News from the pit lane that it's a bent track rod on the 32 Lola Coupe of Lotus Racing.
This is the Kevin Weeder car that spun its...
Yes, you bet that against a wall, and you just bend itself.
No, absolutely. Meanwhile, what I think we're watching now is the coming battle here for second place in GTE Pro. That gap is still about 1.2 seconds, but Fred Makovicky, I think he's actually allowed things to cool off for a lap or two and is now in full attack mode again, albeit with the unwelcome sight of a Gulf Racing Middle East car in the same shot. It is the 29 car. We heard about Captain Chaos on the spectator banks.
Any minute now it's going to hit something or fall off or explode.
Let's have a quick look. Who's aboard that now? It is Keiko Ihara, the Japanese lady driver, ex-British Formula 3. She's going up the inside, does that without any major drama.
She did wait a while, didn't she?
She did wait a while. Keiko, I gather, will be extremely pleased that we've not had the heavy rain that has been predicted so far. Not looking forward very much to racing the rain whatever. And now we've got on the Audi Ultras, it's a 3 car, the leader between the 2 battling Ferraris. Woof. Loic Duval makes his way through, and it's battle restored here, and Makovicky certainly closer than he's been before. And he has taken so far the better part of a second, in fact more than a second, out of that lead so far in 2/3 of the lap.
Motorsport. You love it. We love it. Together we live it. RadioLeMans.com.
We've had a request for this, and it is halfway through the race, so let's do a race update for you live from Spa. This especially for @SeanMP on Twitter. As we stand then with exactly 3 hours gone, 3 to go in this timed race, Loic Duval of Audi in the number 3. This is the Ultra Diesel, leads it by 11.662 seconds from Ben Treluet in second place in the first of the e-tron Quattros. In third, Alan McNish about to come round and complete his 80th lap to stay on the lead lap, and he's 8 seconds ahead of Ollie Jarvis in the number 4 Audi. The lead 4 Audis have a lap on the rest of the field, which is led in the petrol class, if you will, by the number 12 Lola Rebellion Coupe with the Toyota power by Nick Heidfeld at the moment. He's got 9.5 seconds on Sebastian Bourdais in the Dome, the 17 Pescarolo in 6th position. Danny Watts is another 6 seconds behind in 7th overall in the 21 Stracker HPD with the Honda power. In P2, Simon Dolan leads for Zytek and for Jota. The 38 car has 28 seconds on Tor Graves, who's behind the pole sitting 25 Orica as well at the moment. And he's got around about 20 seconds on Enemeyer Hansen in the 3rd place in the Oak Morgan. And Brendan Hartley's doing a great job. He's another 30 odd seconds behind in 4th position in the 48 Orica. In GTE Pro, there's a great battle on the circuit at the moment between Jimmy Bruni and Frank Machiavicchi. And you're probably watching that on this screen at the moment and wondering why we're not talking about it. We are, honest, I can see it. And we will keep an eye on that. It's Ricard Leitz who leads that battle by, well, a country mile at the moment. Bruni in the 51 Ferrari from Machiavicchi in the 79 are separated by not very much at all. And in fourth place is Andrea Bertolini. And just to round off this update with half of the race gone in the GTE AM category, it's still Tonio Pons in the IMSA Matmut Porsche who leads it from Paolo Roberti, but he's well over a minute ahead of Paolo in the 88 Porsche in second, with Pier Giuseppe Perezzini in third in the 81 AF Corsa car that he shares with, among others, Matt Griffin. Back to the action on the track. There is your 3-hourly update with Loic Duval leading on lap number 81 by now 15 seconds.
John, this GTE Pro battle for second firmly engaged, but these guys can't get a clean crack at each other without an LMP car getting mixed up in it. They've just had to deal with 3 faster cars coming through. They've got another one closing quickly. Sebastian Bourdais in the Dome is actually now closing on this pair, but they're 2 lapping within half a second of each other at the moment. This is Jimmy Bruni under attack from Fred Machiavicchi, and here comes Sebastian Bourdais. He threads the needle.
Get a draft, Fred. Oh, he tried to, didn't he?
He tried very much to do that.
Watch up the right-hand side. Oh, he cuts across early and very, very high on the curb. Bruni using all of his experience. He's feeling under pressure, is Gian Maria there?
Very much so, very, very much so. And it's another coming-of-age drive from Fred Macco for luxury racing. They could dearly do with the points at very least from this. They had a very poor Sebring indeed. Both cars out very early on after the 59 car had actually led the GT race overall. But he's tracking now. Let's face it, one of the guys who's actually seen as very much a yardstick of pace in GT racing, and just as he does so, guess what? Looks in his mirrors, here's Danny Watts in the Stracker HPD. Oh, very nearly had to duck out of it there through Pouon as Danny came through on the inside. He's now cleared Bruni, so now it's going to be Ferrari on Ferrari action again as the LMP's clear.
And interesting, one of during this various kerfuffle, Danny Watts has pulled quite a bit closer to the car of Sebastian Bourdais, and often another picture there that could well be, that's a
it's a replay.
Okay. So we are now seeing a battle for the place of second overall, but the leading in GTE and leading first and second GTE AM, it's those Porsches, those pesky Porsches. Having a lovely time today as Fred looks to ease up as they go around the fast part of the bottom of the circuit before they come into the what was of course the bus stop. They all very wide there, and it's still holding some water behind the edge of that curb as they come in now to brake hard before the left and the right before start finish. But another lap will be led by Jimmy Bruni. These two cars are as close as you can get. They're separated by the length of half a car, but the aerodynamic gain is low. And can Fred now pop out into the source? No, he'll have to follow him through now. Only the very brave would try and do anything up the hill. And
let's just remind people, Nick, that the car doing the chasing here, the third place car, had a spin on the opening lap, had to come back from the very back of the field, and has also been off the circuit and into the barrier.
Yeah, good point.
With Jamie Mello. Jamie Mello taking out that car early. We don't quite know why yet, but Fred Machiavicchi put back in the car. That remains, I think, our concern about the attack of the 59 car here. It's a 2-driver team.
Jimmy Bruni appears to have more straight line speed in that he's actually pulling out along the Kemmel Straight, despite the fact that Fred should have got a toe. So they must have very subtly different aerodynamic
have they both got the big holes in the front of the bonnets open or closed?
Let's have a look. Next time around we see it.
Because there's an insert that can go in there.
They've both got exactly the same configuration at the front of the car by the look of it.
Not sure, actually.
Tends to be the case, of course, that AF Corsa will get the first stab at any kind of tweaks.
Yeah. Here's on board with Jimmy Bruni. Headlamps are flashing for a slow prototype ahead of him. And that's one of the... Is that the Lotus?
It is.
That is the
Who's
32
blocking
car.
The 32.
That's not great driving, I'm afraid, by a very slow-moving car wandering around in the middle of the track. And change of position there. Danny Watts has caught him.
Right up with him.
And Danny is giving the benefit of the flasher unit on the HPD at the moment. I'm here, Sebastian. I'm coming.
He's
Yes,
gained
I
like
know,
5
I
seconds
know.
a lap. 5 seconds this lap.
Well, that was 11, 12 seconds when I did the rundown. So this has been an awesome run by Danny Watts. A 10.7 last time around to a 13.4. And there's barely anything between them as they come down into the braking area for the final chicane. And the big white wheel, that is the Dome 102.5, comes across the line. And we're looking to our left to see that they've got traffic ahead of them. One of them being the Signatech 26 car.
The other one being a Gulf Racing Middle East Lola Nissan. And here comes Makovic. He tries to run the outside
Nice.
this time into the bus stop. That can't work. Not there yet.
Will he get the cut back here as he gets the power on a fraction earlier?
Closer than ever. What's the gap going to be this time? It's going to be
1600ths.
absolutely amazing stuff.
Makovic throws the dummy to the outside, but he's then going to try and spin him up down the inside. He's done it! Brilliant stuff by Fred Makovic. He threw the dummy to the outside, and it's not often you force Jimmy Bruni into a mistake, but you do, and now Danny Watts does the same thing. He gets position on the inside going into Le Combe at the end of the Kemmel Straight, and that's very interesting because we were talking earlier on about the Dome being slippery down the tubes.
Exactly right, and my guess is the Dome must have been balked there by one or other or both of those LMP2 cars, because that's exactly where. Here we go, we can see it now. In fact, it wasn't.
My guess is the Dome is suffering slightly from something. It's slightly down on power, it's got a slight problem.
Sebastian Bourdais has been in it for 3 hours and 8 minutes.
He's got a tired driver, but he's lost a lot of time over the last 4 laps. And relative time towards Nick Heidfeld, he's lost that as well. So the Dome is going slow rather than Danny going fast.
Well, no, I mean, Danny is going fast, but you don't know where they are in the tyres. Who's got the newer tyres on as well?
They all have made a stop on the... They're all on second stinting the tyres.
Okay.
But obviously how they wear them is a very good point, John, but they are second stinting this set of tyres.
The 4 Audis have a lap lead, at least, on everyone else as we move solidly into the second half of this afternoon's racing, which reminds me, I must check the football results. I can't say enough about the Simon Dolan drive for Zytek, guys. He's got 25 seconds.
Drive of his life, Simon. This one, drive of his life. He's been actually holding that gap actually very well indeed against Tor Graves, who's a gentleman driver too, but of no little experience at this kind of level. And this is by far the best drive I've seen from Simon Dolan.
And in 4th position in P2 in the 48 Orica, Brendan Hartley is the quickest of the top 4-5 cars.
He's taken about 10 to 15 seconds out of the advantage of the third-placed Oak in, I would say, about the last 10 or 15 minutes.
Loic Duval leads the motor race on 84 laps. As out goes, we're starting the next set of GT pit stops, and it is the leader that makes the stop first. Now, can he get out without losing his lead? He might be able to do this here.
And he's done it comfortably.
Is due to come round any time now and crosses the line now in front of us, and I think he's got out without losing the lead.
Absolutely, I think pretty easily. And there's Bas Leinders fairly clearly ready to get back aboard and take over the wheel from the 35 car. They know they're under threat from behind from the Orica Nissan of Murphy prototypes, and David Heimar Hansen will be one of a trio together with Bas at Le Mans.
Alex.
That's the 25 car,
Graves and the Boutsen Gillion car. That is the second and the 5th place cars in the class, nearly getting together.
This from Alex Verts on Twitter. Hello, Alex, listening in at home. I wish you were here and wish your car was here as well. He does say, does this tell us a story with ex-Peugeot drivers Genet and Duval leading in Spa in an Audi?
Yes, it
tells us a story. You should have the Peugeots here for starters.
Yeah. Well, I think that's what he's saying, isn't he?
Duval was only ever a associate Peugeot driver, was he, via the World of Orica?
But for how much longer?
Well, he obviously did have an offer, as we know, this year to drive for Peugeot.
Now, smoke from the back of the 3 car at the top of the hill.
You see that quite a lot when you go off and on again. The
optical illusions, and it kind of.
I was going to say catalytic converters. They don't have catalytic converters. They have particulate filters.
Right.
Tend to cycle themselves through.
And, meantime, Mark Lieb is now back out.
And Bourdais comes in. So
8.23 seconds, by the way, the gap to Fred Makovic, who is owes us a stop that Mark Lieber's already taken. You're right, down the pit lane rumbles the dome.
I think we will see Nick Manassian get in now.
Nick's looking pretty bored.
We will see a new set of boots, and we will see whether this car is just suffering from fatigue of tyre and driver, or is actually now beginning to carry some issues. But they did. In fairness, if this was unless they're timing back from the end, this came in at least 5 laps too late.
Yeah, and we should have a competition, I think, at Le Mans as to which quick Nick is the quickest. Quickest. Here's a guy who's certainly got call on that title. Nick Manassian gets aboard. Second drive, a very different car since leaving the Peugeot squad. After driving at Paul Ricard for the Sebastian Loeb racing team.
I don't think we've actually said today, of course, that our the Missing Persons Act of the witness adjudication of Peugeot has had its final.
No, we did.
We
did.
Half an hour
you were on the grid.
Yeah,
I was doing.
We did with Fran Montani. Now, the high interest that's come in the announcement of
I'm pretty certain that
Level 5 Motorsport.
That Level 5 didn't actually realise he was available to listening to us earlier the weekend.
I think that must be it. That must be it.
The big white wheel in to get its new tyres, and surely Seabass getting out of that now.
Yeah. He is out. And Nick Manassian bolted in.
There he goes with his electric wheels.
There he goes.
So now he has to try and make up for the time lost in those 4 or 5 laps where they went too long. Danny Watts is doing some personal bests.
And closing in, actually. Under 13 seconds now, the gap between Hardfelt and Watts.
This is a stellar stint again from Danny Watts. Again, one of those drivers that if you had to race for your life, 1 lap for your life. Danny Watts, Thomas Enger.
McNish is not having a good session. He's not managed to pull any. In fact, he actually lost 15 seconds since the stop to Ollie Jarvis. I mean, you can't look at individual laps because it gets traffic affected, but the fact is he's less than 10 seconds ahead of Ollie Jarvis. And a long way behind Benoit Trollier, who's consistently now between 15 and 18 seconds behind Loic Deval.
There's Sébastien Bourdais feeding back to Claude Galopin. The Pescarolo Team Garage.
It's not growing on me, so I'm afraid. I thought it might.
Is that Simon?
It is.
Simon Dolan looking to get by the dome.
Well, he's on cold tyres, of course, just out the pits and just into the race for the first time.
Behind an AF Corsa Pro car, not sure which one it is. And he's not being helped too much there, actually.
That is the 71 car that they've just gone by. That's Andrea Bertolini.
Who's had a quiet race. The 71 car. Not really in anything like close contention in a class that we've seen some very close racing. Good on Simon Dolan. He's sticking to the back of that dome, isn't he?
That dome's really not, I think,
up
in
to speed.
The first flush of youth in this race. I think he may well be suffering very slightly. He's now finally beginning. I think, but then again, perhaps John could be right. It could have been the greasy surface / cold tyres interface issue. Looking a bit more like it now. The car looks quite hunkered down. I think the looks are interesting because it's left with kind of, it's a 2008, 2009 car, and it's got 2008, 2009 headlamps, and not the triple decker LEDs we use for everyone else. And so it looks kind of quite small, visually lit.
Yes, litted.
Yes.
This is a good word.
Thank you. I've got several words today. None of them will go.
Slightly confused that we haven't so far seen the 35 car stop. We saw Bas Langders in the pit garage, helmeted up, what seemed like a couple of laps ago. But David Heimann Hansen has gone back around again, being reeled in about 14 seconds, the gap between him and Brendan Hartley.
Harold Preman just stops in the P1 at the second and 13 car. Rebellion Lola, that car has been trundling along quite happily, obviously having to make up for the several stop-go penalties he got a while ago. In the first hour, actually.
Nothing but high cloud on the radar for the next half an hour, so I think we can say that the threat of a splash has possibly disappeared. It's interesting, though, because looking out on the start-finish line in front of us, it's actually still damp in places there.
It is. It's been a strange...
It hasn't completely dried up.
It's muggy, that's why it's not picking.
It's a really strange turnaround from the weather forecast, isn't it? We expected solid rain throughout today and yesterday, and it just hasn't emerged. We've had sporadic, very heavy rain indeed, but generally speaking, it's been that muggy, sticky, yucky...
It has not rained during the race.
It hasn't, no.
It started horribly wet, but has not rained during the race.
You're right, actually.
It just goes to show the one thing about Spa weather is don't try and predict Spa weather.
Absolutely.
The only thing that's predictable about Spa weather is its unpredictable nature. And nature being the operative word. The leader is Loic Duval then, with 2 hours and 45 minutes to go, or thereabouts, as the third place P2 car comes into the pit lane. And that will promote, for a moment at least, the Brendan Hartley-driven 48 Orica into a podium position in P2.
But it'll be a slightly tougher task now. As we got to the is that the 3 car off the circuit there for a moment?
No, he just took a sharp one. I think actually
it was the Ferrari went into
the pits. Right, okay, but Brendan will have a slightly sharper task to actually...
It was Fred McAvicky that went into the pits.
It was indeed, and therefore he goes back down to third position, because Brendan's closest contender now is going to be Bas Linders. He's being belted into the car now for his second stint. Tyres for the Morgan Oak. And that, I think...
Was that a PCOM car coming in as well there? Yes, it was.
Yep.
Luis Perez Companc from 19th overall and 9th in P2.
And in fact, that 35 car now, the only car in the top 6 not powered by Nissan.
Wow.
Now that's a big turnaround from what we've been seeing earlier this week, where we had all 3 engines in the top 3 or 4 at more or less every point in every session. But all of a sudden, it's a Nissan-powered Zytek from 2 Nissan-powered Oricas, then the Morgan Judd, then 2 further Nissan-powered Oricas.
Nick Heidfeld has been called with a warning, a driving standards warning, for that instance we saw a while ago where he took the 50 Labour competition car off the track.
I think correctly.
No, that's just the first warning. Nothing will happen unless he does it again. But that's the first warning we've seen after a number of questionable moves, though.
I'm very surprised that some of those have passed without penalty. I'm not one for throwing penalties all over the place, but there have been some less than sensible drives up the inside by prototype drivers on other prototypes, but especially on GT cars. And I'm afraid the prototype guys have got to get used to being more patient.
Afraid so. It's part of the game, and
I'm afraid to just also, Graham, to finish off that thought, if the stewards don't jump on it, they will think it's okay to keep doing that.
Quite correct. We've seen this, haven't we, in Formula 1 about driving standards, that people coming in see the errant moves of others and think that's normal. You know, this is a big boy and big girls game, and at the end of the day, a mistake or a bit of a fumble there can have pretty dramatic effects, as we've seen in pretty recent races. Meantime, in GTE, by the way, Mark Lee puts in the fastest lap of the 77 cars race, the 2:21.733, some 12 seconds up the road at the moment from now second placed 51 AF Corsa car. Of course, Fred McAvicky, what happened in the second place luxury cars, pitted, but bear in mind that the AF Corsa car still owes us a pit stop to get back onto the same footing, if you like, as the leading Porsche. It's looking very good for the 77 crew.
It certainly is. We are minutes away now from the next rotation of Audi stops. I expect the number 1 car to be in the next lap, and lap 90 or latest lap 91. With either that lap or the following lap, we'll see the car 2, then a bit of a gap before the 4, and then anything up to 5 laps after, or perhaps even 6 laps now, we'll see Loic Duval in, if they're all playing everything straight batted and not trying to manipulate anything. But he has had a nice stint. This second stint has netted him an 18-second lead from Benoit Traoré. McNish really not had a good one, virtually a lap back now. Or certainly what?
Black and white flag car as well, for causing a contact with car 50.
That's the confirmation of what we'd seen on the screens.
21.
Now, good news for the Dome squad, the Pescarolo team Dome squad, is that Nick Manassian is up to speed and has done the fastest lap of that car's race at 2:09.299. The bad news for them is that both Nick Heidfeld and Danny Watts from the 2:08s the last time around, although both have gone slightly slower this time. Danny Watts now within 13 seconds of Nick Heidfeld for 5th position overall. And this has actually, guys, been a pretty decent petrol-fuel battle for the lower positions.
It certainly is, and it's by no means over, because you're not even a minor mistake ahead at the moment. You are just literally clicking the laps, waiting for the last hour, see where we are, and if you're 12 seconds behind or 7 seconds behind, you're right in with it.
Let's have a quick look what's going on in the GT AM class. That's still led at the moment by that 67 car. It's still the 2 ELMS guest cars, 1-2, the 67 IMSA Performance Porsche ahead of the AF Corsa Ferrari, the 81 car, with Paolo Roberti at the moment at the wheel of the 88.
But in the pits at the moment.
In the pits at the moment, the 88 Feldmeier Proton Porsche, the car that won at Sebring.
A couple of points coming in on at Specutainment and at Radio Le Mans. Tinvec 2005, Kevin Yoon says, I really like the dome. It looks okay, and it would look even better with a decent paint job, but I love the retro feel of the Group C style lights and Stratos Aero yellow wheels. Wicked Racer Bill says shark fin makes the cars look like the billboard trailers you see on the highways. Can't disagree with that. And a stop and go penalty for causing
Luxury
the collision.
Racing.
Attention in the pit lane. Car 58, stop and go penalty for causing a collision with car number 3.
That was in bus stop, wasn't it, John?
With the leader.
58 for causing a collision with car number 3.
I suspect that was from some little while ago. There was some side-to-side contact, was there not, in the bus stop?
No, you're right. But that was with Fred Bakavicki, I thought, when we saw the car nipping off. It would be interesting to replay. They got that one because I don't remember. I've not seen car 3 having much damage, so that'd be interesting. Looks okay.
And I've got to say, I thought that was the prototype's fault when we saw that.
I'm not sure we've seen that clip. The clip we saw a minute ago was the prototype and Fred Bakavicki, which is the other luxury racing. So I'm not sure. I'm sure the boys will be spooling through the EVS right now trying to find the instance, so we'll get a replay in a second.
It is Franti Monkey Calvo who's at the wheel of that car at the moment.
I think lying 4th at the moment, John, in maybe 5th in GTE
yeah.
AM. Let's a quick look as the screen clears for us. And indeed, that car is 5th. And that may not lose it a place.
Still not be happy though, will they?
No.
Particularly if they feel they got nailed by an Audi.
Nick Minasian, meanwhile, goes quicker again, so into the 208 for the first time for the Dome. Still in that 7th position. Looming large and very white. I wonder if they consider putting Pescarolo green wheels on that car.
Well, there's wing mirrors, of course, Pescarolo green wing mirrors. Let's go on board with Alan McNish and have a listen to this e-tron Quattro. Dido Capello in his new helmet. According to Pete Marchment, looks like an X-Wing fighter pilot with that new silver and white. May the force be with him. I'm not sure I can disagree with that.
May the 4th was yesterday, John.
May the 4th, was it?
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, but can he hit Swamp Rat with the T10 at 200 metres is the big question. Womp Rats, wasn't it? Something? Now, interestingly, we're now... Yeah, we are. They have come on. They've just stretched it slightly to 91 for the second place car, the car 1. This should be a full service, tyres and driver. Benoit Troyer will get out and Marcel Fazler will get in the car.
I think I've just seen, John, a tweet from someone implying that people in the USA cannot see this on TV. I believe I'm right in saying you can see it online.
No. The point is, if you follow the conversation, there's well over 7,000 people been watching it on the FIA site so far, and that is a whole lot of Americans watching it. And
I understand.
In complete incredulity that there's no ads, breaks, or features in an internet feed, as we were talking about earlier on.
The point. Sorry, I'm about to say, isn't that the point?
So are they disappointed that they actually wanted a kind of ambulance-chasing lawyer or some prescription medication? Or
Exactly.
meantime,
have you had instant sorry, Ari? Because we all have.
John Janine Delatraz hit you.
Car 28, car 29, please call us now.
Meantime, Nick Minasian does, I think, a 3rd consecutive fastest lap for that car, as both cars ahead of him, Nick Heidfeld and Danny Watts, are on pit road at the same time.
Of course, if it was May the 4th be with you yesterday, today's Revenge of the 5th.
Oh, dear. And
Not mine, that one. Ferrari engineer,
121 there for Fazler. So that when you change drivers and do tyres, 121, that's pretty quick, actually.
That's very quick.
That's 25 seconds for 4 tyres with
Absolutely.
one bloke dancing stupidly.
Right, meantime, it's all on now in
And
LMP2.
now we have car 2 in as well, sorry. So they've got effectively going the same lap because McNish is that far behind. Jarvis will go past, but he will get, when it stagger unwinds, they've both come in on their lap 91.
So then, P2, meanwhile, Simon Dolan pits. We've not seen whether or not Simon's going to stay aboard, but that's a fantastic stint from Simon. Pits from the lead for Jota in their Zytek Nissan. Bas Linders, meanwhile, has gone up to 3rd position because the Murphy Prototypes car, after a really good stint from Brendan Hartley, has pitted to hand over the 48 car to Warren Hughes. Oh, dear!
No, this is an accident between the Krohn Racing Ferrari.
Is that La Source? It is
and
La
it
Source.
is turn 1, and the PCOM Racing 49 car, that's Perez Companc. Now, I'm not sure who is in the 57. It is the 2 team owners, Luis Perez Companc in the 49 car and Tracy Krohn. Now, yellow flag at turn 1. Is that blocking the pit exit? No, they'll be able to get out behind that.
Be careful when he goes out there because they'll get upset with the...
So both of those cars are not moving.
That may need a safety car, John.
It's a very slow part of the circuit. They'll be able to pull them off.
They can get in, people can get inside. Now, someone needs to push Cron backwards. That's what you need to do.
That's the problem.
Alan McNish out of the number 2 Audi, gets into the warmth and dry of the Audi hut. Now, what happened here? Alan McNish was trying to draw attention of the team. He's got some problems with the wheel, I think he said. Oh my goodness me, Perez Companc, that was absolutely brain dead move. And poor Tracy Crone would not have known what hit him there.
Not really sure what else.
Commits to the corner.
Cars either side of it. This is
safety car, because
this has got to be safety car.
Can they?
It's got to be safety car.
They can get,
How annoying.
If they can get a safety car, some vehicle to pull Perez Companc backwards. It's safety car is being told to stand by. We could be going full course caution, and the Audis have just pitted.
Well, they haven't. The hybrids just pitted. Neither of the diesels have pitted yet.
Who's pitted in P2? Well,
it was just a flurry, so most of them got through.
Sam Hancock has got back aboard the Jota car. Bas Linders has just got into that car. Warren Hughes has got into that car. The 25 car hasn't pitted.
That's Tor Graves. Yeah, and he's only got 6 seconds. He needs to get in as quick. That's a full course caution now. Full course caution. Now, so unusual that this happens in European racing. 2:32 to go, and we are full course caution.
He's not pointing at a wheel.
He said he's got a problem with something, and I didn't hear what he said on the track.
Is that where the warning lights are for the hybrid? He's pointing to the top of the car, John.
We are deploying now the safety car. The circuit is under safety car procedures. Both safety cars are deployed.
And here you go. Here comes the recovery vehicle.
The annoying thing about this is it'll take 2 seconds to get that done under full course caution.
And a couple of 3 laps at least.
Safety car 1 has picked up the 25 car, the leading in P2 with Tor Graves on board.
Yep.
I'm not sure what the other safety car's picked up. Now,
meantime, my guess is that's going to be bad news indeed for the 25 car, because that means that Sam Hancock is right behind him on track. And a bit further back, we've got Bas Linders with Warren Hughes right behind him for 3rd place.
Now the question is, are Fazler and Duval behind the same safety car?
Ollie Jarvis right behind Fazler.
As it stands, they may well not gain or lose out of this. If they're behind different safety cars, then it'll be pretty much honours neutral between Duval and Fazler. Slight advantage to Fazler will be from that one.
Alan McNish still clearly quite aerated about something.
So this is going to be a quickie safety car, because as soon as those are gone.
Car 4 comes in, that's Ollie Jarvis, that's a couple of laps early. He's coming in lap 93. You would expect him on 94. Now, whether they pull Loic on the 94, which is early again, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see whether they decided better. They've cleared the obstruction.
Tom Kimber-Smith, who is at TKS77, says he's enjoying our coverage here, but the youngster is trying to make him watch Toy Story, but I'm winning the battle at the moment. And on the Dindo Capello helmets, Sam Collins says, I think the new helmet is more TIE Fighter than X-Wing. And by the way, Audi hospitality is like the Death Star canteen.
Oh dear.
It's a... And actually, Ralph Yutner he's a big Eddie Izzard fan.
There you go. Bruni, meanwhile, in and out of the pits as the safety car continues. And as he came out of the pits, it's 1 minute and 27, the gap behind Mark Lieb for the still, at the moment, shown as being second placed.
That'll be a game for Bruni. He's picked up.
I think so.
He was effectively a lap, and he's going to be a minute by the time the release.
Melo, meanwhile, has got back in the 59 car.
In has come. That's still car 4.
Ollie Jarvis, so that's still on its normal.
Perhaps a lap early, but nothing much.
Tell you what's good for him, though. Well, depends how far back.
Where's he going to come out? Is he going to come out in front or behind Alan?
Well, he'll have to stop and while the other safety car comes around. Because remember, its default position here is light red.
Yep.
It goes light green when the safety car train has passed.
Now, when the
Unless they've changed that
safety
again,
car,
well, yeah,
we've
good
got
point.
there the first and second placed cars in LMP2 behind, nose to tail behind the safety
Yes,
car.
they are. That's
And then
lined is one
behind the second safety car, I think, and therefore is held at the pit exit. We've got the third, fourth placed LMP2 cars and the GRM HPD in line astern, about 90 seconds behind.
And there's the start of the queue, the lineup at the end. So it appears then that it hasn't changed from the ILMC days. Default position on the pit exit lights is red under safety car, which is why it's very, very dangerous to come in under 2 or multiple safety car periods. Only when the whole of the train has gone by will it go green to allow the cars that are waiting there to go out, and then it will immediately turn back to red again.
It's a silly system.
It is a silly system, but
And don't remember, one they didn't actually get right at Silverstone.
no, because they did it the wrong way around. But this is the way that it was meant to work.
It also means that Johnny Kane is going to have Nick Minassian right behind him.
Currently instructed to increase to 120 Ks.
So the car that has actually profited most from that safety car, I would
Nick
offer,
Prost.
gentlemen, is Nicola Prost, who's got a better part of 2 minutes advantage.
Which will be a minute when they get up to speed again. So he's basically got half a lap for free.
Absolutely right.
Now that is the green light going on, so everybody tools out who was waiting there, and now it'll be back to red again. So if anybody else comes into the pit lane,
Duval has got a lap.
yes,
So he has absolutely gained, because when even he comes in and does his stop, he's going to come out 40 seconds ahead.
Yep.
yeah. Now that Audi number 2 has not got Alan McNish in it anymore. It's got Dindo Capello, so Dindo hasn't flicked his driver ID.
Perhaps that's what he's pointing at.
Right, here we go then. We've just gone down to 2.5 hours. Safety cars, lights will presumably go off next time. I've got to work out who's
Stay
got the
on this
leader.
time round.
Well, it depends who's got the leader. It'll be the other car, not this one.
The other car's got the LMP2 leader.
Who's got the race leader?
That's a white car. That's not the leader. No. Oh, here comes the leader.
Here comes the leader, and that's what's confused me as Loic
Flashing
Duval
red.
comes in. Now, this is dangerous.
No, he should be. They obviously worked out he can get out and be at the back of the next line, which will put him half a lap ahead.
Only if it doesn't go green. Well,
But the question is, do they want him half a lap ahead, John?
The question is, do they want that car to win?
Yeah. I know we sound very cynical, but
It's potential history
It is
here.
a team sport.
It's a team sport. It's potential history here. If you were the Audi marketing director,
I'll tell you
which
something
car
for
would you
nothing.
like to win?
If they let him win, I'm going to incredibly respect the organisation.
Oh, yeah, yes.
I'm still playing this replay of Alan shouting about
no, this
something.
is something else. Something about a helmet or a head?
Or when they get on, they normally...
They haven't plugged in the radio lead. They haven't plugged in the radio lead. It's still on the
Top of the
Velcro on his head, and the
That's what he
radio
said.
lead will carry the driver ID. And that's why it still says McNish.
And he has no radio communications as well.
And he has no radio communications as well. Back to live pictures. And Romain Dumas is stalling.
Got it going.
But it doesn't matter because he's going to have
He's
to wait
second in the
anyway.
queue.
Second in the queue behind
Norma.
the 43 Norma.
Now, theoretically, he will
Safety
pick up...
car in comes in at the end of this lap.
And
So how's that going to work?
Well, the new leader is Marcel Fessler, and the safety car will come in at the end of this lap. So Duval is going to lose the Duval car with now. Who did I just put in that car?
Dumas.
Dumas.
Thank you.
It wasn't you, it was Audi put him in.
Yes.
He's
we'll
good,
lose.
but he's
We'll
not
lose the
that
lead.
good.
He'll lose the lead.
Okay, so big gainers are definitely Nick Prost.
Who's third in the queue there? What's
is
that?
one of the
Lotus.
Lotus.
This one, the Lotus.
Uh,
No, that's not what I expected to happen.
they pulled
The
off.
lead safety
Oh.
car has pulled off halfway round the lap.
They
Not what I
released-
expected to happen at all.
Have they released the leader? Why haven't they released his boys?
Because everybody hasn't gone through yet. They're
Because
still
the
waiting.
41 car has spun,
Go,
and now
go,
they
go.
let them go.
There's a whole load of cars still coming.
That's the
Here
second,
they
isn't that
come.
the second safety car.
No, that's the only car that's coming there for the moment, John, was the Greaves Motorsport car, which spun in the bus stop.
That's not confusing.
Well, what's happened there, and that's confused everybody, is the car that had the lead train didn't come back to the start-finish line. It pulled off halfway around.
Came off at Pouhon.
Where did the other one pull off?
Into the pit lane.
Into the pit lane.
So they pulled off at the same time.
Yes.
Well, no, it never works quite like that.
So that's been a big game for Romain. Romain has got remember he was 16 seconds ahead. I think you'll see, though it will take a couple of laps to
really
sort
wind
it
out.
through.
Yep.
He's going to have something in the region of 40 seconds.
So we wait.
Oh, no, not quite. He's not quite through sector 1 yet, and Fazler is. So he's not got 35 seconds. They've not picked him up in sector 1. That's why, because he didn't tick the first part.
Didn't tick the first part. So we're going to have to wait.
Here
for
it is now. Here comes Fazler.
That's
down the hill.
Dumas is way around in the sector 2 now, John.
So we've got to wait, I'm afraid, to the end of this lap to see what the real gap is.
Now that's on board with the leader, and he's coming down to no-name corner. Well, I think they were lucky there, presuming that that's what they expect. I expected when it says the safety car comes in at the end of the lap, that it would be the safety car with the lead group that would come in at the end of the lap, not the next safety car across the line.
Sam Hancock takes the lead in LMP2 on that first flying lap.
Nicely done, Sam. So the Zytek back in after everyone has done 4 pit stops at the head of the P2 field.
David Brabham, meanwhile, gets between Bas Leinders and Warren Hughes in the battle for third.
And
now, Warren Hughes has done 5 stops, but don't forget one of those was a drive-through.
It was indeed.
And the lead is up to 30 seconds. So we've now got our first official time check. So the lead is after all that complications, gain of about 12 seconds. Is one of the Lotuses, I think. Or is it?
Oh, that's got a biff.
That is a big biff. That's
the Lotus.
That's a deranged rear wing.
That's a 31 car.
And
that is Mirko Schulstis, I think, and that was his outlap.
Yeah, and he is in 8th place in P2, 18th overall.
Not for much longer, I don't think, because that is going to have to be a pit caller.
Yeah, as here comes the leader, Romain Dumas, with 2 hours, 22 minutes exactly as he crosses the line. Still to go here at the 6 Hours of Spa. A 4-minute 38 lap for him that time around, behind the safety car. And that was a full lap for him out of the pits, actually, wasn't it?
Yes,
so it wasn't a full lap, yeah. So it was a
pit stop, and
confirmed as car 31 involved in that incident. Be making his way back to the pits, I'm sure, now.
And his pit stop, of course, was a 2:31 because he was sitting in the pit lane. Contrast that to Marco Bononomi, who was kept waiting 3 minutes and 5 after his pit stop. So he lost 30 seconds by being in the wrong place on the track with the 2 safety cars. You can never make 2 safety cars work. Why don't people understand that what you've got to do is, if you're going to have the 2 safety cars, fine, withdraw the second one, close the field up, and then withdraw the first one?
I don't want to be a broken record, but code 60.
Well,
28.6 seconds the gap last time around, but now the leader is stuck behind a huge gaggle of traffic, including, guess what? It's Gulf Middle East Lola Nissan.
Yeah, he's also got Mark Lieb there, I think, isn't it?
Yes,
it is. That's the leader in GT AM.
And still, that Gulf Racing Middle East car is not letting the leader by. Which of the cars is it? Can't see from this angle.
It'll be the rubbish one. Oh, hang on, that's both of them.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh no, see, the problem is there's blue flags there, and not everybody's watching.
They're still not by.
You can hardly miss that Audi, though, can you?
Well, you can if you're not looking behind you.
That is true, yeah.
I think you'll find is the problem there.
I suspect that is the... Oh, hang on.
Is that Giroir?
I think it might well be Giroir.
Fabienne.
Yeah, it was. It was Giroir. Meanwhile, Marco Bononomi's done the fastest middle sector of anybody.
Third
sector of anybody, excuse me, and he's battled to make up that half minute that he lost because the safety cars weren't running at the same speed.
Well, that man lost 6 seconds.
It's at least 6 seconds in that middle sector, so this gap is going to close. 21 seconds indeed, 21.7 seconds the lead gap as they cleared the second sector.
Only 4 seconds between Sam Hancock and Tor Graves in first and second in P2.
Warren Hughes, meanwhile, has got about 3 seconds to make up on Bas Leinders, who's just been overtaken by David Brabham as he makes his way through the P2 leading group.
And that puts the HPD, the number 22 GRM, after all its problems, back into the top dozen.
Absolutely.
Albeit about 7 laps down on the leader.
But about a minute to make up on the 2 leading LMP2 cars before we can get a top 10 exclusively populated by LMP1 cars again. Meantime, guys, the lead gap in GT Pro, after all that shenanigans, I think is coming down. And I think it's coming down to something around a minute.
Yeah, they're definitely the Porsche's lost from that the lead car.
Oh, dear.
Massive accident.
Right, that's at the top of the hill at Eau Rouge. The driver's moving, it's fine. I think that's the GRM car. It is indeed. And that then is David Brabham. He's getting out of the car on his own, and he's lost the back end right in the middle and gone in frontwards and sideways. The tyres have done their job. The car has absorbed the energy. David Brabham's hand off the wheel. He is moving around in the car. He takes the steering wheel off with some derision there. Now, is that
That's
Brab's?
not Brabham's
It's
helmet.
not Brab's helmet. That's not Brab's helmet, unless he's changed his helmet. Safety car has been deployed again. That's not Brab's helmet.
No, perhaps it's a blue and yellow helmet, unless he's got a new one.
What, driver walking away,
Driver being
shaken, but
shaken and probably stirred. But the once again, the old-fashioned, I know we say this so many times about absorbing energy. That is well over 200 kilometres up the hill.
Dear.
But the tyre barriers banded with those thick rubber bands, 4, 5, 6 old tyres thick there, and the arm core did not move at all. That was displaced along the whole length of that tyre wall area.
Now, just as that was happening, John, we had a very fast lap indeed from Marco Bononomi, which has not been scored as the fastest lap, I'm guessing because the track had just gone immediately to caution. But it was a 2:02.215 from Marco Bononomi, a 2:03.465 from Alain McNish ahead of him.
That was a remarkably similar looking accident to Jean-Christophe Bouillon
Yeah.
in the coupe level 5 car. You can't see from what's left
I think
of the
it is
car.
an accident we have seen many times. There is a small bump, but there is over that, and the car goes light and can lose downforce.
That's not
it's
the
just
GRM
gone.
car. That's not Brab's in the GRM car. It's the Norma, isn't it? Is it the Norma?
It doesn't. It does look like the Norma's paint job. But why would they?
That's
say
been that was the car I thought it was when I first saw it, and I called it before we saw the.
Let's have a look if Brabs is actually...
Brab's in sector 2.
So there you go. You're absolutely right, John. Bang
I think
on.
that's the
It's
Norma. Sorry, guys. I called it from what I could see. What was
In
left
fairness,
of the car.
John, so did the TV.
Well, I called it before the caption came up, but that's not that car. Brabham has come into the pits. Interestingly, Brab's car is shown in the pits, but I think that's the Norma.
It's certainly not Brabham.
Lisa, sorry if you're listening, if I worried you there for a moment, but I think David has not had that accident. Who was in the Norma then at that point? That is a very big hit.
That was...
It was Haysbrook.
Yeah,
Maybe it wasn't.
it is. It's shown as red.
It's shown as stopped, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
Haysbrook.
Haysbrook, who's had a couple of incidents already. So, again, put my hands up there. I apologise. Was my immediate reaction to say that was the GRM car. The black and red threw me out. There's no nose or right-hand side left on the car.
The car has held up very well to what was a very big bang indeed, John.
And I was just going to say, but the passenger cell, the driver area, has not had anything inside it. And there is the GRM car with David Brabham in the pit lane.
In his very distinctive helmet.
Yeah. And my apologies to everybody who I scared the living whatnots out of.
Now, meanwhile, where's that left us under the safety car? That's left us with Dinder Capello with Marco Bononomi right behind him. Johnny Kane, meanwhile, has got Nick Manassian.
Let's do a rundown while we've got. It's 2:15 to go. Romain Dumas leads by 1 minute and 25 seconds under safety car, the second safety car of the afternoon from Marcel Fesler. So it's Audi Ultra Diesel from Audi e-tron Quattro. Then Dindo Capello in third place in the number 2 car. And we're just waiting for that Norma to be pulled away. And it is the Norma.
Yep.
Thank you. That has just been confirmed on the screen. Again, my apologies to everybody involved in GRM there. But there's not much left of that car. The helmet of the driver, the only thing that caused me to have a second look at that. And I just wonder if something snapped or broke on that car in the middle of the corner. Third place Dindo Capello, who's right ahead of Bononomi in fourth. And I mean right ahead. I don't even think there's anything between them. Might be one car.
We'll keep an eye on that one, John, as they come by us.
Best of the petrol cars, now on 96 laps, with the leaders having completed 98, is Nico Prost from Johnny Kane on 95 laps. So they've lost out there. The Straka has lost out, although, yes, they have, because Johnny Kane hasn't done his 5th pit stop yet. Nick Manassian is right up behind Johnny Kane in 7th place, the 17 Dom Pescarolo. He has only done 4 pit stops as well, whereas Nico Prost has done 5. Dom Kramer in the Oak Racing, the 15 car, the P1 car, in 8th position on 95 laps, and he's behind the safety car, 3 minutes ahead of Hal Primat in the 13 Lola. Let's have another look. Did something break at the left? You know, I think it might have.
Yeah, he snapped away before the apex, didn't it? And just to confirm, John, the safety car that's just gone by us has got the 2 and the 4 Audis nose to tail, with Johnny Kane and Nick Manassian just behind that pair nose to tail. GT being what? Sorry,
in the 1 behind different safety cars.
Must be.
So
yeah.
first and second now behind different safety cars. So that's worked out well for the.
They must be looking
for
by the
Dumas. So Fast will be a minute or so behind when we actually get going again. Sam Hancock has the tiniest of leads over Tor Graves, but now a lap over Baz Linders, who is just ahead of Warren Hughes and Dave Bradman in a different sort of car entirely. Mark Lee has managed to be a different safety car ahead of Jimmy Bruni, so he'll keep his minute or so lead.
Yeah, that worked out okay, didn't it?
Well, they lost out in the last one, John. They lost from being almost a lap down to a minute, didn't they? So they lost a minute in the last one, and they're going to keep it as it is now for the next run.
And they're looking at this safety car. That's the Greaves Motorsport car. Then we've got what must be the number 1 Audi behind that car, and I think that's the only R8 team behind this second safety car.
Guys, I'm really sorry I misidentified that car. I hate doing it when it doesn't mean anything, and I'm really sorry if I've caused any unnecessary worry for anybody who has contact with JRM, and particularly with David Brabham. Obviously, we are effectively a community radio station for all of them, so my apologies with that, and hopefully we got that put right as quick as we could.
Should say, though, John, that driver from the Norma was out quickly and
yes.
on his feet and absolutely fine by the look of things.
Yeah, it was Hazebrook, wasn't it? Philippe Hazebrook, the Frenchman, the French silver driver, paired with Philippe Thirion this weekend in the Norma Judd.
Now, I have to say, fingers crossed that, bearing in mind that is a pretty unique car, that Norma. It's not very long until Le Mans, is it? And that car is due to be on the entry. Fingers crossed that that is recoverable. Back on a flat bed now, tyre wall being attended to.
They are very good with their tyre wall repairs here. It's remarkable what they can do at Spa. The thing I did notice, though, was the amount of water that come out of all the tyres and just rolling down Eau Rouge. I think it's like circumspect for a couple of laps when you go up the hill.
It's the WEC pit lane marshal, Alain the Sheriff Tanier, stands at the end of pit lane with I think that was the 31 Lotus.
The Lotus that's just had a repair for its rear end. Yeah, I mean, they're having a bit of after a relatively quiet start apart from the pit lane start, they've had a bit of action over the last hour or so.
We've been down through the P1 order. P2, Sam Hancock for Jota. The 38 Zytek Nissan leads Tor Graves in the ADR Delta, the 25 car, the Orica Nissan. The Morgan Judd, Bas Linders in the 35 car. This is the black and pink of the 2 Oak Racing cars, with Warren Hughes right behind him in the green liveried, the metallic green liveried Murphy prototypes, a 48 car, another Orica Nissan. Then in the P2 order, the next one up is the 45 car. This is the Buxton Gignon Racing, another Orica Nissan, Baston Brière. Aboard that car with Jordan Tresson in another Orica Nissan, the 23 car, the first of the Signatech entered cars. 6th position in that class. 7th is the 28 car, the car that we were describing, should we put it that way, the Gulf Racing Middle East Gulf liveried Lola Nissan Coupe. And then rounding up the top 8 is the 41 car. This is a car that's had its woes. This is the Greaves Motorsport car, and Christian Zugel at the wheel at the moment of the 41 Zytek Nissan.
So having just seen that first or second safety car line go by, you are indeed right, there are 3 of the 4 leading cars. In fact, it's car 2 from car 4, then behind them is car 3. So Romain Dumas is very nearly now a lap ahead of the 2 teammates, and he's half a lap ahead of Marcel Fazler. So what was a rapidly reducing 20-second lead has, thanks to the misfortune of the Norma, played right into the number 3 car's hands, and Romain Dumas and the team there, and the Ultra team for Audi. And they're going to have to start thinking pretty quickly how they're going to get these hybrids to win. In
GTM, by the way, class we've not mentioned for a little wee while, it's a Porsche 1.2 now. It's a 67 car.
To have.
It's the first time we've actually seen, I think, that 88 car in those top 2 for quite some time, because it's been the ELMS cars, 1 and 2, but we've now got the 67 IMSA Performance Matput car ahead of the 88 Feldmeier Proton car, and then the 81 AF Corsa Ferrari with Patrick Bornhauser now 4th after that contretemps with Nick Heidfeld.
Just had this as an update posted on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective at radiolemans.com on the forum from Jörg Bergmeister, talking about Tim Bergmeister, who had that huge and very scary looking accident in Japan yesterday, wasn't it? Now these are Jörg's words, that they are trying to save the left lung. No damage to the head or the spinal cord. We'll know how it will go in the next 2 weeks. That's him talking about his brother. Tim, Jörg, all of the Bergmeister family and friends. There's a huge amount of people listening to this, and we are all sending lots of good wishes and hugs across to you, and hopefully everything will turn out for the best. Fantastic set of people, the Bergmeisters, and Jörg and Tim are good fellas, and frankly, even if they weren't, we'd still send them good wishes.
Yeah.
But guys, just to let you know that there's a lot of people who are watching and listening to this race who are thinking about you guys as well. Tim, get well soon, mate, and come and give us some hell at Le Mans. So this slight hiatus in the action gives us a chance to take our breath, and I think just take a bit of a look back as the remnant of the Norma comes back on the flatbed. Look back at the first 4 hours of this race. And gentlemen, what do we think? Graham Goodwin, dailysportscar.com. We had a pretty gentle lead into this week. It wasn't perhaps the most exciting, as well, the safety car being at this lap, so I'll ask for some quick comments.
Well, it's been predictably dominated by Audi, but there's been a great petrol fuel battle behind it, John. We wait to see how this pans out with the diesels versus the hybrids, and it was pretty clear that in the worst the weather we've had, the hybrids held a real performance advantage.
We are bringing the safety cars in at the end of this lap. Safety cars will be coming in at the end of this lap.
And
overtaking is not allowed until they cross the line at T12 or at the finish line.
Oh.
T12 is where the other car goes in.
Okay, I'm going to stop talking because we've got the Audi safety car now coming into bus stop.
And I tell you what, the 2 Audis behind it aren't giving themselves much of a gap. Remember, you can't go by. Oh, that's going to be very tight indeed as the Audi S5 pulls off and is followed into the pit lane by who?
The Dome.
Mirko Schultzes, was it?
It's the Dome.
No, it's a Dome.
Oh, and that's not a smart move unless they were desperate for that stop. Meantime, Romain Dumas with Fezler right up his tailpipes. But of course, a full lap behind. No, hang on a minute.
No, that's not. That's Dindo.
That's Dindo leading the. I'm not confused at all now.
Dindo third with Bononomi fourth.
And Dumas about 2 cars further back.
Absolutely. So Dumas is closing, we think closing on those 2 to put them a lap down as Nick Manassian pits. He does stay aboard. We expect him to stay, we think, in the car to the end of the race now. Well, that means Johnny Kane gets some respite because Nick Manassian was right with him. But the other one to watch is the LMP2 lead, because just behind the Dome in that train was Sam Hancock with Tor Graves right behind him. Warren Hughes, meanwhile, is less than half a second now behind Bas Leinders for third.
Right.
So it's all open. It's all up for grabs in LMP2 as well as with the Audi order, John.
Right, so this is the battle for third. We've got it right. Thanks to the guys in the truck for putting the captions up. So that's Dindo Capello in third from Marco Bononomi in fourth, and they are just short of a lap away just short of going a lap back on the other two cars.
On the 3-car, John, because the 1 car was actually in the second, is about a further half lap back. So if you look behind, as we get a longer shot, you've got the 2 car from the 4 car, then a couple of
So they
LMP2s.
have dropped off the lead lap then?
No, not yet.
No, not yet. They're
They
about
will
to.
do.
They're about to. If you look 3 cars back, when we get a long shot, you'll see the 3 car looming large behind what I think is the ADR Delta car, with Sam Hancock just ahead of him.
Normally, I'm not this bad at keeping up with. There's 2 safety cars, just there's no need. Into the pit lane comes the 49. That's had its travails, of course.
That did lead, of course, the class early on, John, but it's way off now after that.
One of my tips for that. I'm afraid I've probably cursed it by saying in our preview programme that was a tip for the championship, that car.
Well, there you go. It ran very hard. It ran very well, but unfortunately, it's run very hard into other cars too often, and it's well off the pace now. And here we go. We've got that is the 3rd and 4th place cars, with Danny Watts is the next car along behind. Then we've got Sam Hancock, and then the leader, the 3 car.
And he's managed to eke out something in the region of about a 50-second lead now over Marcel Fazler, perhaps 53 seconds based on the 26. So the big gainer from that second safety car was Romain Duman, who got an extra half minute of lead effectively over the other 3 Audis. So there's always winners, always losers. In the petrol class, it's still Nick Prost by 1 minute and 6 now from Johnny Kane, who, as we know, with the dome starting the sequence of stops for the petrol cars, is now a long way ahead of Nick Manassian. Sam Hancock's already pulled out a 6-second lead on Torgraves.
I was just about to say something's happened here with Warren Hughes. We're about to see it. I think he's had contact. He's lost 4 or 5 seconds to Bas Luijenders in the second sector here. That may just have been traffic. But Sam Hancock, meanwhile, has actually powered away at the front of the LMP2 field. In that first flying lap, he's put 6 seconds on him, hasn't he, on Torgraves.
As we see now, the battle for 3rd. It's an Audi internecine battle in some ways, but one's an Ultra and one's a Quattro. And certainly, if we've learned anything from this race, it's when it's really wet, you want to have the Quattro.
You most certainly do.
Now we're just learning that it does appear that the cars are very similarly paced, and you've got them set up properly. The Ultra is fastest.
Absolutely. Now, at this point, if you were the Audi team manager, what would you do? I'd be, I think, minded, sporting considerations aside, be asking those 2 to hold station. Oh, dear.
Spinner, Ferrari in the final
71
chicane.
car.
Oh, my goodness me, that is the 71.
That's the 4th place GTE Pro car.
He's had a bit of another one has a busy day, isn't it?
A very busy day. And that's allowed the GTM leader, Raymond Narak, now at the wheel of his car to move ahead.
It does appear that in basic raw pace, in an ordinary dry situation, the Ultras are quicker than the hybrids. Now, I'm sure that's because setup work needs to be done on the hybrids, and it's a different thing in getting the actual maximum out of them. But it does seem that the dry weather, the new ordinary car, if you can call an R18 ordinary, has the pace. And as you say, the management Audi has to decide what it's going to do about it.
I'd like to keep an eye as well on the pace of Nico Prost at the moment. 2:14 last time around was a slow lap for him. That's 6 seconds slower than the chasing Johnny Kane, to the point where it's actually now a minute dead to the 1,000th is the gap between our leading petrol cars, 5th and 6th overall, as Marco Bononomi nails what you've just said, Nick, and puts in the fastest first sector of the race so far, under 35 seconds for the first time. The number 4 car, 34.9 seconds, and now right with, what, a 1/10 of a second, the gap now between the number 2 e-tron Quattro of Dindo Capello and Marco Bononomi in the 4 R18 Ultra.
When this happened before, they asked the Ultra to move, the Quattro to move aside for the Ultra. It's definitely a case where the 2 is holding up the 4. Will they ask him to move over?
Well, no, the Ultra moved over for the Quattro because they were having, it was the 1 car was having tyre troubles. Yes, he was asked to pull over at the hairpin.
The Quattro moved over for the Ultra.
Yes, that's what I said.
No, you said the other way around.
All right, sorry, the Quattro pulled over.
And this is what we're asking about again, because the Quattro is ahead of the Ultra.
I think Warren Hughes is in trouble, gentlemen. He's just done a second slower lap at 2:19. It may be a little bit of traffic, but it's slow in most sectors, slower than most sectors than the car ahead of him. Bas Luijenders, 35 Oak Pescarolo. Let's see what happens as they complete this lap. A 2:17 to a 2:13 for the car ahead.
And meantime, we saw Mirko Schulze spinning the Lotus LMP2. New rear wing section applied, clip on, clip off. That's a new innovation for the 2012 car from Lola in Huntingdon. And Karen Chanduk tweeting that he feels really good physically after the triple stint, except that after about 45 minutes in, he really, really needed to use
So you
the
don't
lavatory.
do the Johnny Herbert thing when you're showing a car, then? It's Johnny Herbert, just you should do it in the car.
And Johnny O'Connell is the same, apparently.
It's fair enough, really. But
Is that why they've got this sign, now wash your hands? On the
Well,
side?
you know, it's not quite. If it's a single seater, you can understand it. If you're showing it to other people, it's
No,
slightly
you
less
can't.
social.
I'm not even going there. I'm not even going
Here's my
there.
seat
Tim.
insert. Here's my nappy.
Looking a little flushed. Sponsored by Depends. There you go. Romain Dumas, meanwhile, comes round 2:03.370. We're under 2 hours to go now. 4 hours down. 30-second stop-go penalty, meanwhile, for car 38.
Oh, no. That's the Sam Hancock.
That is indeed the Sam Hancock car. The leading car in P2 has got a 30-second stop-go penalty. Now, why ever has that happened? We
Overtaking
should...
under yellows, bet you. It'd be a,
Or overtaking before the line.
yeah, some sort of safety car.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Be
They'll
my
be...
guess.
All right, let's have a quick rundown of what's going on as we move into the last hour. And again, as we're watching the action, last 2 hours, excuse me, we'll have a start from the GT
Violation of Article 70.
In the pit lane. Stop and go. 30 seconds for car 38 for speeding in the pit lane. Stewards decision number 19.
That would appear to be more than once they've done it, perhaps.
Gianluca Roda leads the amateur class, does he, in the 88? He
Yes, he
seems
does.
to at the
No,
moment from...
No, he doesn't, because the 67 car is on the first screen.
Oh,
Really?
my goodness
Good
me,
work
you're
by
right.
Rayman.
Raymond Narak in the Porsche. The IMSA Performance Matmut, 24th overall, leads the GT AM category from the
88
car
car.
that I've just mentioned, the 88 of Gianluca Roda, by well over a minute and a half. And Matt Griffin is another minute or so behind that as we watch the number 4 of Bononomi go past Dindo Capello. And there's Ollie Jarvis saying, good on, teammate. Clearly there is a bit of needle within the Audi teams. In the pro category of GTE, 1 minute and 4 seconds is the gap between Mark Lieb in the Porsche and Jimmy Bruni, now restored into second place in the 51 Ferrari. Jamie Mello has got back in the 59 car.
Yes, he did. Yep.
And P2, Sam Hancock's going to have to stop for a stop and go, and that will lose him the lead to Tor Graves.
It may not lose him, though, third place, John.
Very
may not-
tight.
It's going to be very tight indeed. But, that's not good news for Jota.
And 10 seconds further back behind Baz Linders, who's a minute away from the top 3, is Warren Hughes back down to a 2:12 last time
Back
around.
up to speed. It might well just therefore have been maybe a little bit of contact, but certainly traffic.
Replay of the change of position as Bononomi goes through to past Dindo Capello into the final corner. In fairness, Dindo not making it too difficult, moves across through that right-hander. In comes Bononomi. And there is a difference in sound, isn't there, when they
There
break
is.
down in the normal car,
Yeah.
the
All the-
non-regen car.
All the clapping you might give there, there was a definite second move to get out of the way there.
There was 2:02.936 for Marcel Fazler. Second position, e-tron Quattro moves to within 43 seconds of the leader against 2:05.8 for Romain Dumas.
Well, Fazler's going to to make it look convincing, Fazler's going to have to chase him down at 3 seconds a lap for the rest of the race.
Yes, he is.
And he's got 43 seconds. He is going quicker, but
At some point, we're going to see the Jota car rumble down pit lane and then stop for some time. So at the moment, looks like Eddie Delta due to actually retake the lead of this LMP2 race and into the top 10 as well, of course, for the first time. Second time. And Warren Hughes, meanwhile, is now catching Baz Linders. 2:10.581 from Warren, the
Down
fastest
to
time.
8 seconds, Graham.
Yeah, absolutely. Fastest time so far for the Murphy Prototypes team. When was the last time do you think we had an Irish-run team in this kind of position in international sports car racing? I'm not going to ask John, but maybe we're going to ask the collective. But all of a sudden we've got a fair Irish contingent in sports car racing.
Honestly, I don't think we've had an Irish entered team.
We have had in the LMS because Status finished on the podium at Paul Ricard in the European Le Mans Series.
Yeah, but not in a World
I
Championship.
agree. Yeah, I agree. But good to see. Got a great attitude to coming racing.
And he's certainly got the hurry up because Warren's now just blue sectored his first sector for that status car, and Baz Lyne's been told to go faster as well. More on board from the Pescarolo, which the good thing is they've cleaned the camera on that.
I think they were telling him to richen that car up, and he was certainly twiddling with dials as he came down the Camel Straight in the 15. Pescarolo.
As we got one AF Corsa car making life difficult for another. That's on the Pro cars. That's the 71 car.
That is the Olivier Beretta-driven car in 4th place in the Pro category. Oh, just drifting a little wide, Olivier.
Couldn't see which one the other one. I'm guessing the other one was the 81 car.
Now we've got a slow prototype, and it's the 24 car.
On start finish, was it going down the hill?
That's Jacques Nicolet.
I think that is
down
going
the hill
down the hill towards Eau Rouge, and I think there's a problem at the left rear of that car, gents.
He's got moving again.
Well, maybe it was a Control-Alt-Delete moment. But he can't be going very slowly there. Oh, he keeps well across to the left-hand side, off the track, in fact. That's really heads-up driving.
Slow car on the endurance straight. There is a slow car on the left-hand side of the endurance straight, making it up to Radion.
That is Eduardo Freitas, by the way. A number of people asked us who the voice of the race director is, the former World Touring Car Championship race director, and I'm really loving hearing
it's great.
What's going on.
That's a real level, doesn't it? Just a little bit more inside information. It's the kind of thing we know sports car fans absolutely lap up. Sam Hancock, meanwhile, has taken that stop-go penalty, has rejoined the race. He is in 2nd position at the moment, but he's now got the chasing pair of Bas Linders and Warren Hughes not quite breathing down his neck, but they're getting closer and closer and closer.
He's got 12 seconds over Baz, and he's got 22 seconds over Warren with 1 hour 52 minutes to go.
Warren now 10 seconds behind Bas Linders.
Roman Duman not playing the company game and now putting in a 2:03 and going fast this lap.
Oh dear.
Suggestion from Empal Warren, Marcus P. Perhaps why didn't plug in the radio so he couldn't be asked to pull over and let Bonadobi pass. Well, that's the car that they need to score points with, of course.
Well, the other cars don't exist, do they? They're not entered, so the points don't matter.
Yeah, but that's got to be ahead of the Fessler car.
Yeah, that is an absolute battle. You're right, but they are obviously two-thirds of a lap down on that position, aren't they? So they've got it thanks to the safety cars. So that 1 versus 2 battle will even itself up after the addition of the points from here in Sebring. Just that pole yesterday from Allen will keep them ahead, I think.
Yep, as we wait for Sam Hancock to actually complete his outlap after taking that penalty. Meanwhile, his target, Tor Graves, the end of the Kemmel Straight, that's the difference. It's 39 seconds.
And when Tor gets out, we've got Robbie Kerr to get in, and he's not exactly slow.
No. Meantime, Bas Linders now, 12 seconds back from Sam. But Warren Hughes, he's got the hurry up. He's closing in. Another second out of the advantage of Bas Linders ahead. So to the end here, we might well have Kerr, Hancock, Linders, Hughes.
Yeah, I think so.
That's something to savour, isn't it? And David Brabham looking to make his way by all of them at some points.
Brabham's still got a very good chance of catching up with the back of the P1 field, so which I think must be the aim after that rather unfortunate start where they started a lap down because they had to repair the damage that Karun did on the outlap. Though Karun made up for it with a good triple stint. But just waiting to settle. It's interesting that the safety car splitting things up and putting it together, and then the penalty for Sam Hancock has just kind of put everything into kind of a waiting pattern for a while, hasn't it?
That's rather.
You see us, we're looking and seeing what's happening and watching it develop, but we're very much at the calm before the storm, I think, after that sudden flurry of activity we had about half an hour ago.
You know, and it's again, they've got that variety still there. It's Oricas, it's Itex, it's Morgans, it's Judds, and it's Nissans, and you know, they've got different strengths at different parts of this racetrack. John,
I love our listeners. I really do. Listeners and viewers. Just had this in on Twitter from... Oh, and I've just lost it again. Give me a second. Jeff Easterling at Grimm Brothers 1 as we're watching a prototype
It's 29.
crawl
Not, is
down
it?
the hill.
Backwards,
no-name corner.
facing the wrong way.
Facing the wrong direction. It's not crawling down the hill, it's rolling backwards. Quickly from Jeff Easterling, we were talking about Irish cars. He said, Irish cars best when experiencing a good draft.
Dear, oh dear.
Very good. And a quick history lesson from Lola, courtesy of Sam Smith.
Now
He
he's
says,
stuck. He's stranded now.
not believing what he's seeing from who's in the 29 now. Do I really have to say it?
Bornhauser. Patrick
Stella
Bornhauser.
Trust.
Stella
Oh, sorry,
Trust.
sorry,
Of course it
sorry.
was.
Sorry, Patrick.
Oh, no, wait.
Oh my goodness me, that was only...
These guys
first
have got an entry to Le Mans, haven't they?
Two entries at the moment. No.
Someone has got to have a word with this team because they're not safe.
It's not good enough.
Neither of them are safe on the track.
No, look what he's doing now. He's pulled out right in front of a GTE car.
Let's pull that right in front of the LMP2 leader as well. That's this is a poor show, I'm afraid, from Gulf Racing.
43 years ago this weekend, the late great Joe Bonnier shared a Lola T70 with Herbie Muller to win the Group 4 class here at Spa. Now, those were the days. There were some black and white pictures last night at the get-together to honour Jean-Claude Plassard that were just so evocative. I don't know if you saw some of the T70
No.
pictures. Unbelievable. How, if the shirt had only been a slightly 17 sizes bigger, there would have been underneath the shirt. Eve's only got a small handbag this weekend, so we couldn't sneak one of them out. How hard do we think that the Audis are pushing? Number of people on the Midweek Motorsport Listeners Collective on the forum at radiolemans.com saying good reliability from the new Audis, and they are brand new, but how hard are they racing?
Is I think there's been elements where they're pushing very hard, and I think it was noticeable how Alan went nowhere in his stint. Because Alan is not going to sit around being fourth of the Audis, and he would have pushed to a level to which he was allowed to, but he made no impression on any of the Audis around him. In fact, dropped back from the other the other hybrid. I'm not sure how much they got in their pockets. They are effectively able to go 4 seconds faster than the petrols, and that's what they're doing most of the time.
Well, some of the time. And we're looking at 203s for the quickest car, 207s for the slowest of the four at the moment. What have they got? I think they can play with parts of their program here. They've got some space here. They've got strength in numbers, and look at it. All four cars are still running relatively, unscathed and reliably.
Best we've seen is a 202 from the lead Ultra car. Anything the Ultra car can do, the other three can do, provided they're all well.
Certain of that.
So whether they can do it over a stint because of the way they wear their tyres, the way the weight distribution works out, I don't know. We're in the interesting situation, of course, where the cars are fastest when they're heaviest, because obviously they get the fresh tyres every other stint, but they got a full tank of fuel. The qualifying time, which we saw, which was a 2:01.5, is certainly they could have gone quicker than that. I think probably on a good day they could do 2 minutes flat, even in race trim.
I would tend to agree with you. What we've got at the moment, though, is that none of the petrol cars can really make any kind of impact on any of those four. Certainly not anything over an individual lap.
And I'll tell you what the other thing is about that intrigues me is this fuel, the diesel mileage that the guys are getting as we're watching on board with the 15 Oak Pescarolo of Dom Craheimer. I'd love to see him in, by the way, in a good drive. So deserved it after a couple of great seasons in Formula Le Mans.
Absolutely, as we've got him coming back past the Greaves Motorsport car. But it's certainly battle is well joined now in LMP2, and the two guys who actually got their pedal to the metal at the moment are Sam Hancock in second position, who after taking that penalty down into the 210s and 35 seconds back from the leading car, the 25 ADR Delta car. But Warren Hughes is continuing to actually bite into the advantage of Bas Leinders. It's about 6.5 seconds, under 6.5 seconds now for third place. So 1, 2, 3, 4 within a minute of each other as the 13 car with Harold Premat ceding the seat to... Who's that getting in?
It
Maltese
was
Cross.
Beliki started it, so...
Maltese Cross on top of the helmet.
So he's trying to work out very quick. No, they Beliki and Preman the cars. It's only a two-car team.
Oh, in which case Beliki got it. But
two-driver team. So I didn't say two-car team. Sorry, two-driver team. I think the interesting question is how many phone calls are being made to Dr. Ulrich at the moment saying, is it all right if the ordinary one wins?
Oh, was that smoke from the 49 car? I think it was.
It's all that's left to happen, really, isn't it? A spectacular blow-up is all where they dump oil over the entire track. It's just what's left of that car.
haven't covered themselves in glory, I'm afraid. Luis Perez-Companc is one of the drivers.
There it is.
On the...
Oh, is that tyre?
No.
Front tyre.
Yeah, it's
Front
a front tyre rubbing.
Damage to the front. Yeah.
Damage on that car? How could that have happened?
Well, that was the corner that he attacked Tracy Krohn with, and there is the answer. And I'm sorry, I have championed Luis Perez-Companc.
Oh,
that front wheel is hanging on with a small piece of thread. I've championed Luis Perez-Companc. I thought he's been very good. That was a very poor manoeuvre, and it's going to cost them what would have been a good result, Graham, and a car that should be challenging for the championship.
I tend to agree. The one thing I was just going to double check.
Pierre Caffer in the car at the moment. Yes,
yeah.
with the yellow helmet. Yes, sorry, but it was Perez-Companc who was in the car when he T-boned Tracy Krohn.
Well, let's have a look what's going to happen here. I think we're going to have pretty soon. Sam Hancock is now being caught by Bas Leinders, but Bas Leinders is being caught by Warren Hughes. This is going to concertina beautifully, I think, in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes. And I think we're going to have perhaps as good as a 4-car nose-to-tail battle in LMP2.
So those three, it looks like Tor Graves has made the most of that advantage of the stop-and-go penalty for speeding, which was suffered by the Jota car. But anything can happen next hour and 45 minutes.
Absolutely right, and unsurprisingly, the 49 car, the Picon Racing car, goes into the garage.
Well, they've got the pace down, now they need to get the racecraft.
Absolutely right.
It's seriously very unusual. You don't see those guys normally doing that sort of stuff. Klaus, Pierre Caffer is a consummate professional.
Ex-Audi factory driver, of course.
I don't think any of this has been down to Pierre. Sioy Harari battered the thing around for the first session, didn't he? How many times did he have a little nibble at someone else? Then the nose fell off.
Well, Ayari drove that car, this type of car last year, of course, whereas they've swapped over the other guys.
You're absolutely right. Just looking at the pictures we're seeing at the moment, very clear the suspension's broken.
Front wishbone. Surprised that hung on, actually.
Instructions duly given, but the team spring into action.
It's been nudged. So many. I'd be interested to know how many little individual impacts
I can think of at least 4.
Mr. Perez-Companc have had, 2 of which were quite major, but there were 2 others where strikes were going. And if these cars are strong, well done. And as Bas Leinders now comes into the pits, so he's the first to pit of this section, because of course, while we have 5 pit stops from Sam Hancock, one of those is a stop-go. So Baz comes in for the 5th stop.
Same with Husey as well, don't forget.
That feels early, but I may be wrong, because safety cars can have that odd effect, can't they? But that feels a little early to me.
Certainly, yeah. The safety cars are completely put off where we are on this one.
But Warren Hughes then, first time then, the Murphy Prototypes team up into a podium position.
One thing that has happened during that section of stops we didn't really notice is that it's really suffered is luxury racing. Luxury racing, who are on the tail of Jimmy Bruni for second in GTE Pro, have dropped 1 minute and 13 back now, Jay Mello. So there's no real direct fight in GTE Pro. They've all sort of been split by those safety cars.
On board with Tinto Capello. And, OK, right, we're not going to stay with that, which means I can ask this question from @FordTheCat on Twitter. It's Tony Walsh. Graham, for you, why are the Rebellion Lola Toyotas in Lotus livery, and why aren't they called Lotus?
Right, here's a long question. The very strange one is that
in 12 words or less.
We've never actually seen this announced. What I know is that there is, or at least was, an arrangement in place for various parties behind Rebellion to be involved commercially with various parties behind the Lotus Renault Formula 1 team to do with marketing and supply. Also understand there is a wish for there to be a technical commitment with that between the Lotus factory and Rebellion moving forward. But because of the change in ownership currently underway with Lotus Group, things I think have rather stalled. And my guess would be that if you had to find a good way of explaining it, is the retention of that livery is a goodwill gesture at the moment by Rebellion.
I suppose
we're not calling them the L word because that's not where they ended up.
I suppose it's a nice livery. The car looks nice.
It's a marketing deal. There's nothing wrong with a marketing deal.
They haven't got another sticker to replace that sticker. Why take it off?
There you go.
If everyone's getting on reasonably well as one of the 2 cars we've seen more than we needed to, the 28 Golf Team Lotus. And I genuinely would like to see someone put them on probation and say, unless you can get these cars running competitively and safely at test day, you're not coming to Le Mans.
I'll say this, to try to be fair here, I don't disagree with you, but that car has actually been okay. It's not set the world on fire, then again it's not set anybody else on fire. And I think the 28 car has run reasonably reliably, with reasonable pace. It is at the moment running in 7th place in the class.
And I would say if we hadn't had all the problems with particularly Jean-Denis Delatraz, we wouldn't be being so hard on that car when we saw it holding somebody
I completely agree. The 29 car, I'll say this now, at Sebring was a disgrace, and here it's been more or less the same. And on that front, Nick, I 100% agree with you. At the moment, we do have a reserve. It sits there at the moment ready to go. It's actually racing this weekend. It's ready to go for the Le Mans test day. It's the other, oddly enough, Lotus Lola Judd LMP2. And I think they are perilously close to a meeting without coffee with the ACO. And of course, it's in the ACO's gift as to whether or not that offer of that entry is retained through test day and beyond.
After test day, the field's locked in. You could take people out of it, but you can't add anybody in. That is the regulation.
The 32 the 32 Lotus will be at the test day, and my guess would be these guys better finish without any further major incident, because otherwise anything could happen.
Well, we've been kicked out of one race and not particularly efficient in the second race to start that you're causing danger. I don't know, it's not like they need the entry.
No, I agree.
Anyway, so seeing a gaggle of cars coming down, we have one of those very lovely multiple prototype battles where you have both the P1s, diesel, a P1 petrol, and 2 of the LMP2s. They streak down
that's a 26 car.
And behind him, we actually was, I think, the reasonably competent Golf car was going past a GTE AM car. And we're now on board with the number 1 car of Marcel Fazou, second by about 40 seconds at the moment.
Meantime, the LMP2 leading car, the 25 car, has pitted. Tor Graves as
another faster lap by
Sam Hancock.
Sam Hancock this time. Down. Come on, Sam.
Sorry, fastest petrol lap I've seen there from Andrea Bellicchi with new boots on.
2:06.537. Excellent. They've probably, I think they would say themselves, the 13 car rather underperformed this race.
They're cocking up its stop and go.
Absolutely. But 2:06.537, Sam Hancock retakes the lead after taking that penalty in LMP2. Tor Graves still shown in the pits. Warren Hughes, I think, is going to go through into second place here, gentlemen.
Go on,
that
Hughes.
Feels like quite a long pit stop.
Well, we'll see when he comes out. Bellicchi with the fastest first sector time, backing up that last lap of a 2:06.5.
24 car, meanwhile, in for a pit stop.
That car long delayed by a rear end problem, which can delay all of us.
That's 10th position in LMP2, which sounds like a long way down, but a field that actually featured 18 cars. It's midfield.
There's Jacques Nicolet, who always drives respectfully, quickly and safely.
How you see, and there is a perfect point, Nick. You absolutely right. Jacques Nicolet will not make any pretensions other than to be absolutely. He's getting the top of a voile there into the back of that car. Will make no pretensions as to being anything else other than a gentleman driver.
Yep.
And yet when he had problems coming down to one of the, he's come out of the pit, or he's had a problem coming out of La Source, he's coming down to Eau Rouge, pulled right over the curbs, all 4 wheels off the track, whilst he got himself sorted out and got the car running. Not a mistake by him, a problem with the car, maybe an oil warning light, as we know now, or a cut-off or something like that he's had to override, but made sure that he was not putting himself in the situation where he could give someone else a problem.
Right, John.
Just great. And if, due respect to Jacques, he's not in the first flush of youth, but if he can be as cognizant and courteous of his surroundings, why can't the other guys?
Let's use the word that actually is often used in an incorrect fashion here, professional. And professionally minded. You don't have to be a pro driver to act professionally, and he does that certainly.
Yeah.
There's been, I think, pretty significant changes that are underway at the moment in LMP2, John, and we'll wait for this to wind out as Warren Hughes actually takes the lead briefly in LMP2 because both the 48 and 38 cars are on pit lane just now, so I think he's passed him in pit lane, but surely Sam Hancock will rejoin first. But I think what we've seen potentially is the 25 car fall behind. Have we yet?
I don't know. I think Robbie Kerr is now currently seen as third, but he's out on out and running. So when he comes round next time, he'll go past Hughesy and Hancock in the pit. That was a 42-second lead prior to the stop.
It was. Right? I also saw quite a slow lap from Marcel Fazler.
Two bad laps, a 10 and now a 9.
There was
Two
a 10,
bad laps
4
from
and a
Fazler.
9 from Fazler. So it may have been traffic, it may have been tyres going off. But let's keep an eye, I think, over the next 2 or 3 minutes of what's going on in LMP2. We may be about to see the conclusive moves in that junior LMP class.
Nice stop by Audi, Marcel Fazler. Down and gone. That was fuel and a drinks bottle only
So
for that car.
that second slow one was the in lap then.
Question from the Twitter. Question from the forum at radiolemans.com. How are the vets and Krohn doing? Well, Krohn got hammered, but Tracy's back in the car again.
Yes,
and
the vets are 4th, and one of them I suspect is out the race, and we've not seen why. But that car's
that's
been
a 70 car.
That's been gone for some time. These are the cars, of course, that finished 2nd and 3rd at Sebring in GTE Am. But 4th is the best of the two at the moment. Patrick Bornhauser still at the wheel. This was the car that got clanged, of course, by Nick Heidfeld. He's some 25 seconds behind Matt Griffin in the 81 GTE Am AF Corsa car.
And the other car that you were asking about, Slick, is the
Krohn
Krohn car 57, 35th overall and
7th
in class, and now some 9 laps off the class lead. Some of that, and not insignificant part of that, down to being attacked by Luis Perez Companc.
Now, meanwhile, as those pit stops wind out, one thing that has occurred is we may just be about to see David Brabham is certainly up to 11th position. He might just be starting to graze the top 10 for the first time in this race as the JRM car recovers back up the field after Kieran Chandok's unfortunateness on the formation lap. But let's just have a quick look here.
Still only 8 laps off the lead.
Yep.
So they haven't really dropped anything
-2.
else.
Effectively.
Well, yes. Then they had more trouble after that, didn't they? So that's been a really, really good drive back.
Now, the point I was going to make a little earlier is that we certainly know that the 25 cars lost time in the pits. They had a near 2-minute stop, the car that Tor Graves brought in from the lead of LMP2, 1 minute 57 seconds to Sam Hancock's 1 minute and 1.1 second, 61 seconds, as opposed to 3 seconds under 2 minutes. Warren Hughes emerges after a 64-second stop. So I think what's going to...
7 seconds behind Sam Hancock.
Yeah, I think Sam Hancock has just come around now, and he leads LMP2 again after taking a 30-second stop-go penalty not that long ago.
Wow.
Second place now, some 42 seconds behind, is that right, Nick?
Yep.
Is Warren Hughes in the Murphy Prototypes Orica Nissan, and Robbie Kerr is 3rd in the 25 car.
However, I would say...
only 5 seconds back, guys.
I would say that Sam and Warren stopped for fuel only the last time, whereas Robbie was a full service and tyres. So
and something else as well, by the look of it.
Yeah, so he will therefore theoretically have an advantage next time round, but we have no idea whether there's an odd number or even number that stops to go.
Yep.
Oak Racing have just told us if we've cursed their run, then we're off the Christmas card list, as in comes the number 2 of Dindo Capello, and whilst a new set of drinks bottles, those very clever slot-in drinks bottles, the new data recovery card that the ACO and the FIA demand. You see the colour-coded drinks bottles that are custom-made for Audi by Progressive Motorsport at Brackley. Pressurised, very cleverly done. It's got a dry brake system in that, and even when McNish rolled the car at Le Mans, that system was intact and still working.
But worryingly full of whiskey.
Interesting. This has just come in. Are Rebellion adding a Flybridge system in 1 or 2 of their cars before season end? As Williams Flybridge say, they've signed up a 2-car team.
No, the answer is no, they're not.
So who is then?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Do you
tell
know?
Yes, I do.
There's a clue.
No.
Start with. What does it start with?
Tell John with his microphone off.
No, I can't. I don't believe at the moment that it is Rebellion.
Dome's in trouble.
Dome's in trouble.
Oh no, that is so unlucky for Nick Manassi.
Getting back up to speed, John.
Control-Alt-Delete by the looks of it.
I wonder if
Solid.
he's either a Control-Alt-Delete or a quick spin, perhaps. Meantime, the GTE Pro leader has had his latest pit stop, and of course is out of sequence with the Ferraris. Richard Lietz now running second, but less than 20 seconds back from Jimmy Bruni.
Car 17 slow on the track. Car 17 is gaining pace now. He's gaining pace.
I'm about to say that. I thought it was all right now.
A slight delay, John, on this one. Yes.
Yeah.
But,
I think that's delayed slightly for us.
But Richard Lietz back into second. Jimmy Bruni now leads the class. But Bruni will owe us a stop, which we've just seen from Richard. And,
So the question really is, what was the issue with the dome? Well, apart from they couldn't rent it for years. The key thing is, I mean, he's absolutely up to full speed now. There's nothing. So you would say that it's likely we saw the recovery of a half spin.
maybe, I think, likely, actually, at that stage. Moving to the inside, and certainly nothing in the body language of that car to indicate there's any further problem, is there?
Yeah.
Meantime, we can now give you kind of something more conclusive in terms of where we currently stand with LMP2. 10th overall, Sam Hancock again leads the class. And what's been a topsy-turvy hour for the Jota team. A fantastic run from Simon Dolan. Sam Hancock taking over the car being pinged for a 30-second stop-go. That now leads the class by 25 seconds from Warren Hughes in the 48 Murphy Prototypes car. The pair, though, have got David Brabham between them in the recovering JRM HPD, and that car about 11 seconds behind Sam and looking set pretty quickly, I think, to join the top 10 overall. Robbie Kerr, meanwhile, is 6 seconds back from Warren Hughes, lost a few tenths on the last lap around, and Robbie Kerr is fending off the quite close attention to Bas Leinders, meanwhile, in the 4th place in LMP2, 35 Oak Racing Morgan Judd. 5th is Jordan Tresson, GT Academy winner, of course, a couple of years back in the 23 Signatech Orica Nissan. And then 6th is Jack Clark. We've not said much about Jack, have we, this weekend, but in the 45 Boots and Ginion Racing. Yellow flag here, gentlemen.
Yeah, and there's a car being pushed. It looks like it might be red and Ferrari shaped.
Car 4 comes in from 3rd place into the pits. The leader carries on.
It's not Jamie Malo because he's leaving the pits right now.
No, it's not. My apologies. That was just a gaggle of
That is
marshals.
23. That's Jordan Tresson.
That is Jordan Tresson in 5th position in P2 in the Nissan Signatech
He's been hit
Orica.
from behind.
And he's either hit the barriers or he's been hit from behind.
Careful, yellow flags D18, T19. Yellow flags on the D18 and D9.
Well,
He's talking to the team by the look of it.
now we're getting a good look at that. Jordan Tresson, the second graduate of the Nissan GT Academy, which has just started and runs through to, I think, the 28th of this month. There are 8 brand new challenges for you to try to get yourself into the Dubai 24 Hours squad in January next year, following in the footsteps of Lucas, Jan Mardenborough, Brian Heitkotter, and, of course, most famously, having been in 3rd on the podium, he's lost it going into the pits.
Oh dear.
Ow.
That's very odd.
strange.
I wonder if did he clatter the curb on the inside there, John?
Lucas Ordonez was the other name I was going to mention.
I think the battle in P2 though is absolutely hotting up at the moment. Robbie Kerr took 3 seconds out of Warren Hughes for second place overall in the last lap,
And he's just
taken another 1.4 going up the hill.
Yeah,
so
he's right with him now. He's right with him now.
On board with the leader, Romain Dumas, as he starts to head down towards...
should come in this
Rivage.
time or the next.
Okay. What do we think, gentlemen? E-Tron, victory first time out in a 6 hours, or at Le Mans in the 24? If you're Audi, what do you make the most out
The problem
of?
they've got if it wins now, they're going to have to manipulate it, because it's got the pace in the dry, and unless it rains, they're going to have to manipulate the victory, and they have to decide whether they want to do that or not.
Agree.
But given the fact that they're going to win, they could well win in Le Mans, and they'll certainly win something, because they'll win the races later in the season when there's only Quattros there.
Leader on pit lane, gentlemen, and Robbie Kerr up to second in LMP2. But I agree entirely, absolutely with everything you say. We're right. Well, are they going making a decision?
I'd let them run. I think they'll get more by letting them run than not let them changing it round now. But I am not a multi-millionaire, multi-million employer and billion value German car company who knows marketing 10 million times better than me. But if you think, well, you know, let's race.
My view, as a marketing person, and not as a racer, I'd manipulate it, because you don't know what you're going to get at Le Mans.
That's fair
I
enough.
remember criticising Peugeot extensively at the Nürburgring a couple of years ago when they didn't swap around the two cars to give the car that was leading the championship the maximum points. And what happened was that car then had a shunt at Silverstone, and despite the fact that they'd won everything up until then, they lost Le Mans, and they even managed to lose the
To
championship.
a team that had never won a race.
Correct.
Something very odd just happened with the timing. I'm absolutely certain Robbie Kerr overtook Warren Hughes on track. Absolutely certain of it, but it's not showing that.
And it's showing that he left the. No, it looks like Robbie had a bad last sector, because he ended up with both doing 2:14. So possibly he went past and then had to back out again.
Maybe.
So there is the leader. He's come out again, a 54-second stop. So we had a 54, a 53, a 55, and Dindo's stop was 14 seconds longer. Did we see why that was?
No, other than the fact they did replace the drinks bottle, but that's all we saw.
They did the drinks bottle and
But
the.
they can do that during the fuel stop.
They did the drinks bottle and the memory card for the ACO FIA data collection.
Not sure that number 2 car is in rude health, actually. I know it's going quite quickly, but
the edges are
Blurred.
That's a very good way of putting it.
Hour and 24 left to go, and it's beginning to get quite dark outside.
No, I
The
don't-
overcast has not changed that much for the last few hours, but I can just see the headlights a lot more brightly shining from the left as I look across towards the middle part and the exit of Blanchimont.
There's not really been a moment during this race, John, where you couldn't have imagined that we might get a shower.
Any second now, yeah.
So Jordan Tresson officially has stopped now. They haven't managed to rescue him back into the pits
No,
yet.
I think he's in trouble. And Fabien Giroir in that Gulf Racing 28 car is going to head on the road.
We are going to have to lighten up on 28, aren't we? They're doing a stand-up job, really, in the numbers for a team that is
fair enough. Yeah,
amateurish.
it's fair enough.
It's the wrong word, not professional. With their drivers compared to the very professional lineup we see having some in the P2.
That does put the 28 car up into 6th position. Meantime, that battle between Warren Hughes and Robbie Kerr is again fully engaged. It's, 3 seconds?
Sam Hancock running at a similar pace, second slow that lap, but we know it's ebb and flow at this point with traffic. 1:23, you would think they'd still need 2 stops, wouldn't you, from when they stopped a
What
while
happened to
ago?
Romain Dumas last time out?
He's pit stop.
Okay, 2:50 was the pit stop. Okay, so 54 seconds. All right. That's fine.
He ran 5 laps longer,
Really?
so he's 5 laps ahead of where the second place car Fazler is.
And how much is that? How many is he doing? How many laps is he
He's doing
doing?
he lost the advantage during the stop, but he's doing 1 lap more a run, effectively. He did 2 in the first, and then he can then do an extra 1 each run if he wants to. But
So he's doing 23s lap stints, and the other ones.
I think they are both oscillating in 22 and 23, and he's doing 24s. But
that means they can probably. It's going to be 10. It's going to be 10 or 11 at Le Mans then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what you're looking at. 10 or 11 at Le Mans.
Well, they'll obviously be looking at ways of making it 11 if it's close.
It's a good moment for Irish motorsport. We've got Warren Hughes in the Irish flagged Murphy Prototypes car, second in LMP2, but Matt Griffin's just retaken second in GTE-AM.
Yay!
As the 88 car makes its latest routine pit stop.
He is Thrapston's finest GT driver.
Thrapston's finest.
Yeah.
Is he local?
Yeah. Believe it or not, he drove round to my house the other day to do an interview when it's actually longer to drive than it is to walk because you don't have to follow the road around. Told me it was raining.
That's fair enough.
He was right, it was raining. It's raining quite heavily, but
Jordan Tresson, meanwhile, continues to drop down the field. Now been seated 7th place to the recovering Greaves Motorsport car. Ricardo Gonzalez at the wheel of the 41 car now. David Brabham reeling in rapidly now Sam Hancock for that 10th position overall. Give it a neat look, this timing and scoring screen with all the P1s at the
easy
top.
for us to watch it, won't it?
Far easier.
When they do this, when they mix the class up, it just gets so messy.
But the kind of rather topsy-turvy lap times between the 2nd and 3rd place cars, Warren Hughes and Robbie Kerr, seem to have stabilised, and that gap still, but 3.5 seconds, 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like Warren's appears to have good laps and bad laps. And whether he's nursing a problem, we did see some slight contact, didn't we, earlier on, or whether he's just suffering more with traffic and we just happen to look up at the wrong moment, which is possible. You know, you can look up. We look up on one lap, he could be a hero. Look up another lap, and it looks awful.
More news on the potential for another hybrid car. All Lolas feature a void exactly the size of a Flybridge CFT Kerr system, and says Sam Collins of Race Car Engineering at Race Car Engineer. And sorry if I muddied the waters rather. Flybrid is one company, Williams Hybrid Power are another. They both make flywheel hybrids, but they are separate companies.
Yep, you tend to get nasty emails if you say Flybrid and mean something else.
You mean like Hoover?
No, nastier than that.
All right.
Really?
Well, you know what I mean.
Reasonably pointlessly nasty, actually.
They're trying to give you tickets to America don't exist then?
No, it would be nicer to actually have an explanation as to why, but there you go.
Nick, we were talking about this earlier in the week. Dusky Blog F1 says, I thought all WEC endurance races ended on a Sunday, so why is the 6-hour Spa on Saturday?
No, they are looking at being intelligent and flexibly moving the dates around to best attract either people in the grandstands or TV audiences.
Amazing,
and
isn't it?
Sunday is stunningly packed. By running a race on Saturday, you get more chance of getting numbers. But when we get to Silverstone, because Silverstone traditionally wants to attract a crowd, the race moves to Sunday.
Yep.
Bahrain is currently programmed. So Brazil is programmed for a Saturday as well, and they want to go late into the night because that will work for TV, they think. And and then again we go to Bahrain Saturday because their weekend's different. Sunday for Fuji because that's a traditional race day for Japan for the crowd, and Saturday for China for TV races. They're actually thinking about which day of the weekend would work better for those two combinations, TV and crowd.
And package they're thinking about, which has been a very interesting part of how things are evolving in recent weeks, that you're actually getting spectators to the circuit, that there's something to them to do when your little boys and girls and wives actually get a little bit bored with sitting by the track.
I spoke to Jeff Carter, who's the head of media and PR for the series, about these timings, and he's saying that if you look at the website, it says 2 o'clock start for all these races. It's just a holding page. There will be different start times which work best for each event and each country.
In from 7th position overall is Nick Manassian.
Let's have a look and see whether or not there's attention to anything. Nick's shaking his head.
And that's another memory card being changed. Just had a couple of people asking about Strachan. We haven't mentioned them for a while in P1 bis in the petrol power. Still running 6th. That's second in the petrol power class. Johnny Kane aboard that at the moment, 209.1 last time around. Took half a second or so out of Nico Prost.
Lost contact during the safety car period with the Prost car. The Rebellions, that car gained out of that as we see Jordan Tresson being pushed back under his own power. But that looks like that rear left is deranged slightly. There's a suspension problem. Being pushed back on the track. He'll recover to the pits now, and hopefully they'll be able to repair it.
It's taken them a long time to do that, hasn't it? And poor old Jordan has...
That's got some suspension dice.
He can't turn.
He can't turn the front wheels. He's blocked. Now, he can't turn that car left, can he?
What's happened with that?
The rear wheels are deranged, and I think there's a front. There's a problem with the steering box as well.
I wonder if trying to steer away from that, he's actually damaged the steering with the impact.
That's been in a long time, I'd say, for what should be a non-tyre change. There is a problem with the dome, I'm afraid. That's spent too long in the pits.
He was shaking his head, wasn't he?
Is that still Manassian in there?
Yes, it is.
It is.
And that's 23. That's still the 20. That's the 23. That's the 23.
He's moving the steering wheel, but the wheels aren't moving, which is never a good thing, or not moving enough to make a difference.
He can't do it. They're telling him to turn the wheel. He's explaining, I'm sure, in as clearly as he can.
I'm trying.
I'm trying, but it's not
got
going.
no lock. It's got a flat tyre. It's a bit of a disaster.
And
into
in the garage.
In the pits.
Oh dear, oh dear. What a shame.
Not surprising. We've been seeing things right at the back end of Sebastian Bourdais' session run. It began to look like it was getting tired, and now we've seen it. Probably, my guess is it's electrical gearbox because it's got that kind of. No, it's working. No, it's not. This is. No, it's not.
To the pit lane. Be careful. Pit entry is partially blocked by car 23. Pit entry is partially blocked by car 23.
They need to pull that car out the way and give up with it.
I'm
I would say
afraid
on that
done.
one.
Don't you?
I think so. I mean, they will try and get it back, but I've got a feeling if it gets halfway down that pit lane, which isn't very wide, you could actually block the thing, and that'd be a disaster.
Is that like gearbox
or
for the dome?
Yeah.
Meantime, in the battle for second place, and for that matter, the battle for LMP2 honours, Warren Hughes and Robbie Kerr continue to lap quickly, and lapped last time 2:11.338 for Warren, 2:11.339 for Robbie. So Robbie lost a massive thousandth of a second on that. On that
trying,
lap.
is he?
Not really.
Peter Dunbreck now in the JRM car, so he finally gets to go with an hour and 15 to go.
Absolutely, that's
so
dropped that car back to
probably take that to the end
14th.
now.
I think so.
But hopefully with the next pit stop he'll be moving to 10th. Though by that point the dome will have dropped out, so we won't get our lovely symmetry we want, Graham. It's just not fair.
But what that does do is we've got now the Oak up into 7th position.
Actually, having watched the last, there's no real pace from the leaders anymore, you know.
No.
I've not seen anything good recently. I mean, obviously we know there's traffic. We've got the 6, 6, 8 and 10 from the 4 cars, with the slowest, that car 2, that's not happy. But I haven't seen anything quick for a long... In fact, the fastest lap was lap 54. We're now on lap 124.
Yep.
And the conditions are better than they were because it hasn't rained again. So either they've eased back or the track actually is not as good as it looks. But if they run into a pace, it means they can manipulate the result if they want to.
Thanks to everybody who's been interacting with us either on Twitter at Specutainment or at Radio Le Mans. We've had a bumper crop of new people involved in this broadcast this weekend, also at radiolemans.com on the forum. And it's good to know that there's new people being brought in, whether by friends, the evangelical sort of arm of sports car racing, of which we're all part.
It's the outreach group, isn't it? Really?
It's where you lock the living room door with a bucket and 6 tins of beer. You're not going anywhere.
It's like a missionary thing.
There's a few people who have said that there's been trouble at the house because they've been locked in either on television or on the computer this weekend, and it doesn't stop here for us. Radio Le Mans tomorrow, another 6-hour race. We'll have final practice at 9:30 tomorrow morning UK time from the Snetterton 6 hours, then pick off a couple of the support races before we do the 6 hours live. And of course in 2 weeks time it's the Nürburgring 24, a mere 200 cars starting that race. And Graham, you've already memorised the entry list, haven't you?
All of them by heart. Don't test me yet.
Okay.
It would spoil the surprise.
Yeah, indeed. And tune into that if you want to know the origin of the names of the corners.
Yep. I can barely wait.
That'll be 2 of the 24 hours gone.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
I must admit, it's not often that I'm quite pleased that I can just listen to you guys for that event. That event just seems like too much like difficult when you're trying to work out all 17 classes.
It's the most fun.
I know, but you guys, don't forget, are the ultimate sports car purists.
No.
When I'm a flippity-jibbity coming in from single seat a few years ago.
Significant change, gentlemen. Robbie Kerr has gone
Gone
ahead of Warren Hughes. Warren knows right with him, 0.329 of a second when they came by. So that means we've got Nissan powered from Nissan powered from Nissan powered.
Because this timing actually updates per sector, not at the end of the lap.
Right, okay.
So
that's happened in Sector 3.
Yeah.
That's happened in Sector 3, but Robbie Kerr for the ADR Delta team, who did lead the class until a bit of a clash earlier on, is getting back onto terms now, certainly back up into the podium positions, as here comes Jordan Tresson down pit lane.
Now, he's only, talking about the leader there, Sam Hancock's only got 27 seconds, which is not the tyre stop he's effectively half behind.
Indeed.
So, but we don't know if they both need to stop for tyres before the end, or not. With an hour and 12, you'd say
there
possibly. So it's
nip and tuck, isn't it?
It's going to be a bit of a case of waiting to see. Will they risk triple stinting the tyres, which probably Kerr would have to do.
I like the alley-foo. Off he goes. And there goes Dominic Kreihammer.
Dumas still faster than Fazler, which is not going to do much good with their... Who
was that in the 15?
I think it's Dominic Kreihammer.
Was he tightening his belt?
Guillaume
He was tightening his belt, was he?
Was he tightening his belt down? That's what he was doing. That's exactly what he was doing. He wasn't looking at what he was doing on the pit lane and very nearly hit the wall on driver's left there.
That would have been quite amusing.
No, it wouldn't. not when you're sitting in a points-playing position, in 8th position in P1.
Or indeed, where you're sitting in the closest prep perch.
So the number 3 Audi is what, coming up to lap the number 4, is it? Is that the Ultra following the other Ultra? Can't quite see. It looks like a silver car rather than the white car, so it looks like Dumas.
Well, no, you know it's an Audi because it's got the the LEDs on the edge of the wing.
Which one is it? I think it's the silver one. I think it's the 3 lapping the 4.
This is on board with the 3.
Yeah, it is.
And he's coming up behind
the 4.
The 4, correct.
So Bonomi is about to be lapped by Romain Dumas. which is an interesting situation because you kind of wonder how that's happened because they've both been trolling around the whole time with no obvious problems. But, you know.
Another kind of change in the rhythm that's been happening, I've been watching this for the last 5 or 10 minutes, is that Richard Lietz still, of course, second in GTE Pro, after taking that pit stop out of sequence with Jimmy Bruni, is catching the Ferrari on pace at the moment, down to about 11.5 seconds, that gap, as Jordan Tresson
I'm wondering,
made it
I
back
don't
into pit
think
garage.
Richard Lietz is that far ahead because I think that the Bruni car could possibly get to the end on one more stop. And that's the same as we're going to see from Lietz. So I think this could be a fight to the finish, you know.
Well, now that would be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it? But at the moment, that would
Bruni
seem
has only stopped, the team stopped 3 times so far, so they're doing more than an hour and 10 minutes each run, so they have one more stop, as does Richard Lietz. So this lead, which we've been thinking about they've had, isn't actually there. And that 10-second gap is a 10-second gap. They've both got to stop once more. Now, admittedly, Lietz has the ground speed, so it should be okay.
As you say it, Bruni stops right now, and that gap is going to go down to nothing at all. In fact, Lietz goes through and takes the lead.
Shouldn't have give you two chocolate at the same time, shouldn't I? Right, okay, well, can't have you eating and talking at the same time. So Lietz goes back through having done his 4th stop, but as Nick rightly says, he doesn't get the mileage. He's been coming in early, and they both will have one more to do from here. The question that I have is, can Lietz do it on just one more stop, or will he have to have a little splash? And I think it's going to be tighter than we think. And I wonder if this is why they've been pushing. So it is going to be quite interesting when we get towards the end, because in theory, if Jimmy Bruni... Well, I think they can both go from here. You think that... Nick is shaking his head.
No, Lietz definitely has to stop again.
Absolutely.
It's not necessarily a full stop, but he stopped a long time ago.
But you think Bruni can go from here?
Oh, he can, definitely. It's a full stop, an hour and a quarter stop. They're fine. That's what they've been doing it to. Lietz has more ground speed. He was 10 seconds behind before the stops.
Yep.
He won't need a full stop. I think he needs to stop probably in the next... I'd say he's going to stop with about 50 minutes to go. 5-0.
I think you might be right. I think you might be right, because he was further out of kilter than I expected him to be this time.
It's pretty obvious that AF Corse, who've looked off the pace, have been running this concept the whole way through to lose a stop against the Porsches.
Yep.
So possibly they've been in some sort of fuel economy saving mode. Who knows? But it's going to be what looked like quite an open and shut case is going to be much closer.
And the thing about that is, if you are the Porsche team, the absolute moment that you get close to being able to come in for your last stop, surely you've got to take it then, because you could lose all of that lead if a safety car comes out. And we've had 2 already. I know it's unusual and more unusual on a circuit this length, but you can't risk that, guys, can you?
I wonder, actually, I'm just looking again at, by the way, Jordan Tresson's accident as the guys disassemble that Orica.
Sorry, an important point there. Fizzy didn't get in the car. Bruni stayed in.
Oh.
We've just seen him in the pits as well. So they've decided Bruni's the man, and Bruni got in the car.
Well, as the JWA Vila car is recovering, where is that? Was that La Source? I think it was. And by himself. And who's in that car at the moment? That is Paul Daniels, car owner, team co-owner, having a bit of a moment. Nick Almindo, meanwhile, makes his way back onto the first time scoring screen, 24th overall for the GTAM leader. But this is all going to be about pace, isn't it? It's all going to be about pace and how long a stop do they need and when do they need it in that Porsche. I think Nick's absolutely right.
6 minutes before we go into the last hour, let's pick off a few of your questions. How did the Ultras get ahead of the E-Trons? Says at S. Buse, which is Scott Buse.
The car is quicker in the dry.
Yeah.
I think it's set up.
Yep.
They've got the setup better. Now it's dried out again.
Neely_88, Neil Ridley says, do you guys honestly think Toyota will race at Le Mans next month?
Yes.
Yes,
They'll be at the test
without
day.
shadow of a doubt.
And the test day.
Both cars?
I've been told the second car will shake down at the test day if plans go to if things go to plan, and the line from Toyota and the conversation one-to-one, and I believe it, is that they believe they can run ahead of Audi at Le Mans.
We might have an interesting Wednesday and Thursday evening. We might have them going for John. We're finally going to see a petrol with that full-on money no object aero development, which we've not seen yet. And that's a big difference. I know Lola have done a brilliant job, but it's not the same as a factory aero effort.
Well, and also Lola have to. There's always some compromise built into them because they have to have multi-engines. Yes.
Very good point.
All right, he is our final one in this one. A number of people, including at Wicked Racer, Bill says, I thought the new rules were supposed to help the petrol cars. Not seeing it happen. Graham?
Not enough is a straight answer. I mean, there are two ways of looking at this. Nick, you want to go for this first?
Yeah, because the point about it is you cannot compare Audi with Rebellion.
No.
Rebellion are a fantastic racing team, but they're
not a factory team.
There's 150 people from Audi here running 4 cars where they have the ability to run a hybrid and a non-hybrid. You can only compare them with Toyota, and really Toyota next year.
I exactly agree. I think what we should see, hopefully towards the end of this season and certainly into next season, is where that all winds out. I think I absolutely agree. Unless you're going to do something false, if you like, and place a budget cap on development, which, let's face it, you cannot do.
Can't believe it.
You are not going to get to the stage where, without extraordinary circumstances, weather-induced or attrition-induced, you are not going to get to the stage over a season where a Rebellion Lola Toyota team can actually do battle head-to-head with a factory Audi team.
Let me place before the court McLaren and HRT. They have exactly the same rules to work to.
Correct.
One is effectively a factory team, one is effectively the same as privateers, and there's 3 seconds difference with no difference in fuel, no difference in it. In fact, the engines themselves are probably within 20 horsepower, what they should be.
Well,
it's about development. It's about that ability to have people who can work on every single part of the car, and then somebody else working out how every single part of the car works together.
Yeah, and look at it this way as well. We've got 3 different technologies actually operating in the top 10 at the moment. Full petrol cars, which, as it turns out, just so happen to be all privateer cars. We've got diesel hybrids, and we've got full diesels, which are the two technologies that are closest to each other. It's the 2 factory-backed programs that are operating very different systems.
We did have last year, of course, the Peugeots and the Audis at the same level of development.
Yes.
And potentially we had a great race there, of course, last year. As it looks as though, with Sebastian Bourdais closest to the camera, with his jacket on, his work is done with 1 hour and 3 to go, and Nick Manassian will take the repaired Dome S102.5 Pescarolo to the finish of this race. It's dropped out of the top 15 now, down to 16th position for this number 17 car, and that looked to me to be some kind of gearbox actuating problem that they were struggling with in the back of that car.
Fazza is starting to close down Romain Dumas, so that's the Quattro's closing down the Ultra. I've no idea if that's...
it was a very slow lap last time around.
No idea if that's on pace
2:11.5.
or whether that's on a radio message, I don't know. But the lead has come down from something like 52 seconds to 38, which would mean that within an hour they'd probably be able to get them where they need to be.
Yep.
But again, it could ebb and flow. You can't tell. Never look at one lap here.
Flow, couldn't it? In terms of battle still on track, at the moment, we've still got that Porsche, the 77 car we're talking about, Nick, still lapping quicker than Jimmy Bruni at the moment can manage with a fully fuelled 51A, of course, Ferrari. Let's not forget either, the 51 squad need points. They did not score at Sebring. They need points for a good points finish here. Richard Lietz at the moment outpacing the Ferrari, but we believe will still need to stop.
Dumas, just to prove me wrong, puts a 2:04 in, so it is the ebb and flow. That will extend his lead slightly as the Dome rejoins.
62 minutes remaining in the race.
Jimmy Bruni does his fastest middle sector. Jimmy needs to absolutely nail everything. His fastest lap of all, 2:20.479. He's actually gained 2 seconds on Richard Lietz there. Now, this is bad news. Lietz doesn't need a full stop, so they will have to eke this out.
It's going to be really close, isn't it?
But when they come out, I think in about 11 or 12 minutes' time, maybe a bit longer, they're going to be very, very close, and Bruni's going to have the bit between his teeth.
Yeah, and what was Bruni's full service pit stop with 1 minute and 20 seconds. It may have to be a throw the dice with tyres, you know.
What, whether you change them or not?
Indeed. What would you rather have? Fresh tyres and go chasing, or tyres going off and defending?
If you have to come in with 50 minutes to go, you want tyres.
You want
have to
tyres.
come with 35 minutes to go, you don't.
There you go.
And it's,
There's a 13, Rebellion. Lola Toyota. Baliki leaves the pits, 7th position overall. In fact, drops down to 8th as he rejoins. Guillaume Moreau takes the 15.
What's happened to Husey? His time's just dropped off again.
That's a very slow lap for Warren, but he's just back up to speed again, first sector, so I think he's one of the one that's just had a lap with traffic. He's been there and thereabouts with 10th here, half seconds there.
He's only got 12 seconds in hand between himself and Baz Liners. He can't afford to keep having bad laps.
This is the whole point about it.
That is, in fairness, John, that is his only bad lap that I've seen in about the last half hour.
P2 is in the same situation, that Sam Hancock theoretically has to take tyres, and Robbie Kerr doesn't have to take tyres.
Well, the top four's within 50 seconds.
And there's a 25-second gap, which is tyres.
Yep.
And they will be stopping once more at this point. With an
all of a sudden, it's a matter of who's your best strategist, and what have you got there? You've got the Jota guys, Sam Hignett, a very experienced racer.
Hello, Sam.
It will be there with his backroom boys crunching the numbers. Robbie Kerr and the Alan Docking guys. Well, Alan Docking knows his way around a racetrack now, doesn't he? I think he does. What have we got? We've got Warren Hughes there with the Murphy Prototypes team, the RLR guys who know all about endurance racing, not just with the LMB2 cars, but of course with the little 2-litre prototypes. And then you've got the Oak Racing team with the resources they've got to throw at it. You know what? Throw a blanket over these three. Any one of those three could easily finish in any position on that podium.
You're listening and watching the FIA World Endurance Championship live from Spa. It's John Hindhaugh, Graham Goodwin and Nick Damon. And the radio portion of this broadcast brought to you, powered by Nissan and in association with Audi. Good to have your company through the whole of this week. And a reminder, we'll be doing the 6 hours of Snetterton tomorrow from 9:30 UK time. And in 2 weeks' time, off to the Nürburgring, actually not too far away from where we are now, for full coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours from Thursday onwards. And the new qualifying procedure there I'm really looking forward to, with the single lap qualifying for the top, I think it's 40 cars.
Well, obviously, because it would, with Nürburgring, it's got to be at least 5 times more than anything else.
Absolutely. So inside the last hour of the race then, it's the 4 Audis, as it has been for some time, with Romain Dumas leading by 40 seconds, just a little bit over that, from Fesler, Bononomi and Dindo Capello. Johnny Kane and Nico Prost are a lap apart. Prost in 5th, Johnny Kane in 6th, in the Lola and the HPDs, the Rebellion and the Strata cars respectively. It's good point scoring for both of these guys in the World Endurance Championship fight for the Privateers Cup. Guillaume Moreau in 7th place for Oak Racing, and then Andrea Baliki for the 2nd of the Rebellion cars. He's only 6 seconds behind, actually, just having come out from a pit stop. Might need one more. If he can stretch that to the end from there, that would be handy. This P2 battle is the one that's really, really getting our attention, with I think a stop for everybody in the top 4, Nick, still required. There are 49 seconds between Sam Hancock leading and Baz Linders in 4th. In respective, between them, they've got Robbie Kerr and Warren Hughes in respectively the 38 Zytek, the Jota car, Robbie Kerr in the 25 Orica, the pole-sitting car, Warren Hughes in the 48 Murphy prototype Orica, and the Oak Racing 35 Morgan of Baz Linders. And as I say, they're 49 seconds apart, the top 4, all of them with stops to make, and all of them with strategy calls to make. Robbie Kerr, probably the easiest call, as we've got a spinner out on the circuit. Or is that a replay?
No, it's a replay on that side.
That's a replay, because that car is long gone. That's the Norma, yeah. Robbie Kerr's the easiest tactic to call.
He's
Nick,
fuel only.
because he doesn't need to take tyres. He can if he wants, but he doesn't need to take tyres. He took tyres last time around. Both Sam Hancock, Warren Hughes, I'm not sure about Baz Linders, a 1:16 stop.
That's
is a
not
bit
tyres,
in the middle.
that's just a kind of a clunky stop, I think that was.
Okay.
But yeah, that's their option, what they need to do. I mean, just on the side, it's noticeable that they've obviously fixed the dome. It's just on its fastest lap with a 207.6 with Nick Manassian, so that gearbox actuation issue, which we believe it was, has been sorted. We're in a situation where with an hour to go, I think three of the class up for grabs. Definitely Pro GTE's up for grabs, definitely P2's up for grabs, and politically I think P1's up for grabs. normally you would say Dumas won this if he wasn't driving the wrong car, if you know what I mean.
Yes, it is, again, a bit like automotive chess, isn't it, with the added addition of marketing interest at the top. But
that's a very one even I can't work out. See, I can work out tyres, I can work out fuel. I'm afraid I haven't got the ability to work out marketing.
Absolutely right, and it is a tough one. But you know, the purist says, I hope not. The purist in me says, let him go, learn what you can.
If you're going to swap
come
them
back
around,
and do better.
The only way that would be worthwhile swapping them around at the moment is to allow Capello to get ahead of the one car, because they're the car leading the championship.
Yeah. I mean,
And that's not going to happen.
The nightmare scenario, of course, and it is an absolute nightmare scenario, is what if you did let the Ultra win, and
Yes.
what if you had a meltdown a la Peugeot a couple of years ago, and a Toyota hybrid won Le Mans? What are you giving away then in terms of the value of this programme? And that might seem something other than a purist answer, but that's a very realistic answer when you look at the kind of budgets that are being thrown into a programme like this.
But then again, you have to factor in the confidence level at Audi.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, and you know, if you again listen to what Toyota actually said in a kind of one-to-one chat just a couple of days ago, what do they think? Well, they're racers, they're coming to win, but 99% certain that Audi will take it, but they want to run ahead of them. But what if you had a very wet race? What if two of those cars got taken out in an accident? What if those two cars were the two e-tron Quattros?
Because two Audis getting taken out in a Le Mans race, 24-hour race, could never possibly... hang on a minute. Haven't we seen that script already?
This is why they've got another spare this year.
The thing for me is that I think you take the result when you've got it. Both Nissan and Toyota have spent billions and billions of yen trying to win Le Mans, and the only Japanese manufacturer that's ever done it is Mazda. And actually, where we are now, you can thank Jackie Hicks for the bulk of that, because he was the guy who lobbied the ACO to give the rotary engine Mazda a bigger fuel capacity than it had had. And if they hadn't had that, they would never have won that race, because they wouldn't have been able to run at the pace they did. However, Mazda in 91, still the only Japanese company who have won. None of the big three from Japan, Honda, Toyota and Nissan, have. That sticks. The Japanese love their endurance racing, and it's a big thing for these manufacturers to be involved. Now, Honda, Toyota and Nissan are involved this year. Only Toyota have got the chance to win. They know they can't do it. And why wouldn't you, if you were Audi, take away the opportunity for Toyota to be the first hybrid to win next year? You might as well let your hybrid win, and if that also means it winning here on its first time out, you know, the headlines are about the hybrid. Audi, you've got hybrid cars coming online, and Toyota, in the same way as Audi stole the diesel away from Peugeot, the diesel headlines away from Peugeot. Peugeot were the biggest manufacturer of diesel engines in the world, and they were all over Africa and the Middle East and the Far East. Audi came racing, and not only did they race the diesel first, but they won the French race with it first. Took Peugeot quite a while to recover from that and get their heads round having to go racing with the diesel. If you did exactly the same with Toyota, who are the accepted, in terms of automotive manufacturers and street cars, the accepted leaders of hybrid technology with the Toyota Prius, sorry, I always want to call it the Pius, then again, you've pulled the rug out from under their feet, Graham.
Absolutely right, and I'm afraid a lot of it, when it comes right down to it, there are lots of things that drive this. There is the technology transfer, but there is absolutely that aspect, and ever more so in this modern world of ours, the fact that these guys have got to shift metal. And how do you do that? You do that by actually showing that you've got a competitive difference in the technology you can actually provide, not just through racing, but how that transfers to the road car. Meantime, I'm watching a pattern changing again, guys. It's another pattern changing again in P2, because all of a sudden that backward move we'd seen over the last few minutes from Warren Hughes is beginning to be reversed, and Warren is now picking chunks of time out of Robbie Kerr ahead of him. And what have we got at the moment? We've got three Brits battling in three Nissan-powered LMP2 cars, a Zytec leading two Orica chassis, and this is a proper battle. This is a real battle, because the 35 Oak Pescarolo has pitted, now back to fourth, and Bas Linders has stepped out of that car, and my guess is that David Heimar Hansen is going to be in that car to the finish. In GT Pro, meanwhile, Richard Lietz holds a 62-second advantage at the moment over Jimmy Bruni, who is lapping just a bit quicker at the moment than the Porsche. So it's Porsche from Ferrari, from Ferrari, from Ferrari. But realistically, this is a two-car race for GT Pro, and that two-car battle is between the Feldmeier Proton Porsche, the 77 car, and the 51 AF Corsa Ferrari 458 Italia. Fastest man on the course at the moment, though, is the leader. It's Romain Dumas. Probably the least Audi of the Audi drivers, it has to be said, in the current company. Of course, I think we expect to see Romain potentially race a different LMP1 prototype in just a couple of years' time. As we watch, is that the Rebellion? And they're going to be looking for the bragging rights for the first petrol-powered prototype home. Nico Prost holds that honour at the moment and is lapping quicker than the petrol-powered cars ahead of him. 207.508 for Prost Jr. that time around.
I'm beginning to think that they're not going to swap these Audis.
It doesn't look like to happen anytime soon as Robbie Kerr pits.
They're not going to want to make it a ridiculous, you know, Ferrari at Austria sort of thing.
No, they're not. No, they're far more sporting.
They'll do
than
it
that.
on pit stops if they're going to do it.
He's got a 45-second lead that's going nowhere. It's not getting any less. And now this is the key pit stop. It's Robbie
This
Kerr.
is Robbie Kerr. Robbie
who
stayed in the car.
won't take tyres. He doesn't need to take tyres. He'll fuel to the end for these 50 minutes. I think they've taken him as early as possible to get him to the end on a full stop. Send him out, the ex-British A1GP driver. Now, the question is, when Sam Hancock comes in, does he take tyres?
Warren Hughes, meanwhile, goes up to second
It's
position.
getting dark, guys. It's getting quite dark out there now.
And we've got better part of an hour left.
Yeah. 49 minutes to go. The leader in P2 is in the pit lane. And in fact, he is rolling again now. So Sam Hancock retakes the lead. Warren Hughes goes into second.
Sam never ceded the lead. It was Warren Hughes goes up to second.
Yes.
And the key here is going to be, does he come out ahead? And I think he will, of the Oak, the 35 car.
Yes.
Because there are 4 cars in this battle.
I think he's just got out ahead of him. In fact, he's got... What's happened to the 35 car?
35 car we must have
He's
had.
had a full service and driver change.
He's already done his stop.
He's done his stop, but it was a longer stop than it should have been. It was almost a 140 stop. And was that...
Robbie Kerr, 1 minute and 3.
Just fuel.
That's fuel only. Now, Sam Hancock did a fuel-only stop last time for 1 minute and 1.
Yep.
Pecom Racing back in the pits with a smoky engine.
I think their challenge, I'm afraid, at this stage...
less, isn't it, really, to the engine blow up?
I think their challenge can now be more or less dismissed, I'm afraid. It's a shame, because that was a car that looked to have prospects of being a real contender in what's been a very hotly contested LMP2 class throughout the race. Oh,
And it's going in the box, is it? No,
No,
they're having to
not.
pull it back because there's a car in front
There's
of
a
it.
Ferrari in front. And which of the Ferraris is that?
It's one of the AF courses,
It must be the 81.
because it's not the other one on the front page.
It's not the 51 or the 71.
Sam Hancock is in the pits.
And
Right.
so is Warren Hughes. It's
Well,
gonna happen here, guys.
This is what you've got to do, isn't it? Once one of them's gone in, everybody's got to get in.
And everybody's going to get out. And this could be down to finger trouble, it could be down to strategy, but this is a telling moment for the LMP2 class.
Who takes tyres and who gambles? That is the question here. Well, there we are. Hughesy's getting out of the car. Hughesy is getting out of the car, and there was new set of tyres, new set of Dunlops there for the
Is this going to be Brendan
48.
Hartley's moment?
Hughesy scored as the leader there as he came across
It
the
happened
line.
last time. He was close enough that because he's further down the pit lane.
That's right, because Sam Hancock hasn't clicked
click
the
so early
timing
on,
beam.
yeah.
Correct.
Now, just another point to make clear here as well is if anybody doubted, we know we've got problems in terms of numbers in the European Le Mans Series. If anybody doubted the quality, let's just remember that the top 2 cars in the order before they pitted were both ELMS cars.
Hancock is just waiting to go in. He's still not clicked out. The Robbie Kerr on a 103. Warren Hughes is still in as well. Peter Dunbreck. So it's a case really at this point of waiting for them to trundle down the end. It's a pity, unfortunately, that the cameras weren't able to get into the pit there and show them.
144. Simon Dolan has got back aboard that car.
Yeah, and
And
Ennemeyer
tyres.
Hansen is coming around as well. So remember, there was 48 seconds between the top 4 as the leading Audis are caught up in traffic as well. Or is that the oh, look at this. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars all together coming down. This is
It's both
Fessler.
e-trons.
It's Fessler almost taking the back of the Domus into the pit lane. Comes the Audi And that is the Audi of...
It's the one. It's the Fazla car.
Is it?
Yes.
It is.
It is the Fazla car from second place. This will be its last stop.
So Dolan re-emerges in the 38 Zytek. It is Brendan Hartley in the 48 car.
Wow. But Robbie Kerr stayed in the 25.
And that was a longer stop for Murphy Prototypes, 1:51. So
They both took tyres. Robbie didn't. He's going to be comfortably in the lead now.
wow.
And it's unlikely Simon Dolan can chase him down. The only person who possibly could is Brendan on fresh tyres.
It really comes down to whether or not Robbie can actually make those tyres last competitively another 45 minutes. 46 minutes now on the clock. I think that throw of the dice might... my guess is that probably Sam Hancock could give no more.
Long fill for the number 1 Audi. And still it goes in. Go, go, go. And Fessler catches the clutch. He had to wait, actually.
And that's is that Simon Dolan leaving the pits? It is indeed.
In the 2.5.
So
Wasn't that long? It was a 54-second stop again, John. So it was a standard
In the 38, sorry, excuse me. The 2.5 is still out on the track with Robbie Kerr. And that's a good stop then from...
that can't have been Simon Dolan.
No,
'cause he's
can't have
actually,
been. 54 seconds for Marcel Fessler. And no tyres offered. I think you'll find that Dumas will get tyres when he comes
really?
in. Yeah.
Johnny Kane is in the pits and leads. Nick Ventus takes
Oh,
over.
and off has gone.
big time.
Off has gone Fessler. And that is at the top of the hill at Malmedy at Lecombe.
Just looked like he outbraked himself there, John.
Now, that's not new tyres on that car either.
No.
So he turns in and he gets a lock-up. That's exactly what happened to Alan McNish earlier on. I've had a word with the Audi pits. There wasn't oil down from on board. Listen.
He clattered that curb, didn't he? Oh, he did.
He does well to go through the sleeping policeman, though.
He did well once he recovered there.
Do you know what was missing from that sound there?
What, dope?
The regen.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't get the regen when he was braking.
Well, there you go.
That's really interesting. He didn't get that big noise.
He had a
that you
little
know-
bit. We certainly had a wee.
But the car just seemed to want to push on, didn't it? There's a bit more of it there.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as we complete, as the top two in LMP2 complete the next lap, Robbie Kerr now leads Simon Dolan by 22.7 seconds.
Brendan Hartley 44 seconds back. They've actually
absolutely
spread out during those pit stops. They don't get closer.
But David Hamar Hansen, meanwhile, is just 4 seconds behind Hartley.
Who's at the wheel of the 15? That's Guillaume Moreau, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Will Stokely, to be honest.
Flinging that car
Is
at
he
the
giving it
corners.
some by any chance?
He is absolutely throwing the car at the corners.
32.
And he's got
Lotus
Beliki ahead of him. That's a battle for position. That is a battle for 7th place.
2
no
seconds.
wonder he's really on it. The car ahead of him is the Toyota he wants to pass. Andrea Beliki in the Rebellion as they go over the top of the hill at Radio. And he's got the draft.
Is that? I think that may be on the Lotus LMP2s, John. I think Beliki is there, but I don't think it's that car. I think Beliki is here. There you go.
Right, okay, you're right. He's in the picture. Too many black cars, as we mentioned earlier on.
Absolutely.
Just 2 seconds or so up the road. Meanwhile, that P2 battle will bring you up to date on that as it comes across the line next time around, but it's 47.7 seconds between the top 4.
Meanwhile, should anybody decide that Robbie Kerr versus Simon Dolan is an unequal battle, at the moment, Simon Dolan is taking time out of
You're right, 3 seconds.
He's taken taken
New
3
tyres.
seconds out. Absolutely. Now, that could be a gamble that is not going to pay off. It could be traffic, but let's have keep an eye on that little dynamic.
And interesting, we're now down to 31 has gone off. We've lost one of the Lotus. This is the car.
That is Renger van der Zande.
We've already had rear end damage to this car earlier. This is the car that did start on time, unlike its sister car 32. That's off on the side, it's nosed in and then gone to the side.
Hit the guardrail at D15. We have yellow flags at D15.
Now that is turn 15
now.
is coming back onto the old circuit at Stavalos.
Is
Into the
that
pit
going to
lane
be,
comes
John,
Dindo Capello.
is that going to be a safety car?
And it's a chance for we see now the struggling Audi, the number 2 car, which really just isn't on the pace. I think it's got a little problem. He comes in for his final stop as well, which should be less than 55 seconds because they're filling into the end. It'd be interesting to see where it is. Came in about a lap and a half, or later than the number 1 of Fazler, who's now off on his way, of course, for his final run. Haven't seen either of the Ultras yet. We've only seen both the Quattros. And away goes Dindo for a bit of an extra length of run. And he tips the pit stop at 53, so he saved a whole second.
There you go. And meantime, Simon Dolan continues to take time out of Robbie Kerr.
3 more seconds.
That's the next lap. He's taking a second out the first sector.
More electrical issues for the dome. Lights are stuck on flash. The wiper doing odd things as well.
Oh dear.
Yeah,
Most unlike
But
a
it has
Japanese
got
car.
67 horsepower more than it had before.
What happened was they were looking for electrics. They found an old Renault 5 lying around Henry's garage and stuck it in instead for the wipers.
I think Robbie Kerr is in big trouble here, guys, because Simon Dolan has just taken 3.5 seconds out of him in the middle sector. I think Robbie Kerr is in trouble.
I think that's tyres. I think that's all tyres, mate. I really do. We've seen how these tyres sometimes can fall off the edge of a cliff. They are on their second stint with the tyres, and we saw how good he was when they were new.
Ollie
They're
Jarvis
all on
waiting to
Dunlops,
get
of course.
Yep.
Oh. Replay.
Now, this is the number 2 Audi. This is Dindo Capello. Has he just outbraked himself? He's just locked
smoke
up.
from the back.
I think that was just a lock-up.
Oh dear.
My goodness me. So that's going down to Rivage. That looks okay.
Guillaume Moreau and team manager reports immediately. Team manager car 31, Guillaume Moreau, who is on track.
Clever job. Who's
Yes.
car 31? Renger van der Zande.
Yes.
Oh, he
so
must have taken him off.
has there been a bit of
Contact.
tit for tat there?
Oh dear me.
So does that mean they've got to bring Moreau into the pit
If
lane?
he says immediately the race control, that means he's got to come into the pits.
Wow, that's the 8th position car. He's just lost the position to Andrea Bellicchi. 5 or 6 minutes ago, 5 or 6 laps ago. Ollie Jarvis waits to get in the number 4 Audi that's in 3rd position at the moment.
3rd place, so you're right.
Well, we've not
fourth
seen
car.
anything that happened there, but that's a very odd thing. I've never seen that before. Have you, John?
No.
Driver called to race control from the middle of a stint.
There must have been some tit for tat blocking or something, which meant that 31 went off. So they've obviously decided it's bad enough to penalise Mr. Moreau.
Elliot has on the forum at Radio Le Mans hit the nail on the head for that Audi thing. Do you remember when we were talking about to Marcel, I think it was, about how it worked? He says, does the logic of the computer not let the regen kick in for fear of overvolting the system if the flywheel is already running at max speed?
He said something like that, yeah.
Yes, he did say exactly that. Elliot, top man. Sorry, getting a bit tired through the race, but that was a bit of information that we did elicit from Audi. And you may well be right. Maybe it's just a little bit cleverer than it needs to be.
That could be a case. So we're still waiting for the final stops from the 2 diesel-only Ultra Audis rather than the Quattros. They're both going to come in. We expect probably to see the Ollie Jarvis Bonami number 4 car in the next lap, and then probably 2 laps after that, Romain Dumas, who will almost certainly take tyres and do a driver change for no discernible reason, part to lose 45 seconds. If Cynic mode is on, otherwise...
Well, let's wait and see. Here comes the 4 car, Bonanomi. After what I think it's fair to say, guys, it's been a pretty convincing debut for the factory team.
Pretty convincing debut for these 2 boys as well, because they're both new to the top line sports line. Of course, we saw Ollie at Le Mans a couple of years ago with the Collins Audi car, but that second year effort was not as good as their first year effort. In fairness, it was very late and sort of half begrudging in many ways. I always thought. He's obviously done his time in DTM. He's doing some GT3 as well for Audi.
Pitbull, car 23 will stay at current position. Car 31 will stay at current position until the end of the race.
Okay, that's a confirmation basically that the 31 car is a retirement. We could see that, I think, from the state of it, but
And potentially
But they're not going to try and move it.
no, they're not going to try and move it, so that means no chance whatsoever of any kind of intervention or safety period for this. Now then, meanwhile, what's going on there that could change? Well, LMP2 has been the order of the one to watch, and all of a sudden, Robbie Kerr is beginning to eke out a bit more of an advantage, and Brendan Hartley, who had not been lapping as quickly as Simon Dolan, now is lapping considerably more quickly.
Now,
The other battle we've been watching, Nick, is the GTE Pro field.
yeah, and Jimmy Bruni has over the course of the last half hour, since he made his stop definitely reduced the lead of Ricardo Leitz by something in the region of about 12 seconds, to the point now I'm not sure that Leitz can get in and out and do anything effective within the time he's got, which is only a 55-second lead. However, on the good news for Richie, we're now down to 36 minutes he's not been in, so he's getting more to splash and dash than full service.
Absolutely, but it does mean that the benefit of actually taking tyres to that point is more or less extinguished.
Yeah, he's got to go with what he's got. In comes...
It's going to be very tight.
In comes Bononomi for the final stop for the number 4 Audi. He'll drop out of... Well, no, actually probably hold on to 3rd position. And Ollie Jarvis will bring the car home in his debut for the Audi Works team in endurance racing. Sorry about that. He has, of course, raced in the DTM. So Bononomi, Jarvis, Loic Duval and Marc Genet, all debutants for Audi this weekend.
Fantastic, isn't it? It's another era for the Audi Sport team.
Oh, tyres for the 4 car.
Well, that's just because they can. I'm not sure if that'll be enough to get the 2 car ahead of it, actually, because the 2 car's not having a very nice time. It might be.
Wow, did you see that? The guy on the left-hand side, sorry, that doesn't work on radio. If you're watching the pictures, you might have. The guy on the left-hand side, the ultra-lightweight sock puppet that Audi have to have, slammed the door and just let it close on its own. Didn't then make sure that he was absolutely confident that as he'd shut the door on the driver's left, it was closed.
It's basically, I think, what they've done, they've fitted technology transfer for one of those high-end kitchens.
It's got the soft close.
Soft close.
Very good.
Lovely.
Very
well,
good.
that certainly meant that Jarvis will stay in 3rd place. The Capello 2 car is not 100% healthy, but it's healthy enough to beat all the rest of the field. So
Championship
it's not too bad.
leader at the moment.
Though, of course, only one of the cars ahead that is registered for points for the whole season. So
well, it's 1 and 2. The cars 1 and 2 are registered for the whole season points.
what weave up the straight there as Ollie tries to get some heat in the cars up the Kemmel straight before they come. And 3 lights ablaze mean he's 3rd, but we're all now waiting to see Romain Dumas, who'll be in either the coming lap or the one after, to see what he has to take for his pit stop.
This is Dumas you're talking about, isn't it?
Maybe make his own drinks.
Yeah. Could you get out, run around, like Jim Carve, get out, run around the car twice, fill in a questionnaire, and indeed they brought him in early, so he's come in perhaps a lap before he needed to do. Let's see what this is
going to go in the wrong
be.
pit there, wandering along that newly painted
What
red
he
line.
needs is fuel, and that's it. What he gets will be the question.
He's not getting tyres, mate. He's going to get a new drink. No, in fact, he's not even getting a new drinks bottle. He's got a new data. Oh no, new drinks bottle goes in.
Looks like they're playing it fair. Looks like they're not going to manipulate unless they're going to make it really obvious.
Now this is the number 4 car in 3rd place. This is Ollie Jarvis up behind the AF Corsa Ferrari as he comes down to the bottom end of the track at Stavolo.
He doesn't get by him there, or the next corner.
Nah, he's got to wait. Oh, that's a bit brave.
And away
Fast
goes
stop.
Dumas.
Fast stop for
50 seconds. Didn't need all the fuel, of course.
That's the fastest stop we've seen. 50 seconds.
Well,
have I just seen the 23 car lapping? I think I have. That's the 23 car back out, John.
Well done to those guys for getting the rear suspension fixed. Valuable points. It's 25 for a win, 18... No.
is it the F1 scoring?
Yes.
Apart from that, you get an extra half. You get a
It
North
goes down to 10.
And you get a North London primary school half point for taking part.
Yeah, and you get a point. You get a point for pole as well. All drivers in the car get a point for pole.
Regardless, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
So Romain Dumas has had a completely standard pit stop. He
fact, a
will
much quicker
re-emerge
pit
at
stop.
45 seconds ahead. So it looks like they're either going to let it win or make it very obvious why he's not going to win. Whereas in P2, Robbie Kerr has stabilised that gap now at about 16 seconds.
Yep.
Brendan Hartley is 40, so he's picked up 3 or 4 seconds above Simon Dolan. So we're really in a situation here where if no one makes a mistake, they should stay in that position
No,
unless
I'm not
Robbie's
sure.
tyres go right off.
It's got half an hour to go. That's a long time on those tyres.
Right. Let's. Now that everything's done, as we're watching a replay from on board
And Audi.
the Audi, that's going off. He's going off.
It's an Ultra, it's white wings.
Which one?
That's the 2 car.
It's got
That's
that car's
Capello.
got terminal understeer. It's got a real understeer issue.
Both of those cars have got understeering issues, because don't forget we've seen the 1 car go straight on as well.
Oddly,
I still this is the regen.
you know what? It's very interesting. Do you remember the thing that stymied 4-wheel drive cars in racing has always been understeer. I know they're not permanent 4-wheel drive, and it's different, but it's always been the fact you have inherent understeer in a 4-wheel drive car.
But effectively, it is 4-wheel drive under braking. if you see what I mean,
No,
because
no,
it's the
absolutely,
regen. So you get, it's not like the transmission disconnects when you're slowing down. It's just not, you're getting the worst of all worlds, actually, because you're not getting the extra grip at slow speeds pulling out. It's only from 120 k's up, but you're getting the drag and the slowing. Now,
Leeds in the pits.
here is the leader of GT Pro. As spinning is the JWA Avelia Porsche.
So Leitz needs 31 minutes of fuel.
It's Paul Daniels who has looped that car.
There'll be Porsche asking
can't
Paul
think
whether or not he could loop the car in front of the 51 car.
Oh,
No, contact.
he got help.
And that's a 23
again.
car. I'm afraid so. Who was that?
And that is another really low percentage move.
That was Frank
Frank
Mayer.
Mayer.
yeah,
Well,
no.
again, not massively surprising then.
Well, you have to say you expect better than that from Frank Mayer.
That is a massively low percentage move.
So Richard Leitz still in the pits. Any minute now,
Hello.
Jimmy Bruni will be going past him. In fact, that is Jimmy Bruni we're on board with now. Good spot by the director as he goes down the straight to take the lead. But no, Richard Leitz is out.
Richard Leitz is out.
47 seconds. That's a splash and dash. They're both on old tyres.
they
They
are.
both got fuel to the end. This is a battle.
Look to the left-hand side. Do we see the Porsche there? No, we don't. This is cutting it fine, I think, for the Porsche. They've done a timed stop. I really hope they've got their numbers right.
He should be about 7 seconds ahead, I think, at this point. When we get through
Who's
the
that
next,
in front of Jimmy?
one of the other Ferrari.
Oh, Jimmy, right
no,
over the
no,
curbs
no,
there.
no.
You can't do that, Jimmy. That's not respecting the track limits at turn 4.
That is, I think,
Luxury,
another.
isn't it?
Is it a luxury car?
That's a luxury car.
He's getting a nice tow.
Gaining,
If the
gaining,
guy
gaining.
lets
Into
him
that
through.
Ferrari.
It's the amateur luxury car. Nice driving, Jimmy, but you've got 7 seconds to make up.
Incident involving cars 55 and 23. That's the one we've just seen with the
13
JWE.
seconds.
Wow.
That's
That was
impressive.
I tell you, that is, if this,
25 and 23 under investigation.
I'm not surprised.
Now, where was that Porsche supposed to go in that situation?
when he's got a Stracker on his left.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, in fairness, Frank may not have been able to see the other car on the other side.
Now, Guillaume Moreau, meanwhile, has continued.
Yes, he has.
Now, what's going to happen there?
I would expect
Maybe
it to be in big. Unless the manager's gone and said, "Look, can we make now the end of the race?" And they've gone, "Oh, all right."
He's
then."
in the car. Do you really want to see him now?
Otherwise, there's going to be a big row.
So
That's the warning system, isn't it, for
I
Hybrid
think
box.
it's the discharge
Yeah.
boxes, the hybrid boxes that we've been saying. What I was going to say, as Ollie Jarvis puts in the fastest third sector of the race, on his way to a 2:02.8,
which is the fastest lap for that car.
and the fastest lap since lap 54, and we're now on lap 145. Just a note about this GT battle. The Porsche has been stopping early from the very start of this race, and if they have done their sums that well, that is brilliant. Why do we like GT racing? Exactly for this. Two different cars, one rear engine, one mid-engine, two different strategies that has had to be played out right from the start of the race.
Absolutely right. And meantime, the GTM leading car in the pit lane now. This is Nick Almindo. After, I think, one of the drives of the race from Nick Almindo. He's been fantastic throughout. It may not be the most glamorous of the 4 classes here, but that's been a thoroughly professional job.
Was in second place in the GTE.
Absolutely. In the early
GT
laps.
class.
Absolutely right.
On pure pace, when the conditions were at their most difficult, he was second place on pure pace.
At the moment, Robbie Kerr still lapping at a very good pace, 2:12.7 last time from Robbie. So no immediate sign of those Dunlops falling off in terms of the pace he can squeeze out of them. 16.5 seconds at the moment. the gap.
Guillermo is in the pits, so is he getting out? He wouldn't need to be in the pits. He is being kicked out of the car. This is out again. We haven't got the transponder pickup again.
We'll see in a moment.
Meantime, out goes the IMSA Matmut Porsche from Rouen, just down the road from Le Mans.
Now then,
Up the road.
Oops, road.
Yeah.
sadly not the first time of late that Guillaume has been in trouble.
Yes.
49 seconds stop, so it was a splash. So whether they actually did change him, I don't know. Perhaps it was just a coincidence and he needed some fuel anyway.
And all of a sudden, Robbie Kerr is able to kind of squeeze even more of a gap out. 6.5 seconds still. The gap there. Brendan Hartley, can he respond?
The magnificent at Baron von Clutch, Peter Leung, has said, in honour of Eduardo Freitas, our race director this afternoon, how about we hashtag Freitas, which is Freitas, and see if we can get it trending on Twitter.
Thumbs up there from Nico Mindo, third of the quick nicks.
No, Moreau stayed in the car.
Or did they? Or did he?
I mean, he's gone through the first sector now, so he should have pinged a driver thang.
55 and 23, no further action after investigation.
NFA, okay.
Well, I think that was
lucky.
That was
I think the 23 is a long way down already.
I think the problem they've got, John, is they've let so much go already, and that was no worse than 4 or 5 things we saw earlier on. But it was the same, in fact, of many of them.
The saving grace may have been there for Frank was that he's so low down in the car that he can't, in the same way as the Porsche can't just disappear, Frank can't see through the Porsche to see the Stracker on the other side of it. And that might have been the only thing. Slick1RU2 says on the Radio Le Mans forum, where is Wolfgang Ulrich? I haven't seen him. He is at Lausitz for the German touring cars this weekend.
He was here yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah,
And
he was
Thursday.
here on Thursday, but lots of clashes this year with DTM and WC.
Does anyone else, says Paul Robertson, feel the headlight flashing should be controlled a bit like the jockey's use of the whip rules?
Yes, is the answer to that question.
Yeah, I think yes.
The concept we had this whole thing at Le Mans. I flashed 10 times. What doesn't mean just because you flash it doesn't mean they have to get out of the way.
Absolutely.
Well, on the forum, J.M. Graham, very sensible normally on here, says, I feel there should be a separate low-intensity lights to flash only. Signal, don't blind or disorientate. Particularly during the hours of darkness. That's a brilliant idea.
Yep.
There was a bit of bullying from the P1 cars to the GTs.
Most certainly has been in several notable cases.
Even to the extent of convincing people to disqualify people from races which they had nothing to do with accidents.
There you go. There is that view.
Well, that's a fact. It's not, he didn't nothing. But this will go back there now. But they never touched.
Let's have a look. We've still got those 2 class battles.
They're putting number 1 car back in again.
Is that the number 1
Well,
there?
that was.
It's the 1 pit board.
Oh, he's got a puncture. I think he's got a right rear puncture. Oh no, he's gone too quick for that. The car doesn't look right though. There are new tyres, new Michelin's being put on. The car doesn't look right. This is the second place car, Marcel Fessler, and the best of the e-trons, and this is unscheduled.
Now,
that car did not look right under power.
He's a minute and 40 seconds to the good from Ollie
He
Jarvis.
did seem to be sitting the rear right. I think you were correct on the view we had coming in.
Well, he's going to get another drinks bottle and another flash card. No, just another flash card. It's all 4.
Unfortunately, the one we want to see is one we can't see, which is the rear right.
Oh, see how difficult it is to get those tyres out from under the rims, just catching the left front in the way there.
No. Still, okay.
They're looking at the right rear. I think you'll find that if we'd seen the picture there, somebody was having a good look under the right rear and cleaning the screen. This is going to get the diesels first and second, isn't it?
No, Jarvis was a whole lap down after.
No, he was a minute and 40 seconds down. It was a minute and 40 seconds down as they came in.
But it'll be fine for this. It's a minute and...
Not the best cleaning job on the windscreen. I think I'm a bit disappointed with that.
They should get some Romanians, shouldn't they, do it? The traffic lights.
I wonder.
Diesels first and second, Graham.
Yep,
Is that what you're thinking?
That's what exactly
Swan
I'm
song
thinking.
for the diesel?
Yep.
Is it, sir?
Right.
Now, the LMP2 battle, guys, meanwhile, it's topsy-turvy, to say the least. It must be traffic because we've got Robbie Kerr 2:14, 2:15, 2:12. It's still going to be about a 15-second gap, I think. But Simon Dolan has closed that gap over this stint. But Brendan Hartley, meanwhile, is not able to close in significantly.
Hans Heinemeyer has closed in, though, on Brendan Hartley, and now it's only 15.5 seconds between third and fourth, and with 22 minutes left, that is not...
It's traffic. It's got to be traffic. If you look at the sector times, the sector times are all over the place.
Olivier Pla in the pit lane. There's a car that has flattered to deceive this weekend, certainly in the race.
Had that problem in sort of an hour and a half in where they need to get ahead at the rear end of the car. Jimmy Bruni's managed to take just a second out of Richard Leitz in the last 7 minutes. It's isn't the rate he needs.
It's not enough.
And there's the consternation as various people, and there's a replay now of the car, the number 2 car, tripping over the 17 dome. No harm, no foul, it appeared there. Let's see on the onboard. That's the regeneration noise.
clattered the curb.
Not sure whether they've replayed that one.
No, me neither.
But he's gone past the dome, who is Nick Manashin, recovering from that long stop for what looked like a gearbox situation, possibly electric.
Whilst again, they're looking at that tyre, the Michelin technicians, so there was something, and that is the rear right that they are looking at. They don't just change a single tyre, obviously they'll change your full set. Jeff Easterling saying, are you guys excited about the new Viper GTSR? Feels like the GT grid will be complete again. I've got a soft spot for Vipers, having backed one into an Armco barrier at a Le Mans winning car at that.
Did they let you keep the bits?
Actually, I should have. That's something I should have
asked
done.
for that.
It was only an indicator lens, in fairness.
Yeah.
Yes and no, and I'll tell you why, Jeff. I think it's great that the Viper is in there, but the car doesn't comply with the rules. It has a far too bigger engine, and therefore I'm not sure how it can be made GTE legal. In fact, it can't unless it has a smaller engine.
Absolutely right, in exactly the same way as the Corvette was.
Yeah, and Corvette had to downsize their engine, and nothing's been said about how they'll make the GTS legal. So I'm not sure at the moment is the answer. I'm bang against waivers, particularly in GT racing. I love GT racing, and the GT2 GT racing is one of my favourite classes. What I don't like about it is how difficult it is to find out how level or not the playing field is. And I think letting a car in with a quarter as much again of the cubic capacity that's allowed in the class by ACO regs doesn't help that.
I can certainly tell you that there are those within the Corvette programme that are less than happy with the level of waiver that will be required to get those cars onto the grid. But it's difficult, isn't it? At a time when you're looking for more quality cars on the grid, there's an element of reality that says you've got to do what you have to do. But I tend to agree with the sentiment, John.
Jimmy Bruni has approximately 9 laps, I would say, to make up 11.9 seconds. He made up one of those seconds in the last one. He's made a couple of tenths already, but he's going to need a bit of help from a trip or a bad bit of traffic for Ricard Leitz. It's going to be a lot closer than it looked like at any other point of the race, though.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's still all up for grabs, isn't it? For two of these four classes, rather.
Robbie Kerr doing a very strong job in the Murphy stripes.
Very impressive.
He's running very consistently, keeping in the gap as he can, around 13 to 17 seconds with that sort of 4-second window of traffic, ebb and flow. On old tyres, that car. We see now the fastest lap we've seen since lap 54 on lap 150 with new tyres. It's Marcel Fazler and the Audi #1 Quattro with a 202.321. So that's the best we've seen all day. After 100 laps of them not trying to go fast, he's now got fresh tyres, so he's going to give it a go.
Bang, there you go. Fastest sectors of all in sectors 1 and 3 through the whole race for the #1 car. So I think we can stow away that thought that perhaps we might see a diesel 1-2. That's certainly not in Marcel Fazler's
Tell you what it does.
playbook.
I tell you what it does, though. It underlines what we've been saying about tyre wear at the front of the e-tron.
Yeah.
And there is something that Audi need to get their heads around there. We've already heard that Toyota will not use the regen power on the front. They've tried it both ways. Their original tub, not the one they'll take to Le Mans, the redesigned tub that hasn't been redesigned, obviously, that's exactly the same as the one they crashed, that I don't believe them about, had the ability to run drive shafts at the front, and they tried it at Ricard, and they discarded it for the balance of the car.
Well, there you go. Maybe that's part of the reason behind it, as Robbie Kerr completes
I suppose
another lap.
marketing-wise, Quattro is a unmissable name brand for Audi.
There you go. And why wouldn't you in those circumstances? As well as which, if you think on balance, there's no penalty against it. But maybe we're seeing the first, in the very early days of this particular programme, the first signs that perhaps there is a weakness there.
One or two people pointing out that the GTSR has been given a waiver to run the 8-litre V10 in GTE. Yeah, it has by the ALMS, but I don't know whether that would account for...
Nope.
It can't come to Le Mans with that engine.
I would imagine that would be unlikely in the current circumstance.
And I don't understand why you want to race a sports car in sports car racing and not go to Le Mans. And if they do try and take that to Le Mans, there will be a revolt among the other GT manufacturers.
I think the answer is, ask yourself, where is the Viper's key market? It is in the United States.
Yes.
It isn't necessarily in Europe, and actually winning races in the United States.
IMSA can do a national homologation and give them a national waiver to put it in GTE, as they've done in the past with other cars. Indeed, the original Ford GT was actually a GT3 car that was adapted to GT2. We've had GT3 style Corvettes as well in the American Le Mans Series. But that doesn't mean that it's an ACO compliant car necessarily. And as I say, I think given the big debate there is about GT3 and the balance of performance at the moment and how that makes the class very difficult to police, letting an 8-litre engine into a class that has a 5-litre displacement category, 8-litre car into a 5-litre displacement class, is just asking for trouble.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Jarvis brings the number 4 R18 Ultra down pit lane.
Well, he's just got in that.
Tyres.
That's very strange, isn't it?
Audi having a tyre issue? They're getting nervous about tyres? They're seeing slow punctures?
Or are they doing tyre testing with just 16 minutes left to go?
Or do they want a headline that says 2 Ultras on the podium?
I don't know.
Well,
They've got 2 Ultras on the podium.
No, they haven't, because at the moment, Jarvis was third at that point. He's going to need to... Dindo will now get past Ollie, I think, at this point.
Ultras are the diesel
That's
cars.
our apologies.
3 and 4.
E-tron Quattro on the podium.
Sorry.
My apologies.
Right, Nick knew what you meant, and I was taking what you said literally.
Yeah, you actually heard what he said, and I heard what he meant.
Meantime, we have to it was a change for position of the petrol order. Andrea Bellicchi makes it a Rebellion Lola Toyota 1-2, if you like, but 5-6 overall. Takes the 13 car past Nick Leventis in the Straka HPD. But a good run for Straka this weekend.
Quietly just going about their job.
Absolutely.
Haven't seen much appears in the guys.
And a great debut, by the way, for the 2012 spec Rebellion Lola Toyotas.
Well, they've managed to get over that reliability issue they've had so far. Touch Barrett's piece of wood. The only problems they've had has been those double pit stops, as we see a new super fastest lap.
Well, super fastest lap, and that's a heck of a middle sector from Marcel Fasler, because he didn't improve the best sectors for the car in either the first or the third sector. Neither did he set the fastest sector overall in the second sector, but he still goes round at a 2:01.851, the first lap of the race under 2:02.
121 seconds for 7 kilometres.
Of controlled savagery.
Romain Dumas has had 3 slow laps in a row, a 9, a 9 and an 8. I don't think he's possibly slowing down enough to wait for Marcel with 14 minutes to go.
No, but he might need some new tyres.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Everyone else had them. Well, they could say there was a fault, couldn't they?
We've got Fesler and Capello now second and third, the 1 and 2. If Dumas was to drop behind Capello, we would have 1, 2, 3 and 4 in 1, 2, 3 and 4, which is entirely the way I expected it to happen. If I'll open this envelope that I have over here, which was sealed, and I have a wax seal on it with your signature. I think
absolutely. I think you agree. I do agree that is my signature.
Yes. Is that your playing card?
It's the 7 of spades.
Yes, it is indeed the 7 of spades. There you go.
So Robbie Kerr has completed another lap, and I think we will see that when he comes round, he's actually extended the lead slightly on Simon
I'm sure
Dolan.
he has, but Brendan Hartley is now closing in on Simon Dolan. It's been a good run, though, from Simon.
Yeah, very, very impressive.
See,
Two-car team, so they have to carry, the gentleman drive a bit longer. Here, an overshoot from
Jack Clark in the 5th place, Boots and Gignon, Orica Nissan, which we've not said very much about that car, but it's been a good run from them as Fasler goes quicker again in the middle sector.
For Jack Clark and the Orica team there, 5th in class at the moment.
Absolutely.
And again, another one but sometimes it's best not to mention by us, Just means you're quietly doing your job and, oh, look, we've got some points.
I could be really cruel here and point out that actually there's only one of the top 5 in LMP2 is actually a full season WEC entry.
Yeah, that's very true. And it was something I was looking at earlier on, and a few people on the RadioLeMans.com forums have said that. So the Viper waiver is an ACO waiver? No way.
Ollie Jarvis now playing fastest sector with his new fresh boots. He's on a 34.8 for the fastest sector one we've seen. We may see a fastest lap from the boy. He's still got 17 seconds behind Dindo, and he won't be allowed past in 12 minutes.
There's no way that Ferrari and Porsche and Corvette are going to let an 8-litre car go to Le Mans. I don't care what they do.
12 minutes to go. The gap at the front of GTE Pro is now down to 9.2 seconds. We're just going to run out of time.
It's about half a second, isn't it, on a good lap there?
That is a way to absolutely kill a great class, I'm afraid, guys. The TS030 tub diff is different. The front suspension pickups have moved, and the whole for the drive shafts have gone, says Sam Collins. Just picking
and he
up.
might know, really.
Yeah, well, he's very close to those guys. So apologies for that. I really hadn't picked up on the fact that that was an ACO waiver. If that is true, I think that's a disaster. Right, let's concentrate now on the last dozen the last dozen minutes
Well,
of
there's
this race.
something potentially quite significant happened there, because it's a big change between the gap for 1-2 in GTE Pro, John, down to 7.6 seconds. That's a second and a half in that lap, and all of it in the middle sector. Traffic almost certainly, but it does make a big difference, doesn't it, when you can see your foe ahead of you?
Oh yeah, target acquired. And there will be places where 7 seconds can be seen.
Absolutely.
He just picked up another 0.9 there. In fact, it was a 2.8 second gain in that lap. So,
Meantime, we're seeing some big gains as well on Robbie Kerr from both Simon Dolan and Brendan Hartley. 2:15.3 last time around from Robbie, 2:12.5 from Simon, a 2:10.9 from Brendan, but I think he's just a bit too far back. 2:04.996 with 2 fastest sectors of the race so far for Oliver Jarvis, but a relatively slow middle sector, but it's pretty fast and furious at places around there at the moment.
Romain Dumas in the lead has settled into a much slower pace. He's very much within himself now. We haven't seen him go fast in 2:07 for the last 7 laps. Now 2:08. Fazler's doing 2:03s. Capello's doing 2:06s. Jarvis did a 2:04, which was actually should be much quicker. That was stymied by a bad middle sector. But as it stands, that will be the way they finish, I think, unless Audi now start looking around at moving cars about.
The only prospect, I think, at the moment, incident involving car 2 under investigation for pit lane infringement, it says here. That's Dindo Capello. But unless we start getting games played where the car is brought in for some kind of check, I can't see them actually changing this.
Richard Leitz is 6.5 seconds ahead. He lost 2/10 in that first sector in the GTE Pro. It's going to come right down to the wire.
And just talking about Viper, by the way, Paul Tracy and Ryan Hunter-Ray, names that have been bandied about with that Viper programme for 2013. They're looking for 6 to 8 drivers for that. And I'm hearing as well that it may be limited to a 7-litre V10, because that makes all the difference when the limit of the class is 5 litres.
Can't they just cut off 4 of the cylinders and then be the right
Well,
side?
you say that they did that.
Been done.
Was it Phoenix did that?
It was no, Zaxby did
Zaxby did it, you're right.
With the old GTSR at the Nürburgring.
But it was still more than 5 litres.
It was a V8, yeah.
It was still more than 5 litres. I suppose if they let Corvette go back to 7, Aston Martin have got a 6-litre V12, and it's only Ferrari and Porsche who would lose out over that. And let's be honest, nobody's interested in what Ferrari and Porsche think, because they haven't supported sports car racing for any amount of time at all.
Well, you've got to say there is no one car out there that's more important than the overall competition. And much as I'd love to see them back in there, I don't want to see them mess it up for, paper the tar.
Nick Prost has been in for a quick
2
splash and
cars.
dash. He's just out again, but he's still comfortably fastest petrol in 5th overall with a quick 38 seconds. Andrea Baliki's been as well. Nick Leventis has dropped back off that now, and he's at 18 seconds behind Baliki. So it's a very, very good day for Brellian Lolas as we speak, with 8 minutes 52 seconds to go. And the key gap, which you need to bear in mind, is Leitz to Bruni in GTE Pro is now 5.7 seconds.
Yes.
5.4 seconds, sorry, it's changed.
Right.
Simon Dolan's charge towards the front of P2 seems to have come to an end, with a couple of seconds taken back away from him by Robbie Kerr. It's back out to 17.5 seconds. And Brendan Hartley has settled into a lovely rhythm, lapping in 2:11s and 2:12s in 3rd place for the Jota Orica for the 48 Orica rather, in 11th place, 3rd in class. And he's now got quite a gap to Ennemar Hansen, who hasn't come across. And Audi still looking at tyres.
Yeah.
Who is it this time?
2.
Car 2.
Well, he's got
a pit lane problem already.
Yeah. So was that a pit lane speeding violation or something similar? Last 7 minutes, guys. Let's have some thoughts from you. First of all, Nick.
The GTE Pro battle's not over yet. Bruni's got an absolute bit between his teeth, and he just needs a bit of luck with traffic, which he's just got to get. He's down to 4.5 seconds. That's a big one. I'm very impressed that Audi are going to stick with Dumas winning the race.
And in comes Dindo Capello from 3rd position. And this was the pole-sitting car, remember, and is the championship leader in P1 after winning at Sebring for Alan, Dindo and Tom. Now, what is happening here? A full set of Michelin boots for the last 15 minutes. A drinks bottle for But 2 drinks bottles for Dindo. He's obviously consuming the fluid like a man who's just walked out of a desert. That's much more, now. Much more elegant now. Rather than having the sock puppet man on the left-hand side leaning in, he just kneels on the side of the car. So ultra lightweight, but not anything other than ultra strong. And again, the right rear being looked at there, guys. That's very interesting. Right. It's a question that we'll ask afterwards, and I'm sure Martin Pass will answer if we ask. Martin's been down in the pits for the last part of the race, so he can't Skype us from where he is. Is this a genuine problem with tyre wear on the e-trons, or is there something else going on?
No, because Jarvis came in as well. So
good
the person
point.
who's not come in
It's
is
basically order
Dumas.
restored,
3
isn't
of them have come in for a new set of boots. I think Fazler had a problem because he looked odd when he went into the pit lane. The other 2, whether they are very concerned. I think they've found a problem and they're concerned about it. And when someone says they've got a bit of vibration, they're pulling them in out for precautionary. But why it would suddenly manifest itself at the back end of the race on tyres running 15 laps, unless they've stuck them all on super soft slicks rather than soft or something?
I just wonder whether, with the order in effect being maintained here, whether or not they're actually just going through a kind of work plan in race conditions.
I think that was more...
Information to the pit lane, car number 2. Information for car number 2. For violation of the refueling regulations, the penalty: stopping of the car in the pit lane, stopping, restart the engine, and then the driver can go.
Somebody must have been touching the car.
Stop, go.
Take the engine off as well. I would say, yes, I understand. As Robbie Kerr comes in the pits from out of the P2 lead. Oh, my goodness me. 5 minutes to go. And Simon Dolan will go through into the lead. And Brendan Hartley could yet be in second place with Ennemeyer Hansen slightly too far back, I think, to benefit. And there is the confirmation. Go, go, go. And out of the pits.
That has to be a puncture. Has to be a puncture.
Surely didn't need fuel. But we didn't see, unfortunately, what was going on there.
All I could see at the end of that was the fuel rig going back away again.
Well. Have they had the fuel warning light? Come on.
Well, Dolan's gone through.
It's 35 seconds. It's just a splash.
2 laps too early. Maybe. Do you know what? I'm not saying that this is what happened, as Bruni is down to 2 seconds away from getting the lead in GT. I'm not saying this is what happened, but I wonder if the guys in the 25 Oreca were expecting the Audis to be going quicker at the head of the field. No, because it's not a lap race, it's a time race. Forget that, Hindhoff. All right, sorry. Now, there is the blue light, stop and start from Dindo, and he's gone, so he served his penalty. Will that cost him the position? Yes, it has, as Ollie Jarvis goes through. So with 4 minutes to go, it's Romain Dumas in 3, from Fezler in the e-tron Quattro, the number 1 car, in second. And there's half a lap between those 2 guys. Ollie Jarvis...
Thank you for team manager number 2. Penalty has been accomplished.
Okay.
And in 4th place is Dindo Capello, Nick Prost and Andrea Bellicchi, as we have a spinning number 15, Guillaume Moreau.
From 8th position overall.
Oh, he's got a problem in that car. Is that a slow puncture as well? The front, no, he's got suspension's gone. Yeah. Suspension's gone on the left rear. That car was sitting. Yeah. Left rear suspension's gone, Guillaume. You've knackered that, mate.
That's done. That's done.
It's a collapse of the rear suspension. He is going nowhere. Abandonné. That's a shame. 1.3 seconds. I think that's likely to get more heated. I'm going to turn that down. The gap in between Porsche and Ferrari at the head of the GT field.
It's 1.3 seconds, John, but actually in amongst that, you're going to get Olivier Pla getting himself involved in that because he's catching both cars very quickly indeed. As we look for the completion of that lap, that
suspension's been gone a long time on Moreau's car. You could see the way it's sitting down and cocking its right front wheel up in the air, and I'm afraid he hasn't felt that. And that's a bit surprising because he's been through at least 2 corners that we saw him there.
It's the 51 car, and he's right
with him. It's less than a second now, surely. Well, it was timed at 1.2 across the line. I can't see that it's that, and well done to the director for picking that up as they head down toward Eau Rouge with 2 minutes to go for the leader, Romain Dumas. And where is he going to go? That's twice we've seen the Ferrari of Jimmy Bruni go all 4 wheels off the track at the head of the hill. He's got to get a warning for this. We've seen this before at Spa in the ELMS at the end of the race.
How many times have we seen, John, in a major international sports car race, the GT cars come up with the goods right at the end? Right at the end.
Where is Dumas in relation to that battle? Because
Information to the pit wall, car number 3 has entered his last lap. Last lap for car number 3.
But
and
he
there is the answer.
Behind the 2 fighting GTE Pro cars.
Yes, but will he get past them before the end of this lap? No, he won't. Nick shakes his head confidently.
And here he goes.
So
on board now.
On board with the leader, and there's a big smile down there in the pit lane for Romain Dumas' teammates Loic Duval and Marc Genet, 2 first-timers for Audi.
And Marc Genet looks like becoming the first man to win races for both Peugeot and Audi.
Good spot.
In a diesel-powered car.
So it's a victory run in for Romain Dumas. The Ultra is eventually proving to be better in the mixed conditions than the Quattros. Didn't look that way in the wet, but certainly once the dry weather came, it seems that the more conventional powering and sorting of the chassis has meant that there's more of a chance.
Less than a second now, the gap between Leitz and Bruni, and that's because Pla's gone through. That's allowed Jimmy Bruni to get right with Richard Leitz. We're not going to see that, though, I'm afraid. We're going to have to keep an eye. They're going to have to go around again.
They've got another lap, so they'll be starting their last lap any moment now. In fact, I think I can see out the corner of my eye. I may be hoping that. There were 3 or 4 Ferraris similarly painted. That's 59. I was right, wasn't that one?
Robbie Kerr, meanwhile, is reeling in Simon Dolan, but it's still 6.4 seconds, the gap. That's not going to get...
Big gap. That was a good last sector for Richard Leitz. He pulled away a bit.
Second and a half, the gap.
Now, here is the winner of the race overall coming across the line, and Romain Dumas completes a pretty decent weekend for the number 3 Audi team as the fireworks go off over the start-finish line. Audi number 3, the debuting Audi R18 Ultra Diesel wins from Marcel Fessler. It should be in second place in the e-tron Quattro, which, of course, took pole position in the shape of the 4th place car. And the red flags are out straight after the start-finish line.
Something happened here, John. This is not fireworks.
That's fireworks.
It was fireworks above the start-finish line. They went off on the e-tron Quattro bridge. Saw it on the TV screen.
Lots of them.
And lots of them.
It does become the R18 Ultra, part of a proud tradition of Audi cars, winning on their debut, of course. It's been the exception rather than the rule for cars to have done that.
And it looked like Jimmy Bruni was beginning to catch back up again with Richard Leitz, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to do it because he's got only a few corners. They're already plunging down the hill.
0.4 of a second in the
and
first
there is the battle, exactly what we wanted to see. There's a couple of cars lengths between them. Now there's a yellow flag in the last braking area, the last overtaking area, of course, at the chicane because
of the 15
car of Guillaume Moreau. So Jimmy Bruni, if he's going to do it, he's going to have to get there much quicker than he is at the moment. Meantime, here is Simon Dolan for Jota, for Zytek, and for Nissan. 9th place inside the top 10 and winning P2, and more fireworks to come, I'm sure. No.
Fabulous.
2 corners to go. 2 corners to go, and Jimmy Bruni is so tantalisingly close. This is the battle for first position after 6 hours. And 6 hours and 2 minutes of racing. Jimmy Bruni, he can't do it now. He's coming through the Blanchimont. He's dragging up behind the Porsche. He's gaining. He had to lift in the middle of Blanchimont. And now he can't get close enough, surely, because the yellow flags will still be out. At this point, there they are on the left-hand side. He can't do it. Can he out-drag the Porsche to the start-finish line? It's going to be tight. Bruni gets on the power super early. But Richard Leitz has driven a stormer with Marc Lieb and will win for the 77 Felbermeyer Porsche team. I tell you what, they weren't sure, were they? They did not know.
I've not seen Mark lead that happy for a long, long time. 0.6 of a second, the gap at the end. They're very happy bunnies indeed. And whilst we might point the finger and say there's a Porsche factory-backed team, there's not a lot of budget at Felbermeyer Proton and an awful lot of passion. Excellent, excellent race in GTE Pro, right to the flag.
Unbelievable stuff.
Marjorie, it may not have been the Audi result that was expected, but fantastic result for you.
Yeah, because we really thought the e-tron was going to blow us away because it was so much quicker at the start of the race, all through the week. But then our car today ran very well. The three drivers, we did a very good job, the engineers, mechanics, and it was a perfect race for us, so very surprised.
Well done.
Louise Beckett's down with the successful team and the usual media scrum that will greet the number 3 of Romain Dumas back into the pit lane. Well, gentlemen, let's have some thoughts for you. We'll try and get as many of the winners as we can before we go off the air on both the radio and the stream. You get a chance, Graham, to say a few words here.
Well, disappointed we didn't see the debut of Toto here. Audi did actually serve up some entertainment, but the real entertainment for me, John, was actually in the other classes. P2 was excellent, GTE Pro was epic. There's even some good running there with the 67 car, the IMSA Performance Matmut car coming home with the win in GTE Am. That was where the big stories were for me today, aside from the R18 Ultras win. But a great race too in the petrol-powered stakes.
Yes, absolutely, Nick, with the two Rebellions coming home 5th and 6th ahead of the Strat. You might have thought that might have been the other way around, but for once there was a little bit better luck for Rebellion, not as much as they might have hoped for. And what about P2 as well? That kept us guessing right till the end.
Yeah, P2 was an absolutely epic battle. I mean, the late splash and dash of Robbie Kerr threw away what we thought was a certainty, and once again in a 6-hour race, his two classes decided in the last 7 minutes.
6.3 seconds.
And of course, and 0.7.
Yes.
I must admit, the thing that I'm most interested in, I'd love to know what all this tyre changing was at the end for the Audis, but I'm very, very impressed they let the fastest car win.
Yep, absolutely.
And I'm also very interested that that was the fastest car.
Yes, particularly with the two newcomers in that car. We should say well done to GTE Am winner, that's the 67 Porsche. That car ran like a Swiss watch all day, and as I said earlier, ran as high as second place overall GT car, Graham.
Yeah, and also in GTM, worth recognising as well, the 88 car that came home second, the top point scorer for the second round running in the WEC GTM points. It won, of course, first time out at Sebring. At GTE Pro, meanwhile, it's going to be pretty close, I think, after this, once we get the points through. A good race. In some ways, a great race in the classes, but not an absolute classic at the front of the field.
What do you think? What do you think we get out of this for Le Mans? Audi were. I thought that the fuel consumption was something that we need to drill down through in the next couple of weeks, and before we get to Le Mans test day, if we've got time between that and the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. But the difference in how long the cars could go, Nick, not just explained by 2 litres difference in the fuel tank.
Hybrid is not an advantage in the dry at the moment. It's obviously making the car understeer. It's made the car unpredictable under braking, and that's all about fine-tuning, and it appears to be thirstier. That's for us from the outside. We're not sitting on the pit wall Audi. We could get all the fuel thing could be entirely a fallacy. But certainly as it looks, it's not an advantage in the dry. It's a stonking advantage in the wet.
Oh, absolutely
4
massive.
seconds a lap,
Yep.
which is massively surprising because it only clicks in over 100 kilometres an hour. So I think Audi are going to take away from this. They've managed to get a debut car to win. They got all 4 cars to the end with basically perfect reliability. The 2 looked a little bit limpy, but not too bad. And they've now can go away with some actual race experience and work out what do we need to do to the hybrid to make it better.
Here's Romain Dumas.
Performance. There you go. The team's celebrating just there. But with those last-minute pit stops, did you think the tyres were going to last?
Well, you know, it was clear when I heard they did not take the tires. I had no chance, and I said, okay, I do the same. And actually, it was, you know, I have not as a choice, and for sure, I was really taking care of my tires the last 15 laps. I had a good gap before, so I was just driving around, but, you know, it was very long because I knew if they stopped, you know, because they were not so sure with the tires, but with me, the tires were perfect until the end, no problem with the car. Teammates made a fantastic job, I have to say, if we look where we start from. And yeah, we always gain time on the pit, so I think it was a perfect race for us, and I'm very happy.
Thank you. We've also got like Val here, top spots at Spa.
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's my second race with Audi. We didn't expect that, and we did a good race. The car was fantastic, as usual with Audi. No problem on our cars. Finished first, second, third, and fourth. Just a perfect day to prepare Le Mans.
Thank you.
And so Audi bring 4 new cars home in positions 1 through 4. What did Toyota think about that, Graham Goodwin?
Well, what they think about that is they better be darn reliable, haven't they, with their own TSO 30s when they get to the Le Mans 24 hours. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for us to predict anything like a competitive performance from an incoming factory team to stand up against this steamroller without race experience. Very impressive indeed from Audi Sport. Some questions to be asked about how some of those tactics panned out at the end of the race, but reliability is everything when you get to the Le Mans 24 hours. Pace, you know what, that's a great thing to have as well, but that's no good if you can't bring your car to the race without spending time in the pit garage. And remarkably few of the front-running cars spent time in the garage today, bearing in mind the amount of new machinery we're seeing.
And the extra weight in the front of that hybrid, the e-tron Quattro, Nick, clearly affecting the confidence of the drivers as well as the balance of the car.
It's not handling as well. We had a very brief conversation with Marcel Fauser last night, almost a throwaway. We said, oh, it looked like it's understeering a bit, and he said, yeah, there's a big problem we're having. Well, we realise just how big a problem it is in the dry when they're on long runs. But they've got test day, they've got a lot of private testing, they've got a lot of data. My guess is that isn't going to be an issue when we get to Le Mans in a few weeks' time.
No, let's hope not. Actually, we'd like to see these cars running fast and running reliably together with all the competitors. But I think some strong signs there as well for some of the privateer cars that were running in pretty close formation behind the Audis. That if things do go wrong and if we do get poor weather, that there might just be a glimmer of hope there. Maybe, Nick.
Well, you know, the fastest of the petrol cars has ended up 4 laps off the lead, but only 2.5 laps off fourth. Yeah. And that's a very good performance by Nicolas Pelosi and Rebellion. And
in fairness, we had some safety car which we wouldn't have expected.
That's true, but it was relatively neutral across the field, I felt, those safety cars. Most of you might get a minute. Andrew Beliki did very well to be just a lap behind Nick Prost because he had 2 extra stop and goes. The HPD Straka, consistent, but I think they'll be disappointed they didn't get 6. They kind of drifted away at the end. Nick Laventis was putting in some relatively slow times. I've no idea whether that was the car going off or just difficulty with the light and the traffic. Disappointing start for the other HPD JWM car, but actually, in fairness, it did actually do 5.5 the hours rather well.
It did very well indeed, and I think what we've seen as well is a couple of standout drives not in the LMP1 class, and the one I'd like to salute right here and right now is Simon Dolan. He's a gentleman driver. It's a small team, Jota Sport, and you know what? He went and he duked it out with some top pro drivers in LMP2, and he's come out the winner with Sam Hancock. Well done to them. They had a dreadful year last year. Their plans to go LMP1 with Aston Martin this year came, of course, to naught with the problems with the AMR1 project. They've come back with a Zytec Nissan, and they've won this race.
So we're waiting for the podium celebrations to begin. And this is going to be a very happy-looking Audi team with all 4 cars coming home. Can't underestimate, no matter what else has gone on, that's a 6-hour race in difficult conditions to start with. And we haven't seen any of those 4 brand new, unraced Audis in the pits at all at any point over the 4 hours of free practice, the qualifying, or the 6 hours of the race.
Absolutely right.
Apart from the front lights and the 2, that's the only.
That was about it. That was about it. And if all you've got is a dodgy bulb, frankly, from in effect 24 hours of running, let's not forget, that's not bad going at all, is it?
Now, honours are even, of course, between the e-tron Quattro teams and the Ultra Diesel teams.
And what have we got being recovered here, John?
That's the Ferrari
It's the
number 51.
car.
I think that's ran out of fuel on the slowdown lap.
Well, well, well. Now,
How tight are you taking that then?
Well, he's got over the line. Will there be enough in to get a sample?
there you go.
Who misses?
That will be interesting. The other quick thing, by the way, about the P2 thing, I'm sorry for obsessing about this, what suddenly occurs to me is all 3 teams on that podium are all teams that have never featured on an international sports car podium. Certainly anything like this level, Alan Docking Racing, of course, in the past maybe, but certainly not under the ADR Delta banner. Jota Sports, ADR Delta, and the brand new, newly rebranded, if you like, and reconstituted for 2012 Murphy Prototypes team. That's a great thing to see. New blood. That's what LMP2 has been all about since the genesis of the new class, and that's what it's doled out this time at the Spa 6 Hours.
So Ollie Jarvis and Marco Bononomi, 2 of the newcomers for Audi, take the 3rd step of the podium. On the 2nd step, Marcel Fesler, Andre Lotterer and Benoit Treluet. And the first international podium, first World Championship podium for the diesel hybrid. And leading up the winning drivers, Romain Dumas with Loic Duval and Marc Genet, 2 drivers who are also new to Audi. And let's also have a little word here for Timo Bernhard, who should have been in this car, who's done so much of the development work, who isn't with us due to that injury he sustained at Sebring while testing this very car.
Absolutely right. We wish you were here, Timo, and I'm sure you do too, but I'm sure you're there right now applauding the efforts of all your teammates. There are 3 debutants to the Audi Sport team on that podium we see in front of us, and 4, another one that actually debuted last time out at Sebring. So some very new faces for Audi Sport in 2012, but it's not affected their competitiveness, and it's not affected the dominance that they're able to show against the opposition that's been fielded so far.
Ralph Jutner has joined them up there. That's entirely appropriate for the man who's done so much of the engineering. No Wolfgang Ulrich this weekend.
No, absolutely not. DTM.
Fourth place drivers are up on the podium as well, and Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com says, when was the last time a factory team was 1, 2, 3, 4? When any team was 1, 2, 3, 4. Unbelievable stuff. Sorry, Loic Duval, of course, was at Sebring.
I know I made that mistake. I apologise, everyone.
Yeah, and I've just followed you because I've been too excited.
Well, you have to follow me at some point, John. I suppose the 4th guys are up there not only for a bit of a celebration, because they're also in the top 3 of the Michelin Green X Challenge.
Oh, there you go.
They won the Green X Challenge.
That's why they're up there, then, in which case...
Yeah, they won the Green X Challenge.
That's what the main podium is, the 1, 2, 3, and the win the Green X Challenge.
That's handy.
That will be a photograph that will go around the world, of course, through the good offices of Audi's PR.
I'm not quite sure how the number 2 won the Green X Challenge, because they took 2 extra sets of tyres at the end, and they went less far on what must be very similar amounts of fuel.
Well, less amount of fuel.
No, obviously, yeah. In which case they won't.
I'll talk to you about the logarithmic scale and how the Green X Challenge.
We've got many hours in the car.
Can I ask you a favour, and please don't?
Well, you're not there. You'll be fine. I've got to keep them awake, not send them to sleep, actually. So
Should mention, John, the one podium finishing car we probably haven't, which is Fred Makovicky. I think another of the standout performers.
Oh, outstanding.
Not particularly well served by his teammate, I'm afraid.
I was going to say, Jamie Mello once again has brought questions upon himself.
I'm afraid so. That's clearly into the barrier at one point and taken out the car early. We can only presume he was suffering a little bit, but Fred Makovicky actually bringing the 59 car onto a podium finish for luxury racing and into the top 20, as were all the 3 GTE Pro cars. The podium finishers for GTE AM, the first 2 we've already mentioned, the IMSA Performance Matmut Porsche, the Feldmeier Proton Porsche, and the 3rd podium finisher, which will pop up right now, Marco Ciocci in the 81 AF Corsa car.
With Matt Griffin.
With Matt Griffin, which means that we had 2 podiums with 2 ELMS invitation entries on each.
And the Audi drivers waste an inordinate amount of perfectly drinkable champagne there. It's a good job I've got to drive home tonight. I would have had to have a stiff word with them about that wastage of...
and a stiff drink with them as well.
The finest, yes.
You know what?
6 hours of Snetterton tomorrow here on radiolemans.com, and then 2 weeks' time we will be at the Nürburgring 24 from Thursday, live coverage from Thursday onwards.
You know, for many years, John, as a Cub sports car reporter, I actually genuinely thought that the natural smell of an Audi driver was champagne.
0.7 of a second between first and second in GTE.
Now, we've moaned and we've groaned about the numbers of GTE Pro cars in the WEC this year, but if they keep doling out performances like that, and let's face it, what we saw at Sebring as well, you're going to get no complaints from me for the remainder of the 2012 season.
And we never got a chance to see what the Aston Martin could do.
No, rather a shame, because it was right up there, wasn't it?
Fastest at the start.
Next round is Le Mans, double points, 24 hours of racing, plus Wednesday and Thursday practice. Radio Le Mans on the air from Monday at the track. We'll be at the test day before that, of course, weekend of the 2nd of June. I thought a good drive by Marc Genet stepping into Audi at late notice.
Absolutely, and as we were saying a little earlier, he becomes the first man to win in a diesel car for 2 different factory teams.
And the question is whether he'll actually be at the 24-hour of Le Mans or whether the team will
make
get
it
better. And I know, having read a couple of reports, it's looking like it's quite touch and go at the moment.
Joe Taylor says Joda have had a podium of the equivalent of this before, Monza 1000K 2005 with their Zytek.
That's perfectly correct.
Well done, Joe.
But haven't won.
So looking back at some of the early action in weather that was marginal, to say the least, just 45 minutes before we started racing, and those early laps were a real test of everybody's concentration and skill levels. And the levels of attrition have not been so bad today. 1 or 2 people saying, is this a worry for Le Mans because the levels of attrition? I don't think it's been that bad, Graham, to be honest.
P2, fair amount of contact involved with the P2 cars. And I was saying earlier in the race, John, there's a bit of a sea change here. At Sebring, we saw a bit of a meltdown in the P1 field. Here, if anything, it was the P2 cars that started to hit trouble, hit being the operative word.
And the interesting thing is, of course, that you'd thought at Sebring you had all the cars that were tried and tested, all the old grandfathered cars. I said, and this obviously is completely new 2012 cars. And in fact, all the P1s, barring I think the Oak, got home, didn't they? Well,
in fact, if you look at it, the top 7 cars here, the 4 Audis we've already talked about being brand new cars, the 2 brand new 2012 spec LMP1 Lilla Toyotas, and the 1 race old LMP1 HPD as ARX 03A are all 2012 spec cars, and the top 7 cars in the order. It's, I think, getting pretty impressive in terms of reliability for those customer cars, and long may that continue, because we'd like to see some of them getting in amongst those factory cars if things don't go according to plan for either Audi or Toyota.
We also managed to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 P2s basically through without anything other than just them running, which is great news, because obviously we need, with a huge chunk of the race being P2 now, we don't need the traditional fragility of P2.
No.
Two of them are their own worst enemies, so I think, again, there's some good pace in there.
Yeah, and I guess the question to be asked there is, did the ADR Delta team just miscalculate and throw that race away?
My guess is yes.
The podium there that has Zytek Toyota on the top with the Zytek Nissan, ADR Delta and Murphy prototype. Husey gets on the podium there. Brendan Hartley, I thought, was outstanding.
Thought was very good. He didn't seem to have quite the pace I thought he might at the end of that race, but you know, let's wait and see. Will we see Brendan aboard the car for the Le Mans 24 Hours?
Who's confirmed that car for Le Mans?
Nobody's confirmed that car for Le Mans.
Excellent.
Because
an orderly queue
yes.
for that car for Le Mans, which will be only lengthened by its performance today.
And that was mainly because it was in fact a reserve, wasn't it?
It was indeed, they, together with other teams, been looking for additional talent, and at times additional funded talent, of course, because don't ever forget that for privateer teams, the Le Mans 24 Hours is a very important part of the commercial year for them. And you know, it is that balance between performance and the commercial side that becomes the telling factor, particularly for LMP2 in its current format. But it won't do any harm whatsoever to any of those three top finishing teams. ADR make no secret of the fact they see growth in sports car racing, and in particular with LMP2, it's a fully commercial program for them. With Simon Dolan and Sam Hancock, they're due to be joined at the Le Mans 24 Hours by another ex-Jota guy, Haruki Kurosawa. He'll be joining them. It'll be a bit like an old boys club, really, for Jota. And then we'll wait and see what Murphy Prototypes can actually bring up. But it will be fun indeed, with a very Irish-looking team joining the Le Mans 24 Hours for the first time this year.
So there, the champagne being poured by the P2 class winners.
What is that? What's the name of that piece of music?
It's from Carmen, if I'm not mistaken.
It is Carmen, yes.
I've heard it thousands of times.
Yep.
Could have had Bob Constantiouris doing the champagne shout as well, couldn't we, this weekend?
We've been thankful for some things.
Well, we should just about get time for the next podium, which I think should be the GT Pros.
Yeah.
Although these guys are rather milking.
They're hogging, aren't they? They're
their
podium
time.
hogs.
They haven't got one of the bottoms.
How dare they?
I remember when I was doing the podium back in Silverstone last year. Getting them off was as important as getting them on, loves, you know.
No, absolutely.
I've got to get the drivers off.
And there they go. That is Parc Fermé, and what is the gathering gloom here. And a lot of the fans have stayed in the grandstands, and it's been a good turnout here.
I think so, John. And the other thing we should say here is what didn't turn out is the weather the way we expected it to do. And from even as late as this morning, when the rain came hailing down on us, you know, it did look, I think, for quite a while as if this was going to be a pretty difficult race to go the distance. But we've not had rain throughout the 6 hours, and we certainly wouldn't have predicted that.
Nope.
So the GTE Pro ranks should be up next, and in third place, representing the 71 team.
59 team.
59 team, sorry.
Fred Makovic and Jamie Mello.
And Jamie Mello. A bit disappointed with Jamie today. I thought Makovic was a start, put the car on pole, spun it, of course, on the warm-up lap, and then proceeded to drive back to the head of the field.
But we think that may have been perhaps an Inters or even cut slicks, because it was just the relative pace of that Ferrari against the others was just astounding.
Jamie Mello has often been criticised for his antics outside the car, but you can normally rely on him inside the car, and that wasn't the case today. Put the car on the barriers uncharacteristically, it has to be said for him.
Yep, and this is going to be a not terrifically regular kind of experience for the second place team, Gianmaria Bruni and Giancarlo Fisichella, because
they don't like coming second.
They don't like looking up to Mark Lieb and Richard Lietz, and that's what they're doing right now. And
Ferrari, but Porsche on the top step of the podium.
There you go. It's been a while.
The new Porsche gets the victory for Team Felbermayr Proton in the German national anthem. Magic stuff in the darkness here at Spa. And there is the Drivers' World Championship, and confirmed then that Romain Dumas and Loic Duval, courtesy of their victory here this weekend, go to the top of the drivers' points standings by 2 over McNish, Capello and Christensen. The win and the pole position, the win at Sebring and the pole position here, not enough to keep them in the lead of the Drivers' Points Championship.
That's surprising.
There you go.
There are big gaps at the, it's 25 for a win, of course. And an extra point for all of the drivers in the pole sitting car. And the Drivers' World Championship goes down. Oh,
it's not class specific either.
It's not class specific. Right, okay.
Just overall. So there are going to be an awful lot of names down here with half a point because they just took part in the North London Primary School WEC Championship. Oh, they haven't bothered to put that page up.
There we go.
More race suits in an early stage of smelling very bad.
I think after 6 hours we'll well be on that stage.
I know, but you don't need the sticky champagne smell as well. So the final podium will be that of GT Am, which has it's Marco Ciocci and Matt Griffin in the 81 car, along with Pier Giuseppe Perezzini in third, Christian Reed, Gianluca Roda and Paolo Roberti. Don't seem to have mentioned them a lot today, and yet they come home in second.
They've been quietly efficient, John.
And the 67 Porsche winning. So Porsche's first in both of the GT categories. Nick Amindo, Raymond Narak and Anthony Pons.
His first year at this level for Anthony Pons.
There's the GT Pro Teams category. 0.6 of a second, eh?
Not very close.
Not a great day for Aston Martin Racing, with a problem with the paddle shift confirmed to us by Twitter from Darren Turner. Apparently, we couldn't have listened to his radio. It was the automotive equivalent of Tourette's syndrome.
Was it rude?
Yes. That picture actually is making it look far brighter than it is. There is the P1 classification again with the 3-1-4-2 formation, Audi Sport Team Yost. Interesting that I didn't realise that the 4 car was classified as North America there.
Yes.
It's the 1 and 2 cars, of course, who are full season entrants, and they will carry their points forward. What hasn't been decided yet, Graham, is who and what will race after Le Mans. There's Jota now. That is a picture for the guys in the 38 team. 6.3 seconds. Top 3 within, again, 40 seconds. And the teams who had the problems at the back of the field. And the Matt Griffin, Ciocci and Perezzini team have already sneaked up there, as have the 88 team. And we get the French national anthem before the IMSA guys are on the top step. Well, the Marseillaise ringing out, and it is normally the Marseillaise that greets the top step of the overall podium, because it's been a long time since anything other than a French car and a French team in the shape of Pescarolo, and then all those wins from Peugeot, of course, have taken that victory. That rendition of the French national anthem for IMSA Performance Matmut, who take the GT Am from their Porsche of Felbermeyer Proton by just under a minute. And a fantastic event comes to a close here. The FIA WEC World Endurance Championship, race number 2 of the championship here at Spa-Francorchamps. The trophies being handed out. Audi have broken the French stranglehold at the front of this race. The last non-French car to win, we think, was going back to the Creation.
We think that might be right, John.
In 05, was that, or 06?
Creation or Zytek?
Well, Shimoda was driving it, so call it what you
It
will.
would be a Zytek.
Zytek, there you
Yep.
go. And so Audi get this one in the bank. They haven't won it for the better part of a decade then. Trophies go up, the camera flashes, get the pictures you'll see later on in the week or later on this evening if you're going to get the details from dailysportscar.com. My thanks to Nick Damon and to Graham Goodwin of dailysportscar.com, and to Audi and Nissan for their assistance. Our responsible adult was Eve Hewitt. The guys at MCA have done a great job on the TV presentation, as have the FIA and the ACO in putting this together. My name's John Hindhoff. We're back for Le Mans, 16th and 17th of June, but the action starts before that. And if you're interested in endurance racing, join us tomorrow on radiolemans.com from 9:30 UK for the 6 hours of Snetterton. We're driving there now. And then it's the Nürburgring 24 in 2 weeks' time from just down the road. As the darkness gathers here, Audi have done what many thought was not possible. They've brought 4 brand new cars home at the end of a 6-hour race, pretty much without incident. And the chips have been laid down for the Le Mans 24 hours. Toyota didn't race, and will they rue that come 3 o'clock on the 17th of June? Thanks for being with us. Enjoy the rest of your weekend from Spa-Francorchamps and round 2 of the FIA WEC. Bye-bye for now.